Chapter 71. Is she really dead? Ji and Huang finally stopped and asked from a commanding position. Yes. Yes. She committed suicide to escape punishment. The jailer replied. These were the lines they had rehearsed beforehand. Where's the body? Burned. 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 Ji and Huang was furious. He could no longer suppress his murderous aura. Who gave you the courage? His anger caused the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. The four jailers trembled even more violently as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Reporting a crown prince, after Miss Ning died, we immediately reported it. The higher-ups said that the weather was too hot to store the body. After all, Miss Ning was Marquis Ning's daughter. Since she had already confessed and committed suicide, we would not pursue the matter any further. We were afraid that her body would rot in the prison, so we were ordered to cremate it and place it in an urn to be sent back to Marquis Jing Yuan's residence. This was also the script they had prepared beforehand. Ji and Huang's hands and feet were ice cold. At this moment, he already understood that this was a trap. This trap was most likely set up by his imperial father. Lu Hinti first trapped him in the imperial palace, then sent people to capture Ning Xiuma and interrogate her overnight. She had no choice but to confess after being tortured and isolated. Then, she was killed. Although he had guessed the mastermind behind this trap, he did not understand why Lu Hinti would deliberately plot against the little girl. She had no power, no influence, and no one to rely on. She was not a threat to the imperial power, right? He was puzzled. Ning Xiuma's smiling face seemed to flash in front of his eyes. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by a needle. The girl who was smiling at him last night had died, just like that. She clearly had a special ability. She clearly had the ability to shine in Chong Kong country. He turned to look at the torture tools on the four walls and then looked at the four jailers kneeling on the ground. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he slowly asked, "Where is Tu Dao? Tell him to come see this prince." The four of them followed the plan they had discussed beforehand and reported Tu Dao's whereabouts. They said that after he left the prison last night, he got drunk and slipped into the Sunset Lake. They only knew about it when someone came to report to them this morning. Ji and Huang was somewhat puzzled. According to what he knew, Tu Dao was not a good drinker. It could be said that he rarely drank. He had once said that people who drank often had unstable hands. What he did for a living was an extremely delicate job, so it was impossible for his hands to be unstable. How could such a person get drunk? This doubt flashed through Ji and Huang's mind, but he didn't take it to heart. To him, the life and death of such a person was of no concern to him. His gaze landed back on the four people. Since you can't find him, then this king will ask you, how many punishments did you use on Miss Ning last night? The four of them naturally did not dare to admit it. They desperately kowtowed and denied it. How could Ji and Huang not know their tricks? His gaze was cold, and so was his voice. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. This king will let you have a taste of all the torture tools in this torture chamber. He couldn't save her in time, so he would avenge her. The sun was shining brightly outside. Ji and Huang stood outside the Ministry of Justice's prison. He looked up at the sun hanging in the sky and sighed softly. In just one night, everything had changed. That clever little girl had already died. He would never be able to see her again. Chapter 72. Your Highness, shall we return to the residence? His personal bodyguard bowed and invited him to enter the carriage. Ji and Huang looked at the carriage. Yesterday, he had used this carriage to bring Ning Xiuma into the Crown Prince's residence. The carriage was still the same carriage, but that person was nowhere to be seen. Ji and Huang waved his hand. Burn this carriage. He would burn it for her. He jumped onto the horse, and with a shake of the reins, the horse galloped away. The bodyguards looked at each other in dismay. This carriage did not look too special, but regardless of whether it was the materials or workmanship, they were all of the highest quality. It could be said that it was the Crown Prince's favorite carriage. Usually, it was meticulously maintained and did not allow for the slightest bit of damage. Now, he wanted to burn it. No one dared to disobey the Crown Prince's orders. The bodyguard leader immediately arranged for a group of people to burn the carriage, while another group of people chased after the Crown Prince to protect him. Outside the newly painted marquee, Jing Yuan's residence, a white banner was hung, and the residence was filled with cries. Ji and Huang reined in his horse and stood in front of the marquee, Jing Yuan's residence. He looked inside and sighed softly before turning around to leave. He knew that no one who entered the Ministry of Justice's prison would survive, so he did not have the slightest suspicion towards Ning Xiuma's death. He did not want to go in and look at her coffin. At most, there would only be a handful of ashes inside. It was no longer her. Even if he went in, it would only increase his grief. Ji and Huang did not sleep for the entire night, so he was somewhat tired. He returned to his own residence and prepared to rest well before doing anything else. He emotionlessly pushed open the door to his sleeping quarters. Suddenly, he sensed something. A light flashed in his palm, and a long sword appeared out of thin air. He lifted the bed curtain. After clearly seeing the scene on the bed, the usually calm and collected Ji and Huang could not help but be stunned. On the bed, there was a person sleeping under the brocade quilt. Her black hair was spread out on the pillow. Her small face was rosy, and her long eyelashes were slightly closed. She was sleeping soundly. It was the Ning Xiuma that everyone said was already dead. Ji and Huang could not believe his eyes. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes and slowly walked forward. The little fellow was probably too tired and was not alert enough. He was already close to the bed, but she was still sleeping soundly. His fingers gently caressed her cheek. It was warm and soft. She was real. It was alive. Ji and Huang almost thought that he was dreaming when he saw a dead and burnt person suddenly appear on his bed. Whether it was Lord Liu or the 4 prison guards, none of them dared to lie. Then what was going on? Ji and Huang stood beside the bed in a daze. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. His vision suddenly blurred, and the brocade quilt on the bed flew up, covering him from head to toe. Although Ji and Huang was caught off guard, he was still a top-notch expert. His body retreated backwards like flowing water. With a wave of his hand, the brocade quilt floated to the ground. The little person who had been lying on the bed was now standing on the ground, with a short sword in his hand, pointing diagonally at him. After clearly seeing Ji and Huang's face, Ning Xiuma heaved a sigh of relief. She lowered the dagger in her hand and smiled, revealing her dimples. "You scared me. Your Highness, you've finally returned." The little girl's vigilance was quite high. Ji and Huang's eyes revealed admiration, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. "You're the one who scared this prince. Come, tell this prince. How did you escape from the Ministry of Justice's prison?" He was dying of curiosity. When Ning Xiuma heard his tone, she knew that he already knew the general situation. Chapter 73. When Ning Xiuma heard his tone, she knew that he already knew the gist of the matter. She pursed her lips and said, "Crown Prince, I am innocent. Hu Jiechang's death has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill her." Ji and Huang nodded slightly. "This prince understands. This prince is curious about how you managed to escape." Ning Xiuma sighed. "This matter is a long story. Xiuma almost couldn't see your Highness the Crown Prince. Let me drink some water first." She felt that her throat was extremely dry. Last night, she had peeled off Tu Yidao's skin and used the opportunity to disguise herself as him to escape from the prison. Her understanding of the human heart was not ordinary. She knew that Tu Yidao would not be able to survive. After the 4 prison guards tortured Tu Yidao, even if they knew that they had gotten the wrong person, they would still make the best of it. They would even help her clean up the mess. Thus, she did not need to stay and watch. In her previous life, she had killed many people and performed many surgeries. Originally, using a knife to cut a human body was a common occurrence for her. Thus, she was able to do it when she tortured Tu Yidao. However, surgery and torture were 2 different concepts. The former could anesthetize a person, while the latter was a living person. The feeling of doing it was different. Ning Xiuma looked calm on the surface. Her hands were steady, but her stomach was churning. She was about to vomit, especially since she had to disguise herself as Tu Yidao. She had no choice but to wear his skin like a mask. Her nose was filled with the smell of blood, causing her stomach to churn even more. After hurriedly leaving the prison, she found a secluded corner to vomit. He hurriedly tore off his face and stole a set of clothes from a clothing store. Then, he took advantage of the night and jumped into a small river to take a bath. Because she was a little traumatized, she felt that Tu Dao's dirty blood was still on her body. Thus, she took a long bath. After soaking for an hour, she changed into a new set of clothes. Only when she could no longer smell the smell of blood did she feel better. If it was any other girl, they would have escaped far away from the city. It would be best if they could escape from Chongkong country and never come back. This time, they could only suffer in silence. But Ning Xiuma didn't want to run away. She had never been the type to endure humiliation. What was the difference between running away and not daring to say anything after being wronged? Since she had taken on the title of Ning Mansion's eldest miss, she couldn't tarnish this girl's reputation. She wanted to clear her name. Even if she had to leave in the future, she wanted to clear her name and leave openly. She couldn't let the people behind her see her as a joke. Besides, she had just revived the Jingyuan mansion, and there was still a large group of people waiting for her to raise. More importantly, the chastity-testing beast was still being raised in her mansion. That little fellow was quite loyal. She didn't want to abandon it like this. More importantly, Hu Jiechang's case shouldn't be too difficult to solve. As long as she could escape for the night, she would be able to rely on Ji Yunhuang's influence to make a comeback. She had been too busy that night, and her little body couldn't take it anymore. She urgently needed to sleep somewhere to replenish her strength. Where was the safest place? Where was her safe haven? Of course, it was the Crown Prince's palace. Therefore, after Ning Xiuma finished bathing, she immediately rushed to the Crown Prince's mansion. Along the way, she happened to see the 4 jailers throwing a fake Tu Dao into the lake. She hid in a dark place. After the 4 jailers left, she threw Tu Dao's clothes and human skin one by one into the lake. Chapter 74. Because Ji Yinhuang wasn't in the residence, and Lord Liu had brazenly taken her away from the Crown Prince's residence, the people in the residence were very busy and their defenses were much more lax than usual. Therefore, Ning Xiuma was able to sneak in easily. Without the Crown Prince's permission, no one dared to enter the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters. Therefore, Ning Xiuma slept soundly and didn't even dream. Perhaps it was because she had soaked in the river for too long last night, but when she woke up, she felt a little dizzy. She raised her hand to touch her head and cursed in her heart. Her head was a little hot. She had caught a cold. No wonder she, who was usually alert, slept so soundly that she only noticed the Crown Prince after a long time. She naturally couldn't tell him the truth about how she escaped. Fortunately, she knew that Ji Yinhuang would definitely ask about it, and had already prepared an excuse. Now that Ji Yinhuang asked, she straightforwardly told him the excuse she had prepared. She said that when she was in the Ministry of Justice's prison, Tu Dao originally wanted to torture her. However, she saw through his illness and used it as a condition to make a deal with Tu Dao. She would completely cure his illness, and he would try to find a way to let her out. Tu Dao agreed. She used half a night to completely cure him. She was afraid that Tu Dao would go back on his word, so she purposely held back and said that she would do the final treatment after she regained her freedom. In order to completely cure his illness, Tu Dao disguised her as a corpse and sent her out of the prison. After she escaped from the prison, she felt that she had been wronged and didn't want to escape. Therefore, she came to find the Crown Prince. She didn't forget to flatter Ji Yinhuang. Xiuma knows that your highness abhors evil and wouldn't have the heart to let Xiuma be wronged. You would definitely give Xiuma justice. So I came to see your highness. Her words were 70% true and 30% false. It could be said that her plan was flawless. Ji Yinhuang glanced at her and smiled faintly. Tu Dao's legs couldn't be cured by the imperial physicians in the palace. Can you cure him in one night? Ning Xiuma smiled. Your highness, have you forgotten? Xiuma had excellent medical skills. Of course, if your highness doesn't believe me, you can go and interrogate Tu Dao. However, he's afraid of being held responsible, so I'm afraid he won't easily confess. However, your highness definitely has other ways to make him speak the truth. Tu Dao is dead, Ji Yinhuang said. Ning Xiuma's eyes widened. Dead? He was clearly fine last night. Her face was filled with disbelief. Ji and Huang sized her up again. Her eyes were as clear as water and did not seem to be fake at all. He didn't know what to feel. This girl, even he couldn't see through her, she looked innocent and pure. But she was actually a cunning little fox. Ji and Huang chuckled. I heard that he got drunk this morning and fell into the lake to his death. Could it be that his legs were cured and he was so happy that he broke his vows and got drunk and lost his life? Ning Xiaoma had a look of realization on her face. She said with some regret, so that's how it is. She really felt sorry for him. It wasn't easy for him to walk, and his good days had just begun. Actually, when Jian Huang was released from the Ministry of Justice's prison, he had already sent people to investigate Tu Yidao. When he found out that Tu Yidao had walked out of the Ministry of Justice's prison by himself, the guards even congratulated him several times. Although Jian Huang wasn't familiar with Tu Yidao, he had heard of his character. He knew that those who fell into his hands would never be able to escape unscathed. However, he didn't expect that Ning Xiaoma would use this method to save herself. Chapter 75. Tu Yidao's legs had been injured for a long time. Now that there was hope in front of him, it was not surprising that he would be tempted. However, he did not expect that he would have the guts to let her go like this. He thought of something and asked Ning Xiaoma, "Did you confess in the Ministry of Justice's prison?" Ning Xiaoma shook her head. "I didn't kill anyone, so of course I didn't." Ji and Huang thought of the confession in Lord Lu's hands, and his heart skipped a beat. "Xiaoma, write a few words for me to see." Since Ning Xiaoma was a secret agent in her previous life, she naturally had the ability to imitate all kinds of handwriting. She immediately wrote a few words and imitated the original Ning Xiaoma's handwriting. Ji and Huang picked it up and looked at it. He was an expert in calligraphy, so he still remembered the signature on the confession. At this moment, he compared it with Ning Xiaoma's handwriting in his mind. The corner of his lips slightly hooked up as he understood everything. At first glance, the two handwriting looked very similar, but it could not escape the eyes of a calligraphy expert like him. The signature on the confession was fake. It seemed that Tu Yidao had received a death order. He had to force out a confession last night, and then kill her and burn her to silence her. However, it was because of this order that Tu Yidao dared to do this kind of thing. He used the trick of substituting one person for another to release her. Then, he found someone to imitate Ning Xiaoma's handwriting to sign the confession and write a suicide note. If Ning Xiaoma did not come to find him, he was afraid that even he would not be able to deceive her. However, was Tu Yidao the kind of person who would secretly release someone like this? Based on his character, even if it was to treat his legs, he would not leave such a big scourge in the world. Perhaps there was something else that he did not know. He glanced at Ning Xiaoma again. The little girl was combing her hair. The peachwood comb glided through her black hair, which was as soft as satin. The way she combed her hair was very beautiful. Ji and Huang could not help but look at her a few more times. "What do you plan to do next?" Ji and Huang asked her. Ning Xiaoma looked at him with a pair of big eyes. "Of course it's to ask the crown prince to testify for me and clear my name." Ji and Huang pondered for a moment before finally making a decision. "All right, let this prince rest for 2 hours before entering the palace to clear your name." Ning Xiaoma was puzzled. "Since your highness can clear Xiaoma's name, why don't you take action immediately?" Ji and Huang yawned and said, "Little Xiaoma, I didn't sleep at all last night. You have to let me rest so that I can have the energy to redress your grievances, right?" "Fine." Then she would listen to him. She would wait for a few more hours. Ning Xiaoma agreed. As a former Secret Service agent, patience was the one thing she did not lack. To be honest, she had only slept for a little more than 2 hours last night, so she was still a little sleepy. She impolitely jumped onto the large bed and beamed at Ji and Huang as she said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to sleep on the soft rope bed? I see that Your Highness the Crown Prince is as stable as Mount Tai. Your Highness must be used to sleeping on it. Xiaoma's martial arts are not good enough, so she will definitely fall off the soft rope bed. She can only sleep on the bed." By the time she finished speaking, she had already crawled into bed. Ji and Huang was originally taking off his outer robe, but when he heard what she said, his fingers paused. He looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. You actually dare to say that. She was fighting for his bed, and yet she was so bold and confident. In this world, she was probably the only one. Ning Xiumo looked as if she could not open her eyes. She raised her hand and rubbed them. Could it be that your highness is not willing? Ah, forget it. Xiumo will just curl up on the chair and rest for a while. As she spoke, she lifted the blanket and was about to get off the bed. Chapter 76. Ji and Huang raised his hand to stop her from lifting the quilt. All right, you can rest here. Don't let others think that I'm bullying a child. He probably felt that her hand was a little warm and slightly frowned. Do you have a fever? Ning Xiumo calmly withdrew her hand. This small body is a little weak. I caught a cold last night. Her voice was slightly nasal. She was born with watery eyes, coupled with a small cold. Her face was red, and she looked particularly pitiful. Ji and Huang's heart was moved. Without saying anything, he pulled her up and sat her up. Let me treat you. Because the people of Chong Kong continent generally had psychokinesis, they rarely caught a cold. However, once they caught a cold, it was not easy to recover. It must be treated at the beginning of the cold to recover quickly. Logically speaking, the original Ning Xiumo was a psychokinesis trash and should have caught a cold frequently. However, perhaps because she was poor and often suffered from wind and frost, it was easy to feed the children of the poor. Although she was thin and sallow from hunger, she had never caught a cold before. Who knew what would happen if this small body caught a cold? When she felt uncomfortable, she had already used acupuncture and massage to treat it. If it was in her era, this method would have cured her immediately. Therefore, after the massage, she went to bed. She did not expect that after sleeping, not only did she not show any signs of getting better, her cold seemed to have worsened. Her head was a little dizzy and her nose was a little stuffy. She originally did not care about this cold, but now that she saw Ji and Huang's serious expression, her heart was moved. She still had a lot of things to do and did not have time to recuperate. She wanted to see how this era treated colds and learn a thing or two. Therefore, she did not refuse and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." She sat there and watched his movements. Ji and Huang sat across from her. He pulled her hand over and placed it against hers. The psychokinesis in his palm flowed into her body like water. This method was a bit like the healing scene in martial arts dramas. Ning Xiumo only felt a warm and ethereal force enter her body from her palm and flow through her meridians. Wherever it passed, it felt cool and refreshing. Her somewhat congested blood vessels seemed to show signs of being unblocked. She felt her body heating up, and beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Her originally clogged nose also began to breathe. Psychokinesis was indeed the best way to treat colds. His psychokinesis went one round inside her body, and it was as if he had taken a special antipyretic. The effect was immediate. The psychokinesis in this world was truly amazing. If she had psychokinesis, coupled with her medical skills, she would be even more outstanding. She was slightly distracted. When Ji and Huang's psychokinesis flowed through her meridians and reached her dantian, that lively and flowing psychokinesis suddenly disappeared without a trace. Retracting it just like that, Ning Xiumo opened her eyes. Just as she was about to urge him to help her to the end and use his psychokinesis to scan all the blood vessels in her body, she did not expect that Ji and Huang would look at her in astonishment. His expression was a little strange. What's wrong? That's it. Ning Xiumo stretched her arms and legs. She was half relaxed and half sore. Ji and Huang sized her up. You didn't take the opportunity to absorb this king's psychokinesis? Ning Xiumo was really puzzled this time. Absorb your psychokinesis? How could that be? You were treating my illness. Why would I absorb your psychokinesis? Ji and Huang also seemed to have understood something. You shouldn't be absorbing this king's psychokinesis on purpose. Chapter 77. Only a psychokinesis expert who practiced some kind of evil technique would be able to absorb other people's psychokinesis. However, Ning Xiumo was a psychokinesis trash. Even if she wanted to absorb psychokinesis, she did not have the ability to do so. Then what happened just now? When his psychokinesis reached her dantian, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Not only that, he felt his arm tighten and all the psychokinesis in his body crazily flowed out. If he was not smart enough to withdraw his hand in time, he would have lost a lot of his psychokinesis. He looked at Ning Shuima. In Chongkong Continent, those who could absorb other people's psychokinesis were all from evil sections. Moreover, their skills were at least at the second level of Earth rank. Even if it was a peerless genius, it would take at least 20 years for them to cultivate. However, Ning Shuima was only 13 years old. Even if she practiced this technique in her mother's womb, she would not be able to do it. Furthermore, she did not have any psychokinesis in her body. His heart was bewildered, but he did not show it on his face. He pulled her hand again. Just now, I was probably too tired and misunderstood. Come, let's do it again. He transferred his psychokinesis to her again. He looked the same as before, but he was a lot more cautious. He used his psychokinesis to unblock the other half of her meridians and slowly walked to her dantian. He condensed his psychokinesis into a line and was prepared to withdraw his psychokinesis at any time. However, he did not expect that this time. He did not feel anything. His psychokinesis wandered around her dantian for a while and then continued to move forward. Could it be that he was too tired and misunderstood? After half an hour, Ning Shuima was drenched in sweat under Ji Yunhuang's psychokinesis. The feeling of dizziness had completely disappeared. After waiting for Ji Yunhuang to finish his cultivation, she jumped up with a smile on her face. Your Highness is indeed capable. My cold is completely cured. She jumped up too quickly and accidentally tripped on the quilt. Her body tilted, and she threw herself into Ji Yunhuang's arms. Ji Yunhuang subconsciously opened his arms, not forgetting to tease her. She's throwing herself at me. Before she could finish her sentence, just as she was about to fall into his arms, Ning Shuima's palm suddenly slapped forward, right on his chest. She used the momentum of this slap to twist her body, regaining her footing at an unexpected angle. He could even smell the faint fragrance of sweat on her body, but he hugged nothing but air. Instead, he received a palm strike on his chest. If it wasn't for his high level of martial arts, her palm strike would have knocked him down. His body swayed slightly. He looked at Ning Shuima with a deep gaze. What kind of lightness skill did this little girl practice? Despite his vast knowledge and experience, he had never seen such a sight before. After Ning Shuima steadied herself, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she suddenly received Ji Yunhuang's gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She was a special agent, so she had an instinctive aversion to anyone who approached her. That slap just now was purely an instinctive reaction, and her body acted before her brain. After finishing the action, she realized that she had gone overboard with her actions. She coughed and smiled. Shuima lost her footing and almost fell onto Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Ji Yunhuang was speechless. Her slap was not rudeness. What kind of logic was that? This little girl's reaction speed was not ordinary. Moreover, she was subconsciously on guard against him. Chapter 78. Ning Shuima felt somewhat apologetic towards him. If her slap had landed on a normal person, that person would have been sent flying. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was Shuima who was rude. I apologize. She sincerely bowed to him. Ji Yunhuang's eyes were deep as he looked at her for a moment before he sighed in disgust. Forget it. I won't lower myself to the same level as you. Just treat it as you owe me a favor. You're sweating all over? Quickly go and wash yourself. Just now, Ning Shuima's entire body was drenched in sweat, soaking her gauze dress. Now that it was stuck to her body, it was sticky and uncomfortable. This crown prince was indeed misophobic. Just a moment ago, he was affectionate, but now his face was full of disgust. However, his expression made Ning Shuima inwardly sigh in relief. This crown prince's expression was a little strange, giving her the illusion that he liked her. Now it seemed that she was just being paranoid. Although her mental age was already over 20 years old, her body was still only 13 years old. She was still a little lowly and was still at the age where she could play as she pleased. She still wanted to live a carefree life on this continent, so she did not want to repeatedly attract love debts and bring trouble to herself, especially when the other party was a crown prince with a high position and power. He was not someone she could afford to provoke. If he was really moved by her and wanted to take her as his wife or concubine, she really could not refuse. Even if she reluctantly refused, it would still be troublesome. Fortunately, she was just being paranoid. Ning Xuema smiled. Her smile was quite happy as she cheerfully waved her hand at him. Okay, I'll go wash up now. Your Highness, you should rest. Xuema will not disturb you. She opened the door and was about to leave. Ji Yunhuang glanced at her and suddenly felt that her smile was a little dazzling. He also jumped off the bed. Aren't you afraid of scaring the people in the Crown Prince's residence? That's true. After all, in the eyes of the Crown Prince's residence's attendants, she was taken away by Lord Liu. If she suddenly came out from the Crown Prince's palace, it would probably scare them. She blinked. Then what should I do? Your Highness, go out and order someone to bring in the bath water. Ji Yunhuang's voice was indifferent. This is my bedroom, not a bathroom. This Crown Prince was really fussy. Not only did he not allow her to go out, but he also did not allow her to send in the bath water. He even forced her to take a bath. What was she going to use to bathe? Dry cleaning? Or was it some kind of immortal cleansing spell? Could he be that godly? Ning Xuema shrugged. Then what does your Highness want me to do? Ji Yunhuang opened the door. This prince will take you there. He took the lead and walked out. Ning Xuema. She had no choice but to follow him. She had to trouble the Crown Prince to personally lead the way for her to take a bath. She really had a lot of face. Ever since Ji Yunhuang's return, the Crown Prince's residence had returned to normal. The maids and imperial bodyguards were busy with their duties. Ji Yunhuang brought her through the Crown Prince's residence. Along the way, they met many maids and guards. When these people saw Ji Yunhuang's figure from afar, they immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Only when the two of them passed by did they dare to stand up. Naturally, some people saw Ning Xuema. Although everyone was surprised, no one dared to talk about it. Of course, no one dared to spread the news out of the Crown Prince's residence. Back then, the maid who served tea to the sixth prince, Ji Yunhao, was a living example of what would happen to her. After passing through 3 courtyards, 2 corridors, and a pond. Chapter 79. Ning Xuema was a little puzzled. It was just a bath. Was there a need for him to travel so far? Your Highness, the bathhouse in the Crown Prince's residence was built so far away. She quickened her pace and caught up with Ji Yunhuang. It's not a bathhouse, it's a hot spring. You were soaked in sweat just now, so you'll recover faster if you soak in a hot spring. There was a hot spring for her to soak in? Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. Ever since she came to this continent, she had always bathed in the bathtub. It was only last night in the river. It was not a comfortable bath. She had not soaked in a hot spring for a long time. She followed Ji Yunhuang through another courtyard and arrived in front of a small building. There were 3 big words on the building, disappearing earth spring. There were 4 maids standing in front of the building. When they saw Ji Yunhuang, they bowed. Your Highness. Ji Yunhuang only nodded slightly and walked forward. The 4 maids politely opened the door for him. Your Highness, everything is ready. Ji Yunhuang lifted his feet and walked inside. Ning Xuema naturally followed him. Miss, please wait outside. His Highness does not need anyone to serve him when he's bathing. The 4 maids stopped her. Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows. Who said that she wanted to serve the Crown Prince? Before she could say anything, Ji Yunhuang, who had already walked into the building, said without turning his head, "Let her in." Ning Xuema went in. The 4 maids looked at her back in surprise. Everyone knew that only the Crown Prince could enjoy the hot spring here. Even if other princes came and wanted to soak in it, they were not allowed to. There was also the Crown Prince's favorite sister, Ji Yunyao. She wanted to soak in the hot spring and begged the Crown Prince for a long time, but the Crown Prince did not agree. What was going on today? Ning Xuema finally saw the hot spring of this continent. When she saw it clearly, The corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. This hot spring, it's so small. The hot spring was round, and the sides of the pool were inlaid with various colored jade stones. The diameter was about 2 meters, and the water was more than 1 meter deep. There was steam rising from the surface of the water. The hot spring looked like a lotus flower bud. At the bottom of the hot spring, there were some round things that looked like pebbles. They looked very colorful and very charming. She tilted her head to observe the situation. Suddenly, she saw Ji and Huang taking off his clothes and was startled. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to soak as well. Didn't he say that he was going to soak for her? Ji and Huang had already taken off his outer robe. This prince will come here to soak in the water every day. Ning Xiumao. This bastard wanted to take a bath with her? She blurted out. This pool is too small. 2 people won't be able to soak in it. Ji and Huang had already rolled up his trousers. Hearing her words, he glanced at her and said, Do you think that this prince wants to bathe with you? Is that what you're trying to do? Although Ning Xiumao didn't say anything, her expression was clearly that way. In your dreams, the only person who can bathe with this prince is the crown princess. Ji and Huang had already stepped into the water barefoot, so his words were not polite at all. Ning Xiumao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. Fortunately, I'm not your highness's crown princess. Then your highness can soak first. I'll come back later. She turned around and walked out. The hot spring belonged to his family, so naturally, he had the final say. Did this prince say to soak first? Ji and Huang called out from behind her. Ning Xiumao turned around and looked at him. Big brother, you've already entered the water, so why aren't you soaking first? Why is he wearing clothes in the water? Why is he only rolling up his trousers? Watch this prince's actions. The way to soak in this hot spring is somewhat special. If this prince doesn't teach you, I'm afraid that you'll accidentally step on something and be scalded to death. Chapter 80. Ji and Huang stepped on the pebbles at the bottom of the hot spring, causing bubbles to appear in the water. Some were white, some were colorless, and some were colorful. These pebbles represent different elements and different temperatures. Your body is currently weak, so you can't step on the black pebbles at the bottom of the water, but you can step on half of the green pebbles. Ji and Huang began to teach him how to soak in the hot spring. Ning Xiumao's forehead was filled with countless black lines. It was just soaking in a hot spring. Why did it feel like soaking in a trap? Wasn't it tiring? You have to step on these stones according to your body's adaptability. You can't be too hasty. Ji and Huang taught her by example for a full 2 minutes. Ning Xiumao resisted the urge to yawn and nodded. Okay, no problem. She was an expert in traps, so it was not difficult for her to remember these steps. Only then did Ji and Huang get out of the water. He glanced at her worriedly. You have to remember what this prince said. Once you feel that something is wrong, immediately get out of the water or call for this prince. This prince will wait for you outside. Ning Xiumao had the urge to rub her eyebrows. It was just soaking the hot spring, so why did this prince make it seem like she was clearing a mind? She agreed very well, so Ji and Huang went out. Ning Xiumao waited for him to go out and closed the door before she began to undress. She knew that although this prince occasionally teased her, he was actually quite proud and upright. You should not be watching this little lowly bathe in the dark. Hot spring, I'm coming. I haven't soaked in you for a long time. The water splashed everywhere. She was already standing in the hot spring, but when she jumped in, she felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a weak current in the hot spring. The water rippled, and there were countless thin, thread-like things that drilled into her body through her skin, causing her to shiver in an instant. What was worse was that half of her body was being drilled into by the warm current, while the other half was being drilled into by the icy current. Half of her body was red, while the other half was white. This hot spring was too strange. Ning Xiumao only felt that the blood in half of her body was boiling, while the blood in the other half of her body was congealing. She hurriedly lowered her head and found that her cold foot was stepping on a black stone. She quickly lifted her cold left foot, only to find that her whole body was burning. He looked down and saw that his right foot had stepped on a fiery red stone. Ji and Huang seemed to have said that she could not touch this fiery red stone. She quickly changed her footwork according to Ji and Huang's instructions. Once she had completely stabilized herself, she finally felt a lot more comfortable. After soaking for a while, she discovered the great benefits of soaking in this hot spring. The weak electric current in the hot spring seemed to be able to flow through her blood vessels, making her blood flow more smoothly. Not only was the dust on her body washed away, but the trash in her body was also taken away. What was even more amazing was that the temperature of the hot spring varied from time to time. As long as she stepped on the right stone, the hot spring water would automatically adjust according to her body's adaptability. Moreover, due to the stimulation of the water temperature and the weak electric current, the breath in her body would automatically adjust and flow more smoothly. While Ning Xuema was recuperating her body's functions, she was also practicing the internal strength from her previous life. She didn't care about psychokinesis, but she must have internal strength. This way, her body would be more agile, and she would have more ability to protect herself. She had her own set of internal strength training methods, and this small body was also very capable. It was a good seedling for cultivating internal strength. In just a short period of 10 days, her internal strength had already reached 20% of her previous life's level. She estimated that in less than a year, she would be able to recover her previous strength. Even if she couldn't walk unhindered in this continent, she would have no problem protecting herself. Chapter 81. Now that she was in the hot spring, she felt that the inner energy in her body was running vigorously. It was twice as fast as normal cultivation. Ning Xuema's heart was filled with joy. Naturally, she wouldn't miss this kind of good opportunity to cultivate. In any case, after washing her body, she began to sit in the water and cultivate. Slowly, she calmed her heart and closed her eyes. She was about to cultivate when she suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes. Then she was stunned. She did not know when, but there was a person sitting and floating in front of her. It was a man that she did not know how to describe. Only his upper body was exposed in the water, but his upper body was already dazzling. His hair was like seaweed wriggling in the water. His skin was like jade, warm and radiant in the water. His long eyelashes were like fans, and his perfectly curved lips were slightly pursed. Under the reflection of the waves, his body seemed to be covered with a faint halo of Buddha's light. The bright moon in the sea has tears, and the warm jade in the blue field gives off smoke. The moment Ning Xuema saw him, the first thing that came to her mind were these 2 lines of a poem. Then she was shocked. She resisted the urge to scream. She clenched her fingers in the water and shouted, "Who are you? When did you come in?" The hot spring was so small and so clear that she could see the bottom. If this person was hiding here, it was impossible that she did not know. Then, where did he come from? And he was so quiet that she did not notice him beforehand. The person opposite her still had his eyes closed. He looked lazy and calm, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. Even the posture of his hands did not change. Because the hot spring was too small, the distance between the person and Ning Xuema was less than a foot. Ning Xuema was short. If she did not float in the hot spring, only her head would be exposed. However, the person was half exposed, and he was still sitting. Ning Xuema saw his beautifully curved collarbone and beautiful chin. At such a close distance, she could hear his breathing. The hairs on Ning Xuema's body suddenly stood up. She could not sense the other party's breathing. He was like a perfect jade carving. His chest was obviously moving up and down. "Hey you." Ning Xuema extended her hand, wanting to pat his shoulder. However, she didn't expect that her palm would pass through his body without a sound. Then there was a faint flash of light, and the man actually disappeared. "Ghost! Ghost!" Ning Xuema almost trembled. She stepped on empty air and gulped down a large mouthful of her own bathwater. She quickly stood up and looked again. The surroundings were completely silent. There was no one else around. Did she really see a ghost? No, that person did not give her the feeling of a ghost, but a 3-dimensional figure. Could it be a 4-dimensional figure? How could there be such an advanced thing in this era? Even in the technologically advanced modern era, it wasn't as realistic as this. Naturally, she had a lot of scientific knowledge. She immediately looked at the corresponding projection area, but she couldn't see any similar equipment. She thought, G Yin Wang, G Yin Xian thought. Or maybe there was a magnetic field here, so the illusion of a person bathing here was unintentionally left behind. She heard that only Ji Yin Huang could come here. Who was this person? Was it Ji Yin Huang's slave? No, this person's aura was not ordinary. Even if Ji Yin Huang's aura was equally strong, it was obvious that he was not on the same level. Chapter 82. This kind of person would definitely not have sex. Was he Ji Yin Huang's lover? Didn't Ji Yin Huang not wear short sleeves? Ning Xuema thought of countless possibilities and rejected them one by one. She was puzzled. She had always been bold. Although she was puzzled by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the man, she would not give up the idea of soaking in the hot spring. This kind of hot spring was not something that could be soaked all the time. She closed her eyes and was about to circulate her inner energy when the man's strange sitting posture and hand gestures flashed in her mind. Could it be that it was the secret to cultivating psychokinesis? Ning Xuema simply imitated the man's posture, half floating and half sitting. She clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a fist with her middle finger pointing upwards. Suddenly, she felt that there was an aura that was different from her inner energy coming from her lower abdomen. It slowly joined the flow, and wherever it went, it felt warm. Her meridians felt as if they had been cleansed by warm water. It was very comfortable and comfortable. However, this aura was very weak and faintly discernible. She could not move it even if she wanted to. Her heart skipped a beat. Could this be the so-called psychokinesis? She closed her eyes and used her inner vision to examine her body. In a trance, she seemed to see a touch of soft, twig-like green slowly extending and flowing in her blood vessels. It was like the new green of a willow branch in spring, fresh and lively. The hot spring water around her seemed to have sensed the unusual aura in her body. A weak current flowed in her body and gathered towards the green branch. The green branch began to flow faster and faster. It moved forward inch by inch and spread inch by inch. That feeling was very strange. It was as if she suddenly saw a flower blooming in her body. It was novel and exciting. She felt as if she saw a small river full of vitality flowing. As it flowed forward, flowers bloomed on both sides of the river. Her mind was also running along with it. All of a sudden, a patch of darkness appeared in front of them. The river flowed straight into the boundless darkness and quickly disappeared without a trace. Ning Xuema's mind was shocked. Her body trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She felt hot blood surging in her chest. She was impatient, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed, and she almost fell down. She hurriedly grabbed a stake to steady herself. Ning Xuema, are you okay? A voice rang out. Ning Xuema raised her head and saw Ji Yin Huang standing not far from the hot spring. Damn, when did he come in? She hurriedly squatted down and only showed her head. It's okay. You can go out first. I'll be done soon. Ji Yin Huang heaved a sigh of relief. He crossed his arms and said with a smile that was not a smile, What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that this prince will take advantage of you? With your small body, there's no difference between your front and back. What's there to see? Even if you invite Ben Wang to look, Ben Wang doesn't want to look. Then he walked out. This girl had been soaking in the hot spring for a full quarter of an hour. He was afraid that something would happen to her, so he called her a few times outside the door. She didn't answer, so he recklessly rushed in to take a look. This hot spring was very special. Moreover, it wasn't natural. Instead, it was created by the ancestor when he was resting in the crown prince's residence 10 years ago. It was said that it was connected to the geothermal energy of 1,000 feet deep. It had the effect of strengthening one's physique. The hot spring water had a source of psychokinesis. If one cultivated psychokinesis in it, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, it was not easy for people to enter the hot spring. Even for Ji Yin Huang, when he first entered the hot spring, he only lasted for half an hour before coming out. Chapter 83. That was why he gave Ning Xuema a maximum of 15 minutes. He thought that she would be able to come out in less than 5 minutes, But he did not expect that not only did she stay inside for a full hour, she even seemed to have fallen asleep. When he went in just now, her eyes were closed, and she looked like she was asleep. He remembered the first time he soaked in this place. Because he was not used to it, the psychokinesis in his body flowed too quickly, and his face was as red as a tomato. However, her face was pink and tender, and he could not see anything wrong with it. Could it be that a psychokinesis trash would not feel uncomfortable in this place? Or could it be that her body was special and she was not affected by this hot spring? Or could it be that she was a special genius? He suddenly became very interested in retesting Ning Xiuma's psychokinesis. Not long after, Ning Xiuma came out. She had changed into a light yellow muslin dress. Her black hair was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. Coupled with her bright eyes and bright red lips, she looked indescribably fresh and adorable. Ji and Huang suddenly had an impulse to hug her. But with this girl's temperament, she would definitely not let him hug her. He did not know why, but he felt a little disappointed. Ning Xiuma asked casually, "Your Highness, who else has used this hot spring before?" Ji and Huang frowned slightly. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing. Did your Highness find any illusions or anything like that in there?" "No," Ji and Huang answered with certainty. "Did you hallucinate while soaking in the hot spring? What did you see?" It was not a hallucination, right? That scene was too real. But Ji and Huang had never seen it before. Was she lucky or was she hallucinating? Ji and Huang thought that she was tired from soaking in the hot spring and could not help but ask her to return to his palace to rest. He would naturally return after soaking in the hot spring. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but want to laugh. Today, this crown prince was really long-winded. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "Your Highness, you're not Xiuma's husband, so you don't need to be so detailed." She smiled and left. Ji and Huang was stunned. Husband? What was husband? This girl had a lot of strange words in her mouth. He did not know where she learned them from. However, she actually found him nagging. Who didn't know that he, the crown prince, was a straightforward person? However, he seemed to be a little long-winded today. Was he possessed? Inside the imperial palace of Chong Kong, country Luhin Ti sat in the imperial study, feeling a little restless. He had the most outstanding and perfect son, but he could not understand his son's temperament. He looked gentle and refined, but in reality, he was emotionless and had no desires. He would never be bound by any emotions. Luhin Ti felt that this was the most outstanding trait of an emperor, so he also hoped that his son could maintain this trait and become a wise emperor that would be passed down through the ages. However, he did not expect that such an outstanding son would be fascinated by a little girl and make many exceptions for her. What was worse was that the little girl was not only a good-for-nothing, but also a concubine who had broken off the engagement with Old Sixth. In the tea house, he openly confronted Old Sixth and even brought him back to the mansion. Stirring up a storm in the city, his son was the most outstanding. He did not want to see any imperfections in his son. He did not want any stains on his son, so he used all kinds of methods to erase that stain. This morning, he finally received the news that he wanted. Only then did he let Ji Yin Huang go and sleep in peace. He did not expect that he would dream of Ning Xiuma's father, Marquis Jingyuan, Ning Zhongze. Chapter 84. When Luhin Ti was a prince, he had fought on the battlefield, and Ning Zhongze was his right-hand man. Ning Zhongze had once carried him out of a pile of corpses regardless of his own safety, risked his life many times to save him, and even sacrificed his first child for him. When Luhin Ti was a prince, the conflict between the brothers was fierce, and there were countless open and covert struggles. Ning Zhongze played a decisive role in his battle for the throne. For him to win the world, Ning Zhongze racked his brains. It could be said that without Ning Zhongze, there would be no Luhin Ti today. It was also because of this that Luhin Ti betrothed Ning Xiuma to one of his sons, even though he knew she was a waste. It was a kind of comfort. Luhin Ti and Ning Zhongze were no longer simple monarchs and ministers, but friends who had gone through life and death together. This time, he had no choice but to hurt his daughter so miserably. Lu Hinti actually felt a little guilty, but for the sake of his son's perfect reputation, he had no choice but to do so. In this dream, Ning Zhongze seemed to have just come back from the battlefield, with a bloody smell, standing in a cloud, looking at him without speaking, but there was a faint condemnation and disappointment in his eyes. Lu Hinti felt a little guilty in his dream, but he didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to ask him a few questions, he didn't expect Madame Ning to rush out from behind Ning Zhongze with disheveled hair. Fatuous ruler, why do you treat my daughter like this? Isn't it enough that you kill my son? Where is your conscience when you treat her like this? Return my daughter's innocence. Give her justice. Madame Ning's voice was as shrill as a ghost, and Lu Hinti was frightened and woke up. When he woke up, he was covered in cold sweat, and then he felt uneasy until now. The eunuch outside reported that the sixth prince had asked to see him. Lu Hinti ordered him to come in. Ji Yunhao first paid his respects to Lu Hinti, and then made an unexpected request to Lu Hinti. He wanted to take Dai Chong, who was already dead, as his first wife, and Ning Xiuma, who was also dead, as his second wife. Lu Hinti looked at him like he was looking at a lunatic. Dai Chong is one thing, but why do you want to take Ning Xiuma as your concubine? Didn't you always hate her and think of ways to break off this engagement? If it weren't for this brat publicly humiliating Ning Xiuma in the square and forcing her to break off the engagement, how could all these things have happened? This brat was the real culprit. Ji Yunhao had already thought of an excuse. Imperial father, although this son somewhat dislikes her, she's still Marquis Ning's daughter. She's a loyal descendant. If we let her die silently like this, the imperial family won't do anything. I'm afraid that the common people will talk about it, and the other loyal officials will be bitterly disappointed. Why don't you let me take her in and give her status? It will also show the grace of our imperial family. So you're saying that you're doing this for the sake of the royal family's reputation? This son is ashamed, but being able to share some of imperial father's worries is also good. Lu Hinti suddenly sneered. If you really wanted to share my worries, then you wouldn't have set up such a vicious scheme to frame the Ning family's little girl. As an emperor, he had been rolling around in conspiracies and intrigues all year round. How could he not see through the schemes of the younger generation? When he said that Ning Xiuma was having an affair, it was obvious that he had wronged her. Ji Yunhao lowered his head. That matter really wasn't this son's doing. Even if he didn't do it, you still knew about it. Was it that girl Dai Chong? Lu Hinti's words hit the nail on the head. Ji Yunhao knew that he couldn't hide it from his imperial father, so he lowered his head even more. This son only knew about it afterwards. Chapter 85. What a good excuse. Didn't she tell you immediately after she did it? Otherwise, how could you have caught her in the act? How could you make the best of it? Lu Hinti was not easy to fool. Ji Yunhao did not dare to refute. I know I was wrong, so I wanted to compensate her. Lu Hinti did not speak for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, what happened to Li Sanlang? Wasn't he a playboy? How could he not touch her? After the incident, I secretly investigated. That guy was indeed a playboy. Logically speaking, Ning Xiuma should not have been able to escape. But according to his confession, he was also a little dizzy that night. When he saw a girl beside him, he really did want to do it. But later, I don't know what happened, but he inexplicably fainted. When he woke up, I had already brought people to break in. Lu Hinti's heart moved. Li Sanlang would not have fainted for no reason. Could it be that someone was secretly protecting Ning Xiuma? But who would protect her? If they really wanted to protect her, they would not have let her make a fool of herself in the square, right? His mind involuntarily thought of Marquis Jingyuano. His heart jumped. Could it be that his heroic spirit was not extinguished and was secretly protecting his daughter? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Recalling the dream where Madame Ning's hair was disheveled and she wanted to fight with him, he secretly shivered. In any case, Ning Xiuma was already dead. She would not tarnish the reputation of his most outstanding son. Perhaps he should help her restore her innocence and restore her reputation. While he was thinking, someone outside reported that His Highness the Crown Prince and Marshal who were requesting an audience. Lu Hinti's eyes flashed. Everyone who should be here was here. Ji and Huang and Marshall who came in together. Ji and Huang was accompanied by a boy. When Ji and Huang met the emperor, he would occasionally bring people with him. It was also Lu Hinti's permission, so no one paid attention to him. Marshall, who naturally came to seek justice for his daughter, who had suddenly died. As soon as he came in, he cried bitterly and begged the emperor to redress his daughter's injustice. Lu Hinti secretly shot a glance at Ji and Huang. Ji and Huang stood there expressionlessly and did not seem to have any intention of denouncing him. Lu Hinti secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was inexplicably afraid of his son. He took out Ning Xuema's confession and suicide note from the desk and handed them to General Hu. General Hu took a quick glance and then prostrated himself on the ground in grief and indignation. He begged Lu Hinti to severely punish the murderer and avenge his daughter. Lu Hinti waited for him to finish his speech before saying calmly, Ning Xuema is indeed guilty of harming Miss Ning Xuema, but your daughter also framed Ning Xuema first. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Now that Ning Xuema has committed suicide as an apology, let's forget about this matter. General Hu was not convinced. Your Majesty, my daughter is gentle and virtuous. When has she ever harmed Ning Xuema? Lu Hinti threw him a few confessions. Dear Marshal Hu, take a look at them yourself. He then added, because the venerable emperor was also involved in this matter, I also investigated thoroughly. The confessions were written by the guards that Hu Daichang had secretly sent to drug Ning Xuema. They wrote down clearly what Hu Daichang had ordered them to do and how she had paid them. After all, Hu Daichang was a young girl who had not experienced many things. It was inevitable that she would be negligent in doing such immoral things. It did not matter if no one investigated, but if someone really investigated, there was nothing that couldn't be found. Moreover, the Minister of the Supreme Court was a famous expert in handling cases. If he led people to investigate, they would naturally find the truth. General Hu still wanted to exonerate his daughter. Chapter 86. General Hu still wanted to exonerate his daughter, but Lu Hinti added, if Minister Hu doesn't believe me, those criminals are still being held in the Supreme Court. Minister Lan of the Supreme Court has several pieces of evidence, enough to prove that your daughter is the mastermind behind this case. General Hu choked and was speechless. No one doubted the ability of the Supreme Court's Minister Lan Yufeng. He was comparable to the famous Bao Qingtian. No difficult case could not be solved in his hands. Moreover, he was impartial and selfless, not giving face to anyone. He only asked about the case and did not look at the person. In his hands, there had never been a case of injustice. Since it was his investigation, General Hu really had nothing to say. What's more, he knew his daughter's true temperament. Because she was poor when she was young, she hated Ning Xuema the most. She hated Ning Xuema to the point of wanting to kill her. It was entirely possible that she would plot against her in secret. He could only say, Your Majesty, my daughter did indeed make a mistake, but that was because she was impulsive. She did not harm Ning Xuema's life, but instead died in her hands. Thinking about it, my daughter suffered a loss. Forget it. Ning Xuema is after all the daughter of Marquis Jingyuan, and Marquis Jingyuan has promoted this humble subject. For the sake of Marquis Jingyuan, this humble subject will not pursue Ning Xuema. At this time, he could only show his magnanimity. Lu Hinti secretly let out a sigh of relief and glanced at General Hu. Right now, he was his right-hand man, so he could not let him be too bitterly disappointed. It is good that General Hu is so reasonable. Zhen is relieved. How about this? Zhen cannot let your daughter suffer too much, so Zhen will let Yun Hao take your daughter as his official consort. Although Ning Xuema was also at fault, her crimes are gone. Old Sixth also wronged her, so let Old Sixth also take her as his concubine. They were once good sisters, but because of some misunderstandings, they ended up like this. Now that they are both Old Six's wives and concubines, I hope they can smile and forget their enmity in the netherworld and be good sisters again. Lu Hinti deserved to be called the Emperor. His method of playing with people was brilliant. His method of giving a sweet date after a slap had reached the point of perfection. Even the victim, General Hu, couldn't say anything else after hearing his last words. He was very grateful. In any case, his daughter was already dead. It would be good to win her the title of princess consort. After all, that girl surnamed Ning was destined to be a concubine. Even if she died, she would have to bow down to his daughter. Ji Yunhao didn't have any objections. Ning Xuema's figure flashed through his mind. That little girl was his in the end. Even if she died, she would be his concubine and wouldn't belong to anyone else. This kind of ending was actually quite good. He bowed and was about to agree when Jian Huang, who had been watching from the side, suddenly said, "Wait, Imperial Father, there's something fishy about this matter. We can't just let it go like this." Lu Hinti and Ji Yunhao stared blankly at him. Lu Hinti frowned slightly. "Huang, this matter is already so clear. What other fishy things are there?" Ji Huang shook the testimonial and suicide note in his hand and said indifferently, "Hu Daichang did indeed frame Ning Xuema, but her death has nothing to do with Ning Xuema." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Lu Hinti said, "Huang, our Imperial Father knows that you have always been fair and selfless. You don't want a little girl to be wronged, so you protect her. However, her testimonial and suicide note is clearly written here. If you continue to say this, it's a little." Chapter 87. This suicide note and confession aren't hers. Ji Yinwang interrupted Lu Hinti. "At first glance, this handwriting looks very similar, but can't escape my eyes. These things are clearly written by someone who imitated her handwriting. If Imperial Father doesn't believe me, you can summon Lord Lan and let him verify the authenticity of these things." Lu Hinti was speechless. He didn't expect that the suicide note and confession would be forged. At this time, he naturally couldn't refute his son. He could only send someone to summon Lan Yufeng from the Supreme Court. Not long after, Lan Yufeng quickly walked into the imperial study. After greeting everyone present, Lu Hinti directly handed over Ning Xuema's confession and suicide note to him for verification. Ji Huang was obviously prepared. He also handed over the purchase list that Ning Xuema usually wrote. Lan Yufeng looked at it for a moment and said with certainty that the confession and suicide note were fake. Lu Hinti's expression was very ugly. He didn't expect that the Ministry of Justice would dare to give him a fake confession. He immediately sent someone to summon the Minister of Justice. When the Minister of Justice, Lord Liu, arrived and heard Lu Hinti's interrogation, he also cried out that he was wrongly accused. He said that the confession was personally presented by someone from the prison. The crime of deceiving the monarch was no small matter. Thus, the imperial guards were ordered to capture the 4 prison guards from the Ministry of Justice's prison. The 4 prison guards had already prepared a confession that day. They said that the suicide note and confession were personally interrogated by Tu Yidao and that they were only responsible for handing it over. Tu Yidao had already drowned. As for Ning Xuema, the 4 prison guards insisted that they had already burned her corpse under Tu Yidao's orders. Since these confessions were fake, then Hu Jiechang's murderer might not be Ning Xuema. Lu Hinti could only reprimand the Minister of Justice, Lord Liu, and then transfer the case to the Supreme Court Chancellor, giving him a deadline to solve the case. Lu Hinti was also tired. Just as he was about to order everyone to kneel down, Jian Huang stepped forward and said, "Imperial Father, there's no need for Minister Lan to set a time limit to solve this case. This son has already secretly investigated this matter. I can get to the bottom of this matter right now." Ji Yunhao's expression changed slightly. Lu Hinti's heart stirred. He looked at Ji Huang and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ji Huang said, "Imperial Father, please move to Wumen. There are a bunch of evidence and witnesses regarding Miss Hu's death there. When we get there, Aken, Imperial Father, will be able to find out the truth." Lu Hinti frowned slightly. He had already achieved his goal. He didn't really care about the real cause of Hu Jiechang's death. However, since the matter had developed to this point, he could only continue with the investigation. Ji Yunhao stepped forward and said, "Imperial Father, since there is something fishy about this case, I'm afraid that it won't be solved in a short period of time. Why don't we hand over this case and the witnesses to Minister Lawn? After Minister Lawn has finished his investigation, he will give Imperial Father an explanation. Why bother Imperial Father to personally go there? These words were said in a dignified manner. Lu Hinti deeply agreed. He was the emperor. If he personally presided over the case, it would be beneath his status. He was about to agree. Ji Yinhuang had already bowed and said, Imperial Father, this matter implicates Miss Ning's reputation. It also implicates the cause of Marshal Hu's beloved daughter's death. For the sake of Marquis Jingyuan and General Hu, please personally oversee the case. This case isn't complicated. Imperial Father will quickly understand. Since Ji Yinhuang had already said this, General Hu is also anxious to find out the real culprit behind his daughter's death. He also added a few sentences and requested Lu Hinti to preside over the case. Lu Hinti had no choice but to agree. Ji Yunhao's eyes flashed slightly. He stood up and said, Imperial Father, this son still has matters to attend to today. I will take my leave first. Chapter 88. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Yinhuang smiled and interrupted him. Sixth brother, this matter is somewhat related to you. After all, those two women are more or less related to you. Don't tell me you don't want to find the real culprit behind Hu Jiechang's death? Ji Yunhao's hand was held by Ji Yinhuang, and he was unable to free himself. He could only smile. Of course I want to, but I have something urgent to deal with. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. The truth will come to light within an hour. Ji Yunhao didn't have anything else to say and could only follow along. The others naturally followed behind them, and they quickly arrived at the Meridian Gate. Outside the Meridian Gate, there were already a few people waiting in the side hall. When they saw the emperor, they all knelt down to welcome him. Those people were the best coroners in the vast sky country. These were not the strangest things. The strangest thing was that there was a coffin in the side hall. When General Hu saw the coffin, he stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, he rushed forward and pushed open the coffin to take a look. His face was as heavy as iron as he looked at Ji Yinhuang. Crown Prince, why did you bring my daughter's coffin here? His daughter's coffin was clearly placed in the Marshal's mansion's mourning hall. Ji Yinhuang glanced at him and said concisely, General, don't you want to know the truth behind your daughter's death? His words made General Hu shut his mouth. He was still extremely wary of this Crown Prince. Ji Yunhao, who was standing to the side, looked at Ji Yinhuang with a deep gaze. He did not expect that Ji Yinhuang would secretly accomplish so many things in such a short time. Didn't this Crown Prince return to his mansion immediately after leaving the palace? It seems like he ordered someone to do it. Ji Yunhao secretly sent people to observe the movements in the Crown Prince's mansion, but his people did not find out anything. Looking at his imperial father's expression, it was obvious that he did not know either. It seems like the power behind his third brother's back was very deep. Ji Yunhao's face was slightly pale, and his fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white. Although his heart was somewhat flustered, he could not say anything. His gaze turned and suddenly fell on the child that Ji Yinhuang brought in. The child had a small and thin stature, and he stood behind Ji Yinhuang. Ever since he came in, he had been quiet and well-behaved, as if he was invisible. His presence was very low, and almost no one noticed him. Ji Yunhao hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he saw it, his heart suddenly stirred. He faintly felt that this child's figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Ji Yinhuang often had some strange people by his side. Furthermore, Ji Yunhao was already feeling uneasy, so he only glanced at the child once before shifting his gaze away. That manservant had his head slightly lowered the entire time, but he seemed to have sensed Ji Yunhao's gaze. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, faintly revealing a trace of a smile. It was unknown whether it was ridicule or ridicule. Ji Yunhao looked at the coffin and frowned. Young Miss Hu's precious body, how can it be exposed in front of others like this? Third brother's actions are too rash. Even Ji Yinhuang's voice was indifferent. This case is a murder case, and it even implicated Marquis Jingyuan's orphan daughter. Naturally, this is no small matter. If the imperial court did not get to the bottom of this, how could they face the spirit of Marquis Jin Yuan? Are you worthy of the people's trust in the imperial court? These words once again left Ji Yunhao speechless. Lu Hinti tried to smooth things over. Since this is to investigate the truth behind young Miss Hu's death, General Hu should not be too concerned about this matter. All right, Huang, where's your so-called truth? Chapter 89. Ji and Huang beckoned General Hu to come closer to the coffin. General Hu, please take a look. Is your daughter's current appearance the same as when she was killed? General Hu had already seen it clearly and nodded. Correct. His daughter's eyes were wide open and her small mouth was slightly open. There was a thin blade in her chest, right above her heart. Ji Yunhao coldly interrupted. There was a blade in Dai Shang's chest. This is the fatal wound. And this blade is very similar to the one Ning Xuema used. Ji and Huang ignored him and called the coroner forward. Examine the body. The coroner was worthy of being called a gold medal coroner. His movements were swift and nimble. He first carefully examined the corpse's face. Then his hands quickly moved over the corpse. First, he pulled out the blade and looked at the wound on the corpse. Then he looked at the blade in his hand and said, "There's not much blood around the wound. The flesh is red and dark." He said a string of terms and finally said, "From the above points, it can be inferred that this blade was inserted after the victim was killed. The wound here is not the fatal wound. A stone raises 1,000 ripples." Everyone's face slightly changed. General Hu clenched his fists tightly. He also went forward to examine the wound. The characteristics were indeed the same as what the coroner said. Since this wound is not the fatal wound, then where is the fatal wound? General Hu's voice was like ice. The coroner examined for a while and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his finger gently touched the hair on Hu Daishang's forehead. After carefully sensing it, his eyes suddenly lit up. "It's here." General Hu also carefully looked. That place was originally the place where the hair grew. He did not see anything unusual. "General Hu, please use 30% of your psychokinesis to absorb it." The coroner saluted. Although General Hu was full of doubts, he still followed the coroner's instructions and placed his hand on his daughter's hair. A moment later, a strand of 3 strands of hair was pulled out by General Hu inch by inch from Dai Chang's hair. That strand of hair was covered in blood and was nearly a foot long. It laid horizontally on General Hu's palm and looked very shocking. And at the place where Hu Daishang pulled out the hair, a line of blood slowly flowed out. Without the coroner saying anything, everyone knew that this strand of hair was the fatal wound that killed Hu Daishang. She could actually kill people with such soft hair. Such soft hair had penetrated nearly a foot deep into the deceased's head, directly destroying the vital parts of the deceased's head, but it was not visible from the outside. What a brilliant and insidious way of killing. It seemed that the person who did this was not only a psychokinesis expert, but also a meticulous person. Ji and Huang looked at Le Hin Ti and said, "Imperial Father, this thing is the real culprit behind Hu Jiechang's death. It must be a psychokinesis master who is close to the head of the deceased and suddenly exerts force to produce this effect. As for Ning Xuema, we all know that she doesn't have psychokinesis. Can this prove that she is innocent?" Lu Hinti didn't say anything, but Ji Yunhao snorted again. This only proves that she didn't act directly. What if she secretly sent an expert? After all, Daichang hasn't offended anyone yet, and Ning Xiuma just received 2,000 taels of gold from this prince, so she can hire someone to kill. After this explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod, feeling that it made sense. Ji and Huang chuckled. What Six Brother said is not impossible. But Six Brother seems to have forgotten something. To be able to use this method to kill, there must be 2 conditions. Chapter 90. First, to get close to Hu Daichang when she least expected it. Second, the person who did it must have a psychokinesis of at least human realm rank 7. In vast Sky Empire, there are only a handful of people with such high psychokinesis, and they are all talented people with high positions. Would such a person kill someone for 1 or 2,000 taels of gold? Taking a step back, Even if there is such a person who only covets money and doesn't want to be an official, Ning Xiuma had already spent 1,500 taels of gold before she met Hu Daichang. She only has 500 taels left. Even if she took it all out, who would risk being chased by the entire vast sky empire to assassinate a marshal's daughter for 500 taels of gold? Everyone was stumped by this question. Lan Yufeng, the official from the Supreme Court, also said in a low voice, "According to what I know, if any telekinesis experts above the 7th level of the vast sky empire work as assassins, they are all in the most famous assassin organization, the Blood Oath Alliance. The lowest reward for their missions is 2,800 taels of gold per mission. If they assassinate a marshal's daughter, the reward should be higher." Lan Yufeng was very clear about the affairs of the various sects in vast sky empire, so no one would doubt his words. Lu Hinti nodded. It seems that Ning Xiuma hired someone to kill her daughter is not valid. Then who is the real murderer? Huang, didn't you say that you've almost finished investigating? Ji and Huang bowed and said, "Imperial Father, before that, please allow the boy beside me to do an experiment for everyone." Everyone's gaze landed on the boy who had been following Ji Yun Huang all this time. The boy looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. His body was small and thin, and his face seemed to be wearing a mask. He was stiff and expressionless. He had been quietly standing by Ji Yun Huang's side the whole time, but now he slowly walked out. Lu Hinti glanced at him, but didn't find it strange. Ji Yun Huang often had all kinds of strange people around him, and there was no lack of boys among them. As long as it wasn't harmful to the imperial family, Lu Hinti would turn a blind eye to it. At this moment, his gaze fell on the boy. "What kind of experiment do you want to do for everyone?" The boy said, "Experiment with a safe distance." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji Yunhao. The distance between them was about 3 feet. Ji Yunhao jumped in fright and subconsciously took a big step back. "What are you doing?" The boy ignored him and turned around again. He stopped in front of the Supreme Court Chancellor Lan Yufeng and the Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Justice. They were less than 4 feet apart. Those people also subconsciously retreated, putting some distance between them and him. Only then did the boy stop. "Your Majesty, as you can see, I am a stranger to these people. If a stranger comes within 3 feet of me, I will subconsciously avoid them. Only when I am 4 feet away will I feel more at ease." This statement was novel to these people, but it was also very effective. His experiment was right in front of them. Everyone thought about how they usually acted when they interacted with other people and nodded. The boy continued. Misu was killed by someone in front of her. Moreover, to use this kind of martial arts, he had to first press his hand near her forehead and then make a move when she least expected it. The distance between them was less than an arm's length. Who could be so close to Miss Hu and catch her off guard? Everyone thought about this distance, and then thought about the distance between themselves and the people around them. Because this case clearly showed that Ning Xiuma had nothing to do with it, Lord Liu, who was in charge of arresting Ning Xiuma, was very uncertain. At this time, he was also anxious to make a contribution, so he immediately replied, "It's a lover, wife, concubine, or child." Chapter 91. The boy nodded. "That's right. Only the person closest to her would be able to get close to her and catch her off guard. Miss Hu is still unmarried and naturally has no children. Thus, the only possibility is that she is a lover." This kind of inference obviously had a hidden meaning. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 6th prince, Ji Yunhao. He was Hu Jiechang's lover and had a psychokinesis above level 7. Who else could it be other than Ji Yunhao? General Hu's eyes were almost spitting fire as he stared at Ji Yunhao. 6th prince, how do you explain this? Ji Yunhao's face was slightly pale, but he couldn't help but sneer. He's talking nonsense. Hu Jiechang's psychokinesis is average. Anyone with a high psychokinesis can get close to her. If such an expert instantly got close to her and took the opportunity to attack, she wouldn't be able to escape. The boy smiled. The 6th prince's explanation is reasonable, but the 6th prince seems to have forgotten one thing. Come. Everyone could take a look at Miss Hu's expression before she died. He pulled Lan Yufeng closer to the coffin. Lord Lan often deals with cases and has seen many expressions of the victims before they died. Lord Lan, please take a look at Miss Hu's expression. Lan Yufeng looked at it for a moment and commented, "It's an expression of shock and disbelief." In Lord Lan's opinion, if the victim saw a stranger attacking her, would she be shocked and disbelieving or fearful? Fearful, Lan Yufeng replied. He pondered for a moment. Miss Hu's expression before she died proves that the person who killed her was someone she was familiar with. Moreover, she would never have thought that the other party would attack her. The boy clapped his hands. That's it. Then I don't need to point out who the murderer is, right? Which one of the people present wasn't a clever person? They naturally understood after thinking about it. Their gazes towards Ji Yunhao were full of suspicion and condemnation. General Hu clenched his fists again and again. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lu Hinti. "Your Majesty, my daughter died unjustly. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for my daughter." Lu Hinti's face also sank. "Old Six, what's going on?" Ji Yunhao clenched his fists in his sleeves. "I'm innocent. Father, even if I meet all the conditions, what's the reason for me to kill her? She and I are in love with each other. I can't wait to pamper her. So how can I bear to kill her? There is something fishy about this matter. Father, please investigate this matter." Lu Hinti nodded slightly. He also felt that what Ji Yunhao said was reasonable. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the boy. Fairy Child's deduction is naturally irrefutable, but Old Sixth really has no reason to kill Hu Daichang. He came here today to ask you to make Hu Daichang his official consort. He has deep feelings for her, so why would he kill her? This matter cannot be justified. Lucian Emperor was already very polite to the boy. On this continent, no one dared to look down on the boy. This was especially true for the clever, and mysterious children who had special abilities. Many of these children were disciples of the venerable sovereign, so their status was noble, and they were treated even better than the first-rank ministers of various countries. Occasionally, a boy would appear by Ji Yunhuang's side, and these boys were all from the Sun Moon sect. When Ning Xiuma cried out for justice in the public square, she had alarmed the venerable sovereign, and the venerable sovereign had sent a boy to uphold justice. Could it be that the venerable sovereign still hadn't forgotten about that little girl, and specially sent a boy to investigate this case? Lu Hinti's heart suddenly became nervous. Chapter 92. Lu Hinti's heart suddenly became nervous. With this boy here, even if he wanted to be biased, he wouldn't dare. Lu Hinti looked at the boy with a complicated gaze. The boy didn't seem to notice as he faintly smiled. His face was covered by a mask, so even when he smiled, his face was expressionless. However, everyone felt that his smile was actually quite good-looking and very likable. Ji Yunhao's heart felt as if it was hooked by a hook. He suddenly felt that this smile was very familiar. Just as he was about to think about it, the boy's next words struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you can ask the midwives to come on stage." A midwife was a woman who specialized in helping women deliver babies and take care of miscarriages. These people had rich experience in childbirth. A high-level midwife could accurately determine a woman's pregnancy by observing the size and shape of the pregnant woman's belly. Ji Yunhuang was clearly well prepared. After obtaining Lu Hinti's approval, he sent someone to find the midwives who had been waiting outside the palace. The two women who came in were the most famous midwives in Chongkong country. One of them had even helped a concubine in the palace give birth before. Under Ji Yunhuang's instructions, the two midwives went forward to carefully examine Hu Daichang. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two midwives replied with certainty, "Miss Hu is already around 50 days pregnant." The other midwife was even more specific. Around 49 days. When the two midwives said the date, everyone's expression changed. General Hu was stunned for a moment before he suddenly roared, "Nonsense! How can it be around 50 days? The boy smiled faintly. If Miss Hu's child is the sixth prince's, then it can't be around 50 days pregnant. Because the sixth prince had some matters to attend to 2 months ago and only returned a month ago. In other words, if the child was Ji Yunhao's, then the child was either 2 months pregnant or less than a month old. There was only one possibility for this to happen. This miss, who had an affair during this period of time and made Ji Yunhao wear a green hat. That boy's gaze coldly fell on Ji Yunhao's face. Sixth Prince, that day at the tea house, Ning Xiuma inadvertently revealed Miss Who's pregnancy date. It should have aroused your suspicions, right? That's why I secretly sent people to investigate. Your guards aren't useless, they're very useful at crucial moments. Not only did they find out that Hu Daichang had an affair, they even found out who her adulterer was. You flew into a rage out of humiliation. On one hand, you secretly sent people to kill that adulterer. On the other hand, you went to find Hu Daichang to settle the score. While you were testing her with words, you wanted to kill her. That was why you killed her and tried to frame Ning Xiuma. Ji Yunhao inwardly clenched his teeth and said, "This is only a mortal child's conjecture. Without any evidence, it's hard to believe." The boy's lips curled up slightly. It seems that the sixth prince won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. All right, then I'll convince the sixth prince. He glanced at Jian Huang and said, "Your Highness, you can let the other witnesses enter the court now." There are other witnesses? Ji Yunhao's expression became even more unsightly. However, with the immortal child present, no one could stop the situation from developing. Very quickly, 3 people were escorted into the side chamber. 2 men and 1 woman. When Ji Yunhao saw these 3 people appear, his body trembled and his face turned pale. He knew that the situation was hopeless. Chapter 93. Those 3 people were Hu Daishang's personal maid, a guard from the Hu Manor, and a secret guard from the Six Kings Manor. After a few simple interrogations, everything began to come to light, and the truth came to light. Actually, the truth was not complicated. Hu Daishang looked virtuous, but deep down, she was a bit licentious. She relied on her status as the Grand Marshal's daughter to act willfully and recklessly. First, she seduced the crown prince, Jian Huang, but was rejected. Then, she changed her mind and accepted Ji Yunhao's love. However, she was still somewhat indignant, so she took advantage of Ji Yunhao's absence to hook up with a handsome guard from the Hu Manor. After a few secret encounters, she unexpectedly became pregnant. When Ji Yunhao returned, she purposely hooked him in a bed several times, intending to blame the child on him. That day, when Ji Yunhao became suspicious of the tea house, he immediately investigated and found out the truth. He was extremely angry and wanted to kill. The guard from the Hu Manor who came in was the adulterer, and the secret guard from the Six Kings Manor was the one who went to assassinate him. As for Hu Daishang's personal maid, she was a witness and an insider of the entire matter. Originally, she was also on Ji Yunhao's list of people who wanted to kill her. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not die and now became living witnesses out of consideration for their own safety. The adulterer and the maidservant told him everything that happened. As for the secret guard from the Six Kings Manor, he did not dare to lie due to the majesty of the imperial family. In front of irrefutable evidence, Ji Yunhao could no longer deny it. He knelt down in front of Lu Hinti and admitted his guilt. He only said that he accidentally killed someone in anger, but in reality, he had long regretted it. As for General Hu, he had no face left. No matter what, his own daughter having an affair was an extremely disgraceful matter. His face turned green and white, but he didn't dare to make any more demands. He could only wait for Lu Xian Emperor's verdict. In front of the fairy child, Lu Hinti could not be too biased, so he finally passed down the verdict. Although Ji Yunhao killed someone, it was Hu Daishang who had done it first. In a moment of anger, it was pardonable for him to act. In order to show fairness, Ji Yunhao was severely punished with 80 strokes of the cane. He was removed from the throne and demoted to a commoner. He was chased out of the imperial city and was not allowed to take a single step into the capital for 3 years. Anyone who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. Ji Yunhao's face was ashen. He thanked the emperor for his benevolence and was about to leave to receive his punishment when the boy stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I still have something to say." Lu Hinti could only say, "Fairy child, please speak your mind." The boy said, Ning Xiuma has suffered such injustice. Is your majesty only going to say that she was wronged and let it go? Lu Hinti paused for a moment and then sighed. It was me who let Miss Ning down. However, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and there is nothing I can do about it. I and her father are both monarch and minister, as well as friends. His daughter is like my own daughter. I'll make her, just as he was about to act magnanimous and grant Ning Xiuma the status of a princess. Ji Huang, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, Xiuma was originally your daughter-in-law. Granting her the title of a princess is inappropriate. Lu Hinti was stunned. He looked at the kneeling Ji Yunhao and said, Why don't we let this evil creature make her his wife? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ji Yunhuang. That's also not appropriate. Sixth brother is already a commoner. Xiuma should at least be a princess. This son is willing. He did not finish his sentence before the boy interrupted him with a smile. Let me ask for a few rewards for her. What does your majesty think? In fact, Luxian Emperor had already guessed what Ji Yunhuang wanted to say. In his heart, he rejoiced that he had been interrupted by the child. Thus, he immediately said in a kind tone, I will listen to a mortal child's words. What reward does a mortal child want to ask for? First, your majesty, please pardon her for the crime of deceiving the monarch. Lu Hinti secretly rolled his eyes. That girl is already dead. How could she still deceive the monarch? Therefore, he went with the flow and agreed. I'll allow this. What else? Chapter 94. The boy said, Marquis Jing Yuan's residence is a bit poor. Your Majesty, please bestow her with 10,000 taels of gold. This was a bit like a lion opening its mouth. In Chongkong country, 10,000 taels of gold was the lifetime salary of a first-rank official. Marquis Jing Yuan's residence did not even have a master. What use would 10,000 taels of gold be to them? Lu Hinti felt a bit of heartache as he muttered. This, the boy looked at him. Your Majesty is unwilling? Could it be that in your Majesty's heart, 10,000 taels of gold is more valuable than the position of princess? Lu Hinti's face darkened. Because he had guessed the identity of the boy, he could not refute and could only grit his teeth and agree. The boy continued to raise two other conditions. The first was that the chastity-testing beast would officially belong to Ning Xiuma. The second was that he wanted to personally supervise the execution of the sixth prince when he was being flogged. Of these two conditions, Luxian Emperor happily agreed to the first. The second condition was somewhat forced, but he had no choice but to agree. The kneeling Ji Yunhao's complexion slightly changed. In fact, anyone who had worked in the imperial palace would know that the flogging was very particular. The same 80 strokes could directly kill a person, but it could also cause the person to only suffer a few superficial wounds. It looked frightening, but it was not a big deal. When a prince was being punished, under normal circumstances, the executioner would grasp the heat. But if this boy was supervising the execution, who would dare to go easy on him? Ji Yunhao was pressed down on the execution bench. Four executioners stood at his side with black and red flogs in their hands. The boy slowly walked over and looked down at Ji Yunhao, who was lying there in a sorry state. He seemed to smile. It was obviously an ordinary smile, but it made Ji Yunhao's hair stand on end. It was as if he saw the smile of a man-eating monster. That familiar feeling was even stronger. He knew that today's beating was unavoidable. He closed his eyes and secretly channeled the psychokinesis in his body to form a protective layer around his body. This protective layer could not be seen or touched, but it could block the beating of Ting's rod for him. At most, he would suffer some superficial wounds. The boy circled around him and smiled again. He stretched out his white little hand and gently knocked on a certain part of his back. The sixth prince has a very high psychokinesis, which is enough to defend himself. You don't have to worry when you hit him. If you dare to go easy on him, I'll make you take twice the punishment for him. He turned around and looked at Lu Hinti, who was sitting not far behind him. Your Majesty, isn't that right? Lu Hinti forced a smile. Fairy child, don't worry. They wouldn't dare. This threat was very practical. The four executioners shuddered and answered in unison. yes. Ji Huang, who was standing beside Lu Hin-ti, had a strange look in his eyes as he looked at the boy with a complicated expression. Vengeful for the smallest grievance. This little fellow really wasn't a kind child. Ji Yunhao was complaining incessantly in his heart. That boy had unintentionally knocked on his chi acupoint just now, and it just so happened that it had knocked on his chi acupoint. It made him feel as if his acupoint was sealed, and his psychokinesis was suddenly broken. He could no longer operate his psychokinesis. Right now, he was no different from an ordinary person. When he was flogged, he was not allowed to use psychokinesis to resist. Therefore, Ji Yunhao could only suffer in silence. He could not even say a word. He knew that today's punishment was inevitable. The boy was still not at ease. He checked the 4 executioner's sticks one by one. After confirming that there was nothing fishy, he returned them to them. Then, he sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Let's begin." Chapter 95. The black and red cudgel struck Ji Yunhao's body again and again with the sound of the wind. After 3 or 4 strikes, his body was already bleeding. Ji Yunhao did not want to lose face as a prince in front of everyone. At the beginning, he could still clench his teeth and endure the pain. But after a few strikes, he could not help but groan. After a dozen strikes, he began to groan. As the cudgel fell, his groans became louder and louder, as if he was about to cry out in pain. The cold sweat on his forehead kept rolling down his face. Not far away, Lu Hin-ti heard his ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls, but his face darkened. It was just a beating. How painful could it be? As a man and a prince, how could he not be able to endure this? How could he cry out like this? He had lost the face of the imperial family. When he was fighting on the battlefield, he was struck by a poisonous arrow. The medical facilities in the army were not sufficient, and the army doctor did not have anesthetics to help him remove the arrow. He scraped his bones to treat the poison, and blood flowed into a small basin. All the soldiers were frightened, but he did not make a sound. He was even able to casually chat with the doctor. Because of this, he was given the title of Iron Blood Prince and received the respect and love of all the soldiers in the army. This was the foundation for his later seizure of power. He had a strong personality and naturally did not want his children and grandchildren to be so spineless. He also looked down on cowards who cried out in pain. Originally, Ji Yunhao was very favored by Lu Hin-ti, but after this incident, he did not like him anymore. He treated his son coldly. Of course, this was a story for later. Ji Yunhao simply wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. It was not that he had never been injured in his life, and it was not that he had never eaten a beating, but it was never this kind of pain. It was as if salt had been sprinkled on the cudgel. Every strike was as painful as a bee sting, as if he was being dismembered. It was so painful that he could not help but cry out and struggle. But before he was tortured, his 4 limbs were fixed in place by special iron cuffs. He could not break free. His body twisted with all his might, with tears and snot running down his face, like a caterpillar struggling on its deathbed. When the surrounding people saw how miserable his cries were, they all knelt down and begged Lu Hin-ti for mercy. Even Ji Huang pleaded with Lu Hin-ti. Imperial father, 6th brother also knows his mistake. He has been spoiled since he was young. Why don't we reduce his punishment? Lu Hin-ti's face was as gloomy as water. He also felt that his son was too spoiled and needed to be hardened. Keep fighting. Not 1 strike less. Whoever begs for mercy again, I'll beat him up too. His words silenced everyone. Lu Hin-ti was still angry and ordered, "Shut his mouth. Don't let him cry like a ghost again." As a result, Ji Yunhao's mouth was also stuffed with a special gag, and he couldn't make another sound, because the pain was too intense. Although Ji Yunhao was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death, he was unable to faint even if he wanted to. When he whipped others, he was afraid that they would not feel enough pain. Now that he was the one being beaten, he wished that there would be no more pain in this world. He stared fixedly at the boy. He really did not understand how he had offended him to make him use such a method. Suddenly, Ning Xuema's figure flashed through his mind. His heart suddenly moved. This boy's figure was 80% similar to Ning Xiuma's. He stared at the boy's small face. He knew that the boy was wearing a mask. He only stared fixedly at the boy's eyes. This boy had a pair of extremely bright eyes. They were as clear as water and as limpid as a lake. Chapter 96. This boy had a pair of extremely bright eyes, as clear as water, as limpid as a lake. At this moment, this pair of eyes was also looking at him, flickering with light, as if they were smiling. Ji Yunhao's body suddenly stiffened. This pair of eyes, unexpectedly, also looked like the eyes of the girl in his impression. Could it be that this boy was actually Ning Xiuma in disguise? But wasn't she already dead? It was impossible for her to appear here again. The boy's line of sight met his in the air, staring at each other for a moment. The boy's eyes slightly narrowed, curved like the crescent moon, as dark as the night. Ji Yunhao's eyes suddenly widened. This expression, he had seen it before in the tea house. At that time, when he whipped Ning Xiuma, and Ning Xiuma was rescued by the Crown Prince Ji Yanhuang, she also had this expression. This boy is Ning Xiuma. He wanted to shout out, but when he opened his mouth, he found that there was something stuck in his mouth, and he could not make a sound. The boy tilted his head to look at his face. The happy expression in his eyes deepened. Demon. She's simply a little demon. The enmity between the two of them is set. Ji Yunhao's teeth itched with hatred, but he could not expose her identity. Ning Xiuma happily looked at him. This bastard whipped her 3 times, making her feel so much pain that she wished she was dead. He even put the blame on her, almost taking her little life. If she did not take revenge, how could she face herself? Just now, when she was inspecting the stick, she took the opportunity to add a little something to it. She had collected them from a jujube tree. On the tree, there was a type of small insect that stung people. This insect had a type of poison on its body. Once it came into contact with the poison, it wouldn't take the person's life, but it would cause extreme pain, making the person wish that they had never been born in this world. She felt that the pain should be comparable to the effect of a soul-breaking whip, enough for her to take revenge. She looked at Ji Yunhao's pale face from the pain, her heart incomparably carefree. She had never been a good person. She did not understand what it meant to repay evil with good. She was particular about repaying kindness and enmity. If you respect me a foot, I'll return you 10 feet. If you bully me a foot, I'll bully you 10 feet. As long as someone bullied her, she would think of a way to make the other party pay back 10 times, 100 times. 80 strikes, not one less. Ji Yunhao had managed to survive. When he was helped down from the torture stool, he was already badly mutilated. There was not a single piece of flesh on his back that was intact. He could not even stand. When the servant removed the gag from his mouth, he immediately cried out, "She's Ning Xiuma. Imperial Father, she is Ning Xiuma." He desperately raised a bloody hand and pointed at the boy. It was earth-shattering. Other than Ji Yanhuang, everyone present looked at the boy. Lu Hinti also slightly narrowed his eyes. He looked at the boy and then at Ji Yunhao. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't Ning Xiuma dead? It's her. Imperial Father. It was her. Son recognizes her eyes. Ji Yunhao's tone was excited and certain. Lu Hinti could not help but look at Ji Yanhuang. Huang, or isn't this celestial child under the ancestor? Before Ji Yanhuang could say anything, the boy had already raised his hand and removed the mask on his face. He smiled and bowed to Lu Hinti. Xiuma thanks your majesty for clearing Xiuma's injustice and giving Xiuma justice. Lu Hinti was speechless. Ji Yanhuang also took the opportunity to apologize. Imperial Father, please forgive me. Son had no other choice. Xiuma insisted on proving her innocence, so Son brought her into the palace in disguise. Chapter 97. Lu Hinti stared blankly for a moment. His mood was obviously not good. What exactly happened? She didn't die and escaped from prison? There was obviously a trap waiting for Ning Xiuma to jump into. If she admitted that she escaped from prison, it would be another crime. Ning Xiuma immediately replied, "Your Majesty, I didn't escape from prison. I was released by someone." She had already thought of an excuse in her mind. This humble girl was wrongly accused and was sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison by official Lu without distinguishing between right and wrong. This humble girl was unable to cry out for justice in such a dark place. Fortunately, Tu Yidao listened to this humble girl's grievances. He also respected my father for being a good official who served the country and the people. Thus, he boldly decided to let this humble girl out. This humble girl could actually take advantage of the night to escape, but this humble girl is still Marquis Ning's daughter. If this humble girl were to run away like this, it would smear my father's name and ruin his illustrious reputation. Shuima also thought that His Majesty should be kept in the dark about this matter. Once he knew the truth, he would definitely clear Shuima's name. Therefore, Shuima went to beg Crown Prince and asked him to bring Shuima into the palace to plead her grievances. Crown Prince was kind and righteous, so he immediately started to investigate this matter. Relying on his outstanding ability, he found clues to this case. Because he was afraid that Shuima's appearance would alarm His Majesty, he let Shuima follow him in disguise. Her words were 70% true and 30% false. There were no loopholes. Even Lu Hinti couldn't find any fault with her words. Lu Hinti paused for a moment and coldly said, "From what I know, that Tu Yidao wasn't so chivalrous." Ji and Wang stepped forward. "Imperial Father, I've also investigated this matter. Tu Yidao didn't release Miss Ning completely because of his chivalrous heart. Instead, it was because Miss Ning used her superb medical skills to treat his legs. That was why he took the risk to release her. The 4 prison guards under him and the guards guarding the prison can all testify. He explained everything in great detail, including how Tu Yidao drowned because he was too happy and drunk. Finally, he added, Imperial Father, although Tu Yidao's actions were wrong, by a free combination of factors, he managed to save Miss Ning's life. He prevented her from dying a wrongful death and gave the imperial family a chance to remedy the situation. It should be Marquis Ning's spirit in heaven protecting Miss Yuning." The last sentence reminded Lu Hinti of the nightmare he had this morning. He coughed once, not wanting to let the matter drop. Ning Shuima being released is one thing, but why did she disguise herself as the ancestor's fairy child? Because of this, he didn't dare to show favoritism and had to beat up his son. Ning Shuima widened her eyes and said innocently, "This humble girl has never said that I am the ancestor's fairy child. So your majesty has misunderstood my identity?" Lu Hinti choked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Ning Shuima had never said such a thing. Everything was just a misunderstanding he had speculated. It was all this girl's fault for behaving so strangely just now. She knew too many strange things, and the ancestor's servant also had this characteristic. Furthermore, she was coincidentally brought in by Ji and Huang, so he had this kind of misunderstanding. Damn it. Actually, they did it on purpose. Lucian Emperor could not help but glare at Ji and Huang. He was still not reconciled. Ning Shuima, I have helped you clear your name. However, you did not reveal your true face to others. In the end, you have committed the crime of deceiving the monarch. Ning Shuima blinked again. Didn't your majesty pardon Shuima in advance for deceiving the emperor? Chapter 98. So she had been waiting for him all along. This little girl was really careful at every step. Her actions were watertight, and even he had unknowingly fallen into her trap. This time, Lu Hinti was truly at a loss for words. He couldn't help but size up Ning Shuima. The little girl was kneeling there, her head slightly tilted as she looked at him. Her eyes were clear, and she looked innocent. Her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Hinti's intuition told him that this little girl wasn't simple. Marquis Jingyuan was hot-blooded and loyal, and he did things openly and above board. Even his wife was only a gentle and virtuous daughter of a humble family. She only knew how to take care of her husband and children, and she didn't have any schemes. Who would have thought that she would give birth to such a clever and eccentric daughter? At first glance, this girl was like a puddle of clear water. But at second glance, she was like an extremely deep pool. The pool looked clear and shallow, but in reality, it was unfathomable. This kind of girl was a combination of contradictions, and she was also like a small light source. Unknowingly, she attracted everyone's attention. He couldn't help but look at Ji Yoon Hao. Was his brat blind? He didn't want such a good girl, and instead chose to like that brainless Hu Daichong. He said in a low voice, "You were actually able to cure Tui Dao's leg? Your medical skills can be considered very high. You also know a lot of strange things. I wonder who your teacher is?" Ning Shuama smoothly replied, "No one taught me. It was a gift from the heavens." A gift from the heavens? Lu Hinti clearly didn't believe her. What kind of gift from the heavens? Ning Shuama casually replied, "It's probably because the heavens pitted Shuama for being alone, so they sent an immortal to teach Shuama medical skills in her dreams, so that Shuama could have a skill to rely on." What did the immortal look like in your dreams? This emperor's inquiries were really detailed. Ning Shuama secretly rolled her eyes. She could only casually make up a story. The immortal in the dream probably used some kind of camouflage technique. Shuama couldn't see his true appearance. I only vaguely remembered that he seemed to be wearing an ice-cold mask and was dressed in white. His aura was extremely strong, like a snow sculpture. Lu Hinti's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly stood up. "Di Zun." "Huh?" Ning Shuama's eyes widened. It can't be right. She had only made up a few words, and he had already connected her with the Overlord. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Ever since she came to this continent, she had heard of the ancestor's reputation like thunder. She knew that he was the most popular person on this continent and was worshipped by mortals like an immortal. Unfortunately, even though she was saved by him once, she still didn't know whether he was round or flat. It seemed that not many people on this continent knew his true identity. He was extremely mysterious. Ning Shuama had seen countless experts' demeanors in her previous life. They were also extremely cold and noble. They had an appearance that didn't talk to mortals, and when they spoke, they were like clouds and mist, full of zen. They had the highest level of being able to make people unable to understand them, and they were very pretentious. They were also widely worshipped by the masses, and many high officials and nobles fought to give them tickets to become their disciples. Outside, they were also very mysterious, and some people even worshipped them as saviors. However, after Ning Shuama deliberately made friends with them a few times, she was always able to easily see through their disguises and beat them back to their original selves. Using Ning Shuama's summary, the so-called Great Master was a deceitful person who liked to bring you along to act pretentious and sore. He didn't have much ability, but he had a lot of ability to bluff people. He was a complete swindler. You said that he was wearing white clothes? That white clothes looked like they were woven from clouds and mist. Was the mask on his face different every time? But they all had the same kind of aura. Chapter 99. You said he was wearing a white robe? That white robe looked like it was woven from clouds. Is the mask on his face different every time? But they all have the same aura. Lu Hinti asked a series of questions. Ning Shuama answered vaguely. This seems to be the case. But I can't remember. Because every time I wake up, I can't remember the immortal's appearance. I only remember the medical skills he taught me. Her answer was very slippery, neither admitting nor denying, making everyone unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. Is it the legendary dream entering technique? Lu Hinti slowly sat down, becoming more and more bewildered. Rumor has it that the emperor's selection of disciples is extremely strict, and the conditions are unimaginably harsh. He didn't accept anyone who wasn't a peerless genius, a disciple of the imperial family, an ugly person, a talkative person, and even a dark-skinned person. All in all, there were very few people in the entire continent who could catch his eye. It had been several decades since he had accepted a new disciple. Why would he inexplicably use the most profound dream entering technique to teach Ning Shuama? This is illogical. More importantly, didn't the ancestor no longer accept female disciples? Why did he break his vow this time? But if the immortal in Ning Shuama's dream was not him, then who else could it be? As far as he knows, in the entire Tianci continent, only the emperor can use the dream entering technique, It is impossible for there to be a second person. And according to Ning Xiuma's description of the immortal's appearance, is roughly consistent with the emperor's. What qualities does this little girl have that made the emperor so fond of her? He couldn't help but look at Ning Xiuma several times. Could it be that this little girl is actually a genius? Is there something wrong with the crystal? No, he had to test her aptitude with his own eyes. If she really is a peerless genius, then he will throw caution to the wind and not care about the reputation of the royal family, and let his proudest son take her as his concubine. He suddenly stood up and said to Ning Xiuma with an amiable expression, "Xiuma, come with me." Ning Xiuma naturally didn't know what Lu Hinti was thinking. She had no choice but to follow him. Ji and Wang's eyes flashed, and he moved to her side. He held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Imperial Father won't do anything to you." His palm was warm, causing Ning Xiuma's heart to feel slightly warm. This time, she was able to turn over a new leaf because of the Crown Prince's help. She clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Towards the Crown Prince, she was very grateful. She was the boss of the Secret Service in her previous life, and her subordinates all listened to her. At that time, she led them through who knows how many life and death situations. In the most dangerous times, she often said, "I'm here for everything," always giving everyone strength. They really trusted her wholeheartedly, and she really used all kinds of methods to win by surprise and lead them out of their predicament. What she often did was to shelter others from the wind and rain. And now, there was someone who stepped forward to shelter her from the wind and rain. It turns out that the feeling of being sincerely cared for is also very good. Ning Xiuma never had the habit of holding hands with others. She lifted her hand and brushed her hair, taking the opportunity to withdraw her hand. She smiled and said, "Yin Huang, thank you." Ji Yinhuang's heart jumped. After knowing each other for so many days, this was the first time she called him by his name. Originally, other than his imperial father and brother, he would feel offended if other people directly called him by his name. But today, when this little girl called him by his name, his heart felt warm. Chapter 100. He also smiled. "Xiuma, there's no need to be polite between us." The two of them followed Lu Hinti side by side. Since the emperor had left, the officials naturally dispersed. Ji Yunhao, who had just been punished, was left alone. No one cared about him anymore. Ji Yunhao could no longer walk. He was supported by a guard to lie down on a bench. He stared blankly at his brother and Ning Xiuma as they walked away. He clenched his fists. She should have been his wife, or even his concubine. But now, she was gradually drifting away from him, and it was impossible for her to return to his side. Unwillingness, anger, resentment, all kinds of complicated emotions coiled around his chest. He was really blind. He mistakenly threw away the luminous pearl as trash, but he took a fish eye as a treasure and brought it home. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he could start over again, he definitely would not choose to force her to break off the engagement. Instead, he would imprison her by his side, allowing her to blossom only for him. Could it be that he had to let her go now? No, he was not willing to. Ji Yunhao's face flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that his imperial father demoted him to a commoner to give an explanation to General Hu and Ning Xiuma. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Soon, his imperial father would definitely find a reason to restore his status as a prince. Wasn't his imperial residence not taken back? His trusted aides were still there. He would make a comeback. In the solemn and serene main hall, black and white were its main colors. There were very few furnishings in the main hall. There was only a crystal platform, and on top of the crystal platform, there were 5 different colored crystal pillars. Next to each crystal pillar, there was an old man wearing a different colored robe. Seeing Lu Hinti enter, the 5 of them cupped their hands in greeting. "Your Majesty." They were the guardians of the psychokinesis crystal pillars and were not bound by the secular world. They only respected the strong, so they were more polite to Ji Yunhuang than to Lu Hinti. They bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Ning Xiuma finally understood why Lu Hinti brought her here. It seemed like the Emperor was suspicious of her aptitude and wanted to re-examine it. She raised her eyes to look at the 5 crystal pillars, and then looked at the 5 envoys who were constantly sizing her up with gazes as sharp as knives. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression the 5 envoys would have if she was still found to have a trash aptitude. What kind of expression would the Emperor have? She sighed inwardly. Actually, she really didn't want to be a good-for-nothing, but this small body might not be able to live up to her expectations. 5 elders, please test this little girl's aptitude. Lu Hin Ti instructed. The 5 elders looked at Ning Xiuma suspiciously. In the vast Sky Empire, the aptitude test was carried out before the age of 3, and the young lady in front of him was obviously over the age limit. Besides, they were here to test the aptitude of the children of the royal family, and there was only one princess. They had never heard of a second one. Could it be that this was also a dragon seed left behind by the Emperor when he was young? Is she also His Majesty's princess? One of the men in red asked. Lu Hin Ti was speechless. She made it sound like he was a playboy. He was very picky when it came to this. It was not easy for a dragon seed to be left outside, and Jian Yao was an exception. 5 elders, she is the daughter of Marquis Jing Yuan, General Ning's daughter, Ning Xiuma. She is not a princess. Jian Huang promptly explained. Marquis Jing Yuan's daughter? That big trash? The elder in green was obviously disdainful. Damn, it seemed like her reputation as a trash was not small. She had reached a certain level of being a trash. Chapter 101. Deep down, Ning Xiuma was an unperturbed child. Their level of offensive language was nothing to her. She treated it as a kind of gas. She smiled and took a step forward. It's rare that Xiuma's reputation has reached the ears of the elders who guard the crystal pillars every day. Xiuma is very honored. Perhaps one's physique is innate, but it doesn't mean one has no ability. Everyone who works hard should be respected. Since the 5 elders are able to serve the imperial family, I presume that your cultivation and temperament are top-notch. You won't be as shallow as those ordinary people. Don't you think so? The 5 elders were speechless. Ning Xiuma was clearly praising them, but they could not refute her. She stood there with a smile. Her eyes were like pearls, sparkling with light. Her thin lips were slightly pursed, as if she was smiling but not smiling. At such a young age, she had a kind of temperament. Standing in front of her, the 5 elders actually felt ashamed of their inferiority. Her words also made their hearts move. Physique was indeed innate. Did people who were born trash deserve to be despised by everyone? Couldn't they live openly? Then what was the difference between them and ordinary people? The 5 elders usually thought highly of themselves and thought that they were extraordinary. Now that they heard Ning Xiuma's words, they were angry at first, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt a little ashamed. They could not help but look at Ning Xiuma again. No matter if this girl was trash in psychokinesis or not, she was not simple, just based on her temperament. She could throw the so-called psychokinesis geniuses several streets away. Miss Ning, please. The black-clothed elder gestured, his tone no longer showing any disdain. Thank you. Ning Xiuma smiled and slowly walked forward. The test of aptitude followed the order of water, metal, earth, fire, wood. Ning Xiuma followed their instructions and tested them one by one. Just as she expected, a miracle did not happen because of her transmigrator. The first 4 crystal pillars did not have any reaction at all. They did not light up at all. There were actually many useless people on this continent, but even the most ordinary person would have some sort of reaction if they pressed their palms on the crystal pillar. The more ordinary a person was, the more varied their telekinesis aptitude was. Some people could even make the 5 pillars light up faintly. It was also their first time seeing someone like Ning Xiuma. Although it was within her expectations, Ning Xiuma's heart still felt a bit uncomfortable. It seemed like her psychokinesis was really trash. It wasn't like those stories about strong women who transmigrated to another world where the testing equipment malfunctioned. Although she was a little disappointed, Ning Xiuma didn't take it to heart because she was already mentally prepared. On the other hand, Jian Huang could not bear to see her like this. Seeing that she was walking towards the green crystal pillar again, he reached out to stop her. Shuama, there's no need for the test. Ning Shuama's big eyes curved. It's okay. When you do something, you have to do it to the end. You can't give up halfway. She pushed his hand away and strode towards the pillar. Ji and Huang's expression changed slightly as he looked at her back. Not everyone had the courage to face failure head-on like this. If it was an ordinary girl, she would have stopped while she was ahead. She would have left some hope for others, and for herself, she would not be like her. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, she would ask for a clear result. The five elders' eyes also revealed a look of admiration. This little girl had courage. Chapter 102. When Ning Shuama placed her palm on the green crystal pillar, the green crystal pillar did not have any reaction, just as everyone had expected. Ning Shuama smiled bitterly in her heart. She removed her hand from the crystal pillar and shrugged her shoulders. She walked down. Just as she stepped down from the platform, the green crystal pillar that had been dim all this while suddenly glowed faintly. Everyone looked at the crystal pillar, but the light disappeared in a flash, and the pillar returned to its original appearance. Ji and Huang, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. He took a step forward and said, Shuama, try again carefully. Maybe you have a wood element psychokinesis aptitude. Ning Shuama's heart was filled with hope. She placed her right hand on the pillar again. At first, the crystal pillar didn't have any reaction, but after a while, a faint green light shone from the bottom of the crystal pillar and climbed up little by little. When it reached the height of an inch, it stopped moving. It shook slightly and extinguished like a flame. Everyone was speechless. The crystal pillar was 1 meter high. The higher the psychokinesis, the higher the part of the pillar that lit up. 3 inches represented the first level of psychokinesis. An ordinary person would usually light up between 3 and 6 inches. Those who were slightly better could light up to 12 inches, which was the 3rd level. They could be considered to have better aptitudes. Ji Yunhuang's pillar was 20 inches high, which was already considered a genius. Ning Shuama pressed on the pillar for a long time, but it only lit up a little. It was not even enough to light up the 1st level. Lu Hinti looked at Ning Shuama with disappointment. She was still a trash after all. She was not worthy of his most outstanding son. Ji Yunhuang coughed lightly and smiled. Congratulations, Shuama. It seems that the crystal pillar was wrong. You still have wood element psychokinesis. Ning Shuama had stayed here for a while and knew that her aptitude was not good enough. She was only slightly better than a super trash. However, she was not discouraged. After all, she still had some potential, right? As long as she made good use of it, there was still room for improvement. Moreover, she could still cultivate her inner energy. This body was a good seedling for cultivating inner force. She clapped her hands and smiled nonchalantly in response to Ji Yunhuang's congratulations. Many thanks. She then jumped down from the stage and asked Lihinti to leave. Your Majesty, there shouldn't be anything for this humble girl to do, right? Can this humble girl return home now? She had already been out for 2 days and 1 night. Right now, Marquis Jingyuan's mansion was in a complete mess. I don't know if that international friend's chastity testing beast is roaring because it can't communicate with people. Before Lihinti could say anything, Ji and Huang also jumped down and landed beside Ning Shuama. Shuama, this prince will send you back. Lu Hinti calmly looked at his son and then looked at Ning Shuama. His brows slightly furrowed. His son seemed to be very concerned about this little girl. This was not a good sign. He had to think of another way to completely dispel his son's ideas that he shouldn't have. His son was so outstanding. Naturally, he needed the most outstanding and perfect girl to match him. Ning Shuama was obviously not good enough. What method should he use? After all, she was Marquis Jingyuan's daughter. He couldn't be too ruthless. Just as he was thinking of a way to satisfy both sides, the inner palace chief steward, who had always been calm outside, suddenly rushed in. He ran too quickly and almost tripped on the doorstep. Before he could steady himself, he used an excited voice to report to Lu Hinti, Your Majesty, Dizun. Dizun has come to visit. Chapter 103. Before he could even steady himself, he used an excited voice to report to Lu Hin Ti, "Your Majesty, the ancestor has come to visit." Everyone was shocked. Lu Hin Ti suddenly turned around and walked out in large strides. "Pass down the order. Clean the streets with fresh flowers. Let everyone welcome the ancestor." He hurriedly took 2 steps out and turned around to instruct Ji and Huang and Ning Xuema. "You two also come with me to welcome him." Ning Xuema was speechless. Ji and Huang aside, why did the emperor call her? Shouldn't only those with official positions have the qualifications to welcome him? Why did he call a commoner girl like her? She really wanted to go back to her own residence to rest. She didn't want to welcome that old swindler. However, since the emperor had given this order, her small arms could not twist the emperor's thighs. She could only follow unwillingly. The efficiency of the imperial palace was not to be underestimated. Although the ancestors' arrival was sudden, the people in the imperial palace were still orderly. In just a moment, they had already formed 2 rows in front of and behind the emperor and hurriedly walked towards the palace gate. Ning Xuema walked side by side with Ji and Huang. She quietly asked, "It seems like the ancestor doesn't come often." "Of course. The last time he came was 18 years ago. That's not right. Didn't he appear once a few days ago? That time, he even conveniently gave her justice. That time, he was just passing by. He only appeared for a quarter of an hour before leaving. So, his appearance was just for show." Ning Xuema was extremely speechless. "That's right. You said that the hot spring in your residence was created by the ancestor. Could it be that it was 18 years ago?" Ji and Huang nodded. "That's right. At that time, I was only 5 years old. Imperial Father had just built the Crown Prince residence for me. I didn't even have time to live there before I was fortunate enough to become the place where the ancestor was received. Furthermore, the ancestor only stayed there for 2 days before leaving. Imperial Father only paid him a visit once. This Dizun really knows how to show off to the highest level. He should have some skills, right?" Ning Xuema unkindly ridiculed him in her heart. How old is the ancestor? Since she was bored and couldn't leave, she decided to gossip. Ji and Huang shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Aren't you his grand disciple? How could he not even know Master's age? Isn't this grand disciple of yours too unqualified?" Ji and Huang lightly sighed. "Don't talk about me. I'm afraid that even my master doesn't know. The ancestor accepts a new disciple every 80 years or so. Currently, the ancestor has a total of 18 disciples under his tutelage, and my master is the youngest. My master is already 60 years old this year." Ning Xuema was speechless. According to this calculation, it had been 1,500 years since the ancestor had accepted a disciple. This was not even counting the number of years he had spent before he accepted a disciple. The lifespan of the people in this era was no different from that of her original era. An ordinary person could live up to 80 years old. Only those who had reached the first rank of the Earth level could slow down their aging. The higher their cultivation, the longer their lifespan. When one reached the 8th level of the Earth level, they could break through the limits of life and live for 1,000 years. However, they wouldn't be immortal and would die after a certain age. For example, the first few disciples that the ancestor had accepted were no longer in this world. According to legend, only when one's psychokinesis broke through the 2nd rank of the heaven level could one truly break through the barrier of life and death and become immortal. Could it be that the ancestor had really become a deity? He was close to 2,000 years old and could be compared to the god of longevity. Chapter 104. He was close to 2,000 years old and could be compared to the god of longevity. She wondered if his face was also as red as the god of longevity. Ning Xuema began to imagine the ancestor's appearance in her mind. The palace gates opened wide. Ning Xuema followed the welcoming team out of the palace gates and finally saw the ancestor's carriage. It was still the same sedan chair that was as bright as the day, the same young girls wrapped around the sedan chair with fine muslin, the same delicate and pretty boy leading the way, and behind the sedan chair were still the same tall and straight youths who could run for model. Apart from the ancestor's carriage, Everyone else who passed by knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Lu Hinti waved his hand, and the civil and military officials behind him all knelt down. Ning Xiuman naturally could not stand there, and also knelt down. Lu Hinti bowed in greeting. "Welcome, ancestor." "Don't." A word finally came out from the sedan chair, a word that was as precious as gold. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She finally heard the ancestor speak. His voice did not sound old or young, like the wind at the top of the mountain, faintly blowing past everyone's ears. Lu Hinti said a bunch of polite words about the ancestor's presence. Although he did not bow down to the ancestor, his respectful appearance was like a greeting to the heavens. Ning Xiuman knelt there until her knees hurt. She could not help but curse in her heart. This emperor was even more long-winded than some leaders who made reports. But his ability to improvise was really good. He wasn't like some leaders who read from a script. She heard that the ancestor liked to be quiet and did not like people to be long-winded. Why was he so calm this time? Was it a way to show off? She could not help but quietly look up at the sedan chair. The emperor had spoken for so long. "Why don't you say something again?" But the group of people stood there quietly, not even coughing. There was no sound from the sedan chair, not even half a word. Even though Lu Hinti was talking to himself, the venerable emperor had no intention of getting off the palanquin. Lu Hinti said a lot of things, but he still didn't get any response from the other side. He felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, a boy stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Venerable D said that he will only rest here for 3 days. He only needs a really clean courtyard. Your Majesty doesn't need to be busy with other things." Lu Hinti's face reddened. The ancestor's arrival was too sudden, and the palace's preparations were not complete. He had deliberately said so much in front of the palace gate, but it was only to delay a little bit so that the palace servants could prepare properly. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to see through it with a single glance? He could only bow again and didn't dare to be long-winded. "Ancestor, please." The ancestor's carriage finally entered. Ning Xiuma finally saw the venerable sovereign's extravagance with her own eyes. The boy in front casually threw down a snow-white carpet, as if he had laid a layer of white clouds on the road. After the venerable emperor's carriage passed, the boy in the back put away the carpet. The whole group of people walked lightly, as if they were floating on the clouds. It was magnificent, as if the sun god was patrolling the sky. Ning Xiuma sighed in her heart. Compared to the venerable emperor, the old monster of Xingxiu, who made his disciples shout civil and martial virtues, unifying Jianghu every time he went out, was really weak. This was the highest level of pretentiousness. Zhang Yang was low-key and noble. He was worthy of being a monarch who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. This aura was simply natural. It was impossible not to be convinced. Chapter 105. The palace was the place where the emperor lived. The eunuchs and palace maids were all cautious and conscientious. No matter which hall it was, they were all clean and spotless. There were very few places that were unclean. However, Lu Hinti understood that the cleanliness that the ancestor wanted was not the usual kind of cleanliness, but the kind of cleanliness that no one had ever lived in. Fortunately, there were many halls in the palace, so it was not difficult to find one. Chongwen Palace was the best place to go. With Lu Hinti personally leading the way, the ancestor's sedan chair finally stopped at the entrance of Chongwen Palace. Ning Xiuma unconsciously held her breath. She could finally see the ancestor's true appearance. He could not possibly let people carry the sedan chair into the main hall, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the young men and women beside the sedan chair flashed, like a blooming flower surrounding the sedan chair. Ning Xiuma's lips twitched. These people were holding a piece of gauze made of unknown material in their hands, which densely covered the sedan chair. The gauze was thin and transparent, reflecting the sunlight, flashing with a rainbow light. And in this rainbow light, one could faintly see a person coming down from the sedan chair. Because of the veil, Ning Xiuma was unable to clearly see the person's appearance. She could only vaguely make out a person's silhouette. It was as if a floating immortal was draped in multicolored light as it walked into the main hall. When the gauze was removed, The figure in front of the main hall could no longer be seen. Even the sedan chair was nowhere to be found. The young men stood in a fan shape at the entrance. Ning Xiuma. No way. After being busy for so long, she could only see a vague figure. What loss? No wonder Ji and Huang, as his grand disciple, had only seen him twice. This ancestor was too difficult to meet. His every move was being closely guarded by the guards. Could it be that he had to be surrounded even when he went to the toilet? She looked at Lu Hinti, who was also blocked outside, then looked at Ji and Huang. She could not help but yawn and whispered, "Your Highness, the ancestor has already come in. There's nothing else for me to do, right? Can I leave now?" Although the ancestor was mysterious, Ning Xiuma did not have any interest in finding out. She felt that rather than looking at the birthday boy who covered his face, it was better to go back and look at Tom's bitter face. As soon as she finished speaking, the main hall's door opened, and a boy walked out slowly. He said in a clear voice, "The ancestor invites your majesty to have an audience after you have bathed. Your majesty can bring 2 people in. The rest can leave. The ancestor likes peace." Ning Xiuma's heart was filled with joy. The emperor could only bring 2 people with him, so he definitely wouldn't choose her to accompany him. She could finally go home and sleep. Just as she was about to cheerfully bid farewell to Ji and Huang, Emperor Lu Xian spoke. "Yin Huang Xiuma, quickly go bathe and change your clothes. Accompany me to meet the emperor." Ning Xiuma, why did the ancestor brought her? She was just a commoner with no background and no one to rely on. Okay. Her heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the old ancestor was fooled by her nonsense about heaven's gift and thought that the ancestor was the one who came into her dream to teach her medical skills? Was that why he wanted to bring her in to verify it? Could he not be so melodramatic? She could run into the biggest boss just by talking nonsense. She did not have any objections to Lu Hin Ti treating her as the ancestor's disciple. After all, she could make the ancestor think twice before doing anything to her. But if she went in and exposed this lie, she did not know what the ancestor would do to her. She was just about to find a reason to refuse when a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. "Father, I can accompany you in with Brother Crown Prince." Chapter 106. Ning Xiuma turned her head and saw a young girl fluttering in from behind. Her palace dress fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was cool and elegant. It was Princess Ji Yunyao, the one who harbored special feelings for her elder brother. In front of her imperial father and her elder brother, she was much gentler and no longer had her previous arrogance. She first greeted Lu Hinti and Ji and Huang, then quietly pushed aside Ning Xiuma and stood side by side with Ji and Huang. She intimately held his arm and said, "Brother Crown Prince, let Yunyao go in with you, okay?" Ji and Huang, who had always been indifferent to others, saw this little sister and his brows relaxed a lot. He patted her hand and said, "Aren't you cultivating in the courtyard? Why did you come out?" Ji Yunyao pouted and said, "I just happened to come back to the palace. Since the ancestor wants 2 people to accompany Imperial Father, naturally, they must be people of similar status. It can't be just any random person. Yunyao is the most suitable candidate. Imperial Father, don't you think so?" After she finished speaking, she glanced at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma almost wanted to yawn. The ancestor wanted Lu Hinti to bring 2 people in, but it was only for them to kneel and listen to his orders. What else could it be? She didn't want to do the job of waiting on others. Although this princess's words were a bit arrogant, it was exactly what she wanted. Therefore, Ning Xiuma also took the opportunity to say, "Princess is right. If Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince accompany His Majesty, then it will truly complement each other. This humble girl still has matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. This humble girl will take her leave." Ji and Huang slightly frowned and glanced at Ning Xiuma. Seeing her smiling face, his intuition told him that this little fox actually wanted to slip away. Lu Hinti straightforwardly said, "Yunyao, don't cause trouble. Xiuma, you and Yunhuang will accompany me in. Quickly go bathe and change your clothes. Yunyao, go back and cultivate first. Don't cause trouble here. This is an imperial edict. Go quickly." Once the emperor's imperial edict was issued, even Ji Yunyao didn't dare to disobey. She bit her lip and unwillingly replied with a yes. She then coldly glanced at Ning Xiumao before turning to leave. Ning Xiumao almost rubbed her forehead. The old emperor was afraid that her life would be too carefree, so he made another enemy for her. A jealous princess was the most annoying, especially when it was the princess who harbored feelings for her elder brother and tried her best to get rid of her dissidents by any means necessary. That was even more detestable. There is a beauty in the north who stands aloof from the world. A single glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a country. Her clothes were reflected in the clouds, and her face was reflected in the flowers. She suspected that they had met under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. The moment Ning Xiumao finally saw the Dizun, all the poems that she had learned to describe beauties flashed through her mind. She felt that these poems were actually quite appropriate to describe the ancestor who was sitting at the head of the table. However, he had to change a few words. For example, changing it to the first seat has a beauty standing aloof from the world. The first ice chills the heart. The second ice chills the entire seat. The clouds think of clothes made of ice, resembling a glacier meeting under the moon. A living ice sculpture. A beautiful living ice sculpture. A living ice sculpture that was snow white, with only black hair and eyes. He was wearing a snow-white robe of unknown material, which was unbelievably large. On the robe, there were dark patterns in the shape of clouds moving. Along with the owner's occasional movements, those clouds seemed to float and move. On his head was a cloud-shaped white jade crown. The jade crown looked like mutton fat jade, but its luster was much warmer than mutton fat jade. It was translucent, and there seemed to be wind and clouds flowing inside. His long hair was like a curtain that flowed like water behind him, dragging directly on the ground with the white robe. Chapter 107. Move. His long hair was like a curtain of water flowing behind him, dragging directly on the ground with his white robe. White and black were intertwined, but the contrast was even more striking and soul-stirring. Sure enough, he was wearing a mask, an ice mask that covered his entire face. Not a single inch of his skin could be seen, only a pair of eyes behind the mask. To be exact, only his extremely black eyes could be seen, and even the shape of his eyes could not be seen. He just sat there like that. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in ice and snow, making it impossible to tell his age, ugliness, or beauty. If not for his tall and straight figure, Ning Xiumao would not have been able to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Ning Xiumao had never seen such a cold person in her life. Just one glance was enough to make people feel as if the coldness had seeped into their bones. It was clearly midsummer, so the room should be very hot. But this ancestor was just sitting there, emitting a faint aura, making the entire palace seem like an ice cave. The only thing missing was the cold wind whistling above their heads. This ancestor couldn't be a 1,000-year-old snow monster, right? How could he be so cold? Ning Xiumao could not help but wrap her clothes tighter around her body. Then, she looked at the people serving the ancestor, and her heart skipped a beat. The people beside the ancestor were all children with delicate features. Each of them looked like a red boy from a painting, making them extremely lovable. Among them was the child who had acted as a judge for her. He stood beside the ancestor, quietly waiting on him, slightly pursing his small lips without speaking or moving. These children were clearly very lovable, but each of their small faces was as cold and solemn as the ancestor. As for the accompanying young girls, each one of them stood far away, not moving forward. They were clearly at a lively age, but they were standing there like old pedants, acting like statues. What a waste! What a waste! Ning Xiumao secretly shook her head and frowned. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze sweep over her. She subconsciously raised her head and met the eyes of the familiar child. Ning Xiumao thought of his benevolence and slightly nodded her head at him, the corner of her lips curling up. The boy's eyes were like black crystals. His gaze was calm as he stared at Ning Xiumao for a moment. Then, he looked away and continued to stand there with his eyes lowered. Ning Xiuma didn't care. She sighed again. That time at the square, although this child was also cold and aloof, at least he was still somewhat popular. But now, standing next to the ancestor, there wasn't even the slightest trace of vitality. It seemed that the ice sculpture syndrome was contagious. The coldness also made Lu Hinti uncomfortable. He secretly activated the telekinesis in his body to protect himself. Only then was he able to speak as if nothing had happened. Naturally, he uttered another round of eloquent phrases. The venerable sovereign just sat there with his eyes slightly lowered. No one knew if he had heard him or not. From Ning Xiuma's angle, she could only see his thick and long eyelashes. Lu Hinti's enthusiastic welcome speech didn't receive a single word from him. This venerable sovereign hadn't come for decades. Now, he suddenly came to the palace with great fanfare. There had to be some official business, right? But now, he didn't say a single word. He was acting like an ice sculpture, not eating, drinking, or receiving. Could it be that he was just here to act cool and make his presence known? Ning Xiuma was suspicious. She glanced at Lu Hinti again. She was a little surprised. Lu Hinti's face was green and his lips were white. Although he was still standing there, his clothes were trembling slightly. There was even a faint layer of frost on his forehead. It was obvious that he was extremely cold. Chapter 108. Ning Xiuma also felt cold, but it was still within a tolerable range. She did not need to circulate her energy to resist the cold. She looked at Ji Yanhuang again. Ji Yanhuang's face was also slightly pale, but his complexion was much better than Lu Hinti's. His body was also not trembling. He looked normal. The main hall was silent for a while. Even a pin drop could be heard. This silence made Lu Hinti uncomfortable. As the host, how could he allow an awkward silence? However, he had already finished reading the poem that Hamlin Academy's great scholar had specially written for him. He had even memorized the original manuscript. If he wanted to continue, he would have to improvise. However, he did not understand this ancestor very well. He could not think of any common topics to talk about. Talk. Only when the other party responded could it be called a conversation. Although there were many people in the main hall, there was not a single person who could respond. Lu Hinti was completely talking to himself. He was somewhat embarrassed and wanted to think of something to say. "You may leave." The ancestor finally opened his mouth. Lu Hinti felt as if he had been pardoned. "My mother." He could finally be free. He bowed again and said, "Yes, this little Huang will leave now." "Ancestor, this little Huang specially brought the two of them. If the ancestor needs anything, just instruct them." He pointed at Ning Xiuma and Ji Yanhuang who were standing behind him. Damn, she knew that they were here to be maids. At this time, she could not say no. Therefore, Ning Xiuma could only stand side by side with Ji Yanhuang and salute. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The ancestor did not say anything. He only raised his hand slightly, indicating that they were dismissed. Ning Xiuma took the opportunity to stand up. She could feel a pair of ice-cold eyes on her body. It was strange. That time in the plaza, she and the ancestor were not only separated by a crown, but also by the bodies of countless people within a few dozen meters. But that time, she clearly felt a pair of ice-cold eyes sweep over her. That one glance made her shiver in the hot weather. That feeling was so distinct that it was still fresh in her memory. Now, this ancestor was sizing her up again. Although his gaze was cold, it was strangely different from before. It was as if they were not the same person. Perhaps the first time, the ancestor deliberately wanted to give her a show of strength, so he faintly released his aura to frighten her and punish her for her offense. But this time, he was just sizing her up, so his aura was weaker. The mask on the ancestor's face was too tight, so she couldn't see his expression. However, seeing how calm he was, perhaps he had already forgotten who she was. Lu Hinti was also secretly observing Di Zun's reaction when he saw Ning Xiuma. If he really was the master in her dreams, he would definitely have a trace of surprise or some other expression on his face when they met. However, he was soon disappointed. This venerable sovereign was born with facial paralysis and wore a mask, so he couldn't see anything. He did not give up and simply said, My son Yin Huang is your grand disciple. There is no need for me to introduce her. Although this girl looks ordinary, she has received a gift from the heavens and has some special skills. The ancestor finally raised his eyes. Although he was still calm, there was some emotion in his tone. Gift from the heavens? Special skills? That's right. This girl received a gift from a deity in her dreams last year. Her medical skills are superb. Lu Hinti spoke again. He wanted to introduce her in detail. The ancestor only answered him with a single word, neither salty nor light. Chapter 109. The ancestor only replied with a single word. Lucian Emperor couldn't see anything from the ancestor's reply, nor could he guess anything. Although Lu Hinti was unwilling, this place was really too cold for him. It was so cold that he almost couldn't stand. Before he directly turned into an ice sculpture, he could only choose to leave. The ancestor was meditating. He didn't eat or drink. The hall was so cold that even mosquitoes and flies didn't enter. Naturally, there was no need to fan him to drive the mosquitoes away. The room was also so clean that it was as if it had been washed with alcohol. Not to mention dust, even germs couldn't be found. In this kind of situation, Ning Xumo really didn't know what she was supposed to do. She stood in place for a while and looked at the young girls and boys. They were all like wooden sculptures with their eyes slightly closed and heads lowered, as if they were also meditating. These people's cultivation was obviously not low. When they were meditating, even their breathing couldn't be heard. The entire hall was so quiet that it was like a tomb for the living dead. Not a single sound could be heard. Ning Xuemo was going crazy. This ancestor came all the way here just to occupy this palace and pretend to be an ice sculpture. It was fine if he wanted to pretend to be an ice sculpture, but he shouldn't drag her into it. She had been tossing and turning until now and hadn't had a good night's sleep. She was very sleepy and missed the new big bed in her residence. Moreover, the injuries on her body hadn't completely healed. Now that she had been standing for a long time, the injury on her back was faintly aching. Xuema, meditate. Ji and Huang's voice came from beside her ear. It came from his mouth and directly entered her ears. No one else could hear it. Ning Xuema glanced at Ji and Huang beside her and found that he had also closed his eyes and was meditating. His cultivation was high. Even though they were so close, Ning Xuema couldn't hear his breathing. Meditating while standing? Please forgive her for not knowing how to do it. She would rather go back and be a corpse than be an ice sculpture here. Ning Xuema smiled faintly. Suddenly, she stepped forward and said, Ancestor, is there anything you need Xuema to do? Her voice was clear and melodious, like a stream splashing down on a rock, breaking the deathly silence here, like the first flower blooming on the icy plains. No one had ever dared to speak while the ancestor was meditating. Ji and Huang's expression changed slightly, but it was too late to stop him. The others were like ice sculptures that had come back to life. They opened their eyes one after another and stared at the person who dared to make such a ruckus in front of the ancestor. The ancestor, who had been sitting upright all this time, finally opened his eyes. His extremely dark gaze fell on Ning Xuema. He paused for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth. Are you Ning Xuema? It turned out that this venerable emperor could also speak a lot. She thought he was a monosyllabic creature. Yes, this humble girl is indeed Ning Xuema. A few days ago, I would like to thank the ancestor for speaking up for Xuema, so that Xuema would not have to die unjustly. Thank you very much. Ning Xuema's etiquette was not lacking. She smiled, perfectly revealing 4 small teeth. It was even more standard than the standard smile of an air stewardess. It was even more official and gentle. You come here. The ancestor said 3 more words. What did he want her to do? Fan him? Massage his shoulders? Or massage his legs? Ning Xuema's mind was filled with questions, but she knew that she could not disobey him. She walked over and stood about 5 meters away from him. She bowed and said, What orders does the ancestor have? Before she could finish her sentence, her feet seemed to be pulled by something indescribable. She staggered and involuntarily fell into the ancestor's arms. Damn! She did not want to throw herself into the arms of a big ice cube. Chapter 110. Ning Shuama's waist stiffly twisted, her body swaying like a butterfly. In an instant, she had already found her balance. Just as she was about to regain her footing, her wrist suddenly tightened, causing her to stagger. Finally, she took a big step forward. This step almost caused her to slip into the ancestor's wide white robe. She hurriedly stood still. At this moment, she was less than 10 centimeters away from the D-Zune. This distance could only be maintained by the person closest to her. Therefore, Ning Shuama's mind was alarmed. Could it be that this D-Zune, who looked like a super immortal and super otherworldly, was actually a wretched boy lover? This D-Zune was really not an ordinary kind of noble and virtuous person. He was actually holding her wrist with a brocade handkerchief. Did he have to be so pretentious? She calmly looked at the D-Zune's hand that was holding her wrist. That hand was perfect with slender and smooth fingers like ivory carvings, but it was also as cold as iron. Although there was a snow-white handkerchief between them, the coldness was like a line of ice that drilled into her wrist. It quickly spread up and rushed straight to her heart. Wherever it passed, her blood vessels seemed to be frozen inch by inch. Damn, you wouldn't kill her because of this, right? Naturally, she did not dare to let the coldness from his hand directly invade her heart. Otherwise, her heart would stop beating. Ning Shuama subconsciously mobilized her internal energy to fight against the ice line that suddenly drilled into her body. Unexpectedly, just as her internal energy collided with the invisible ice line, the ice line disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ning Shuama was shaken and almost hurt by her own internal energy. Fortunately, her reaction was quick-witted. As soon as she saw that something was wrong, she immediately rushed her internal energy to the place where the ice line had invaded and reopened the blood vessels there from an outsider's point of view. The D-Zune and Ning Shuama were very close. The D-Zune was holding Ning Shuama's wrist, while Ning Shuama was almost lying on the D-Zune's body. However, they were standing in a strange posture, looking very intimate. Who would have thought that these two people had actually already fought for a round? Ning Shuama had even rolled around the gates of hell and almost died. Your psychokinesis trash. This time, D-Zune's improvement was even greater. He actually said 6 words. Ning Shuama secretly rolled her eyes. Grandpa, can you not touch the pot that doesn't boil? But there's another kind of power in your body. What is it? The ancestor continued to ask, speaking more words. His breath was extremely cold. When he spoke, it was as if there was a stream of ice flowing around Ning Shuama. This guy's body was so cold, but why wasn't his blood frozen? That was really strange. Being too close to him, the coldness became even more overwhelming. Ning Shuama resisted the urge to shiver and replied, "This is the power that Shuama cultivated. You can call it inner force." Internal force? D-Zune repeated softly, his tone unclear. Suddenly, he loosened his grip. Ning Shuama's wrist was finally free. She immediately took a step back. Yes, internal force. That is what this humble girl calls it. How did you learn it? It was bestowed by the heavens. Ning Shuama pushed the credit to the heavens again. Anyway, the heavens wouldn't expose her. This was really an all-purpose reason. D-Zune was speechless. He looked into her eyes. You're lying. I wouldn't dare. Ning Shuama's eyes were full of sincerity. Shuama really brought the kung fu with her when she came. She wasn't lying. Cultivating internal force was indeed a kung fu from her world. One was sitting, and the other was standing. Ning Shuama looked at the D-Zune and suddenly felt that this posture was actually quite advantageous for her. At least she was looking down on him. Chapter 111. The two of them were so close that Ning Shuama could almost count how many eyelashes he had. She didn't know how the ancestor looked like, but his eyelashes were really handsome. They were long, dense, and distinct. He wasn't wearing fake eyelashes, was he? His eyes were as black as ink, as if he was wearing contact lenses. What are you criticizing me for? The ancestor spoke again. What? The ancestor is a man of literary and martial virtues, unifying. Ning Shuama naturally didn't admit it. Her eyes were even clearer and more innocent. She had blurted out a line from Jin Yang's novel. The ancestor asked, Unifying what? His voice was indifferent and cold. Well, Shuama is saying that the ancestor is a man of literary and martial virtues, and the whole world is convinced. Ning Shuama promptly changed her words and didn't say unifying Jianghu. The ancestor was so powerful that even the emperors of this continent had to be respectful and wait upon him, not to mention the Jianghu. Unifying Jianghu was no longer a compliment to him, but rather a belittling of his prestige. The ancestor was so fussy that she didn't want to be frozen into an ice sculpture because of few words. The ancestor looked at her indifferently for a moment and finally let go of her hand. Glib tongue, I don't know. He stopped here and didn't know what to say. Ning Shuama raised her eyes to look at him, but his mask was so tight that she couldn't see his expression and didn't know what he wanted to say. She waited for a moment, but the ancestor didn't say anything else. He slowly wiped his hands with the brocade handkerchief. Ning Shuama was speechless. She took 2 steps back. The ancestor probably doesn't have anything for Shuama to take care of. Shuama will take her leave. The ancestor was wiping his hands with the brocade handkerchief very carefully, 1 finger at a time, even the gaps between his fingers. Hearing her words, he stared at her. He raised his hand and a dark green date flew into Ning Shuama's palm. Eat it. Ning Shuama was an expert in the use of poison. She could tell if something was poisonous or not as soon as she touched it. She held the jujube in her hand and knew that it wasn't poisonous, nor was it poisoned. It was a clean thing, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to eat it. She calmly glanced at the handkerchief that the ancestor had just thrown away. It was obvious that the ancestor had a serious case of mysophobia and disdained to have any physical contact with anyone. Therefore, not only did he use the handkerchief to hold her wrist, he even wiped his hand after holding her wrist. She smiled faintly and used her sleeve to rub the jujube. Only after she had almost wiped off a layer of the jujube's skin did she reluctantly put it into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she smiled like a flower and said, "Many thanks for the jujube, ancestor." The jujube looked extremely green, but it actually tasted extremely sweet and had a strong jujube fragrance, causing her to salivate in an instant. The ancestor was speechless. He looked at the sleeve that had been pulled off by Ning Shuama after she had wiped the jujube and threw it on the ground. Unfortunately, the sleeve was lying next to the handkerchief he had thrown away. The ancestor stared at her face for a moment. Then he waved his sleeve, and the 2 pieces of cloth on the ground disappeared in an instant. 2 groups of airflow appeared and circled around Ning Shuama. Ning Shuama instantly shuddered. She had sharp eyes and saw that the 2 groups of airflow were the handkerchief and sleeve that had already been vaporized. The ancestor's skill really couldn't be underestimated. He could actually vaporize things in an instant. It seemed that he wasn't just an old swindler. He still had some skills. The 2 groups of airflow almost froze her whole body. She desperately mobilized her internal energy to circulate in her body so that she wouldn't be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Chapter 112. The 2 balls of chi almost froze her whole body. She tried her best to circulate her internal energy within her body so that she would not be frozen into an ice sculpture. However, her face and lips were covered with a layer of white frost, which looked a little scary. Ancestor. The boy behind the ancestor who had once stood up for Ning Shuama bowed. Ancestor, please be lenient. She is only a child. If she has offended Ancestor, I hope Ancestor can let her go. After all, Ancestor had once saved her life. She is actually very grateful. Ji and Huang saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly stepped forward and also bowed to plead for leniency. Under the mask, the ancestor's eyes flashed. He said indifferently, "Why would this ancestor lower himself to the same level as a child? This ancestor is only testing her martial arts." His sleeves moved slightly, and the 2 balls of chi that were revolving around Ning Shuama floated out of the main hall through the crack in the door. A low cry came from outside, and then there was no more movement. Although you are a waste, you are not completely useless. Go. The ancestor finally let her go. However, his words were somewhat malicious. In a situation where the enemy was strong and she was weak, Ning Xuemal was naturally not stupid enough to go against him. Therefore, she smiled and said, "Many thanks to the ancestor. I bought a watch last year. The ancestor is really a god." Xuemal excused herself. She turned around and left. The ancestor did not understand one of her words. While he was distracted, Ning Xuemal had already opened the door. His eyes flashed with a strange light. This little girl was clearly a waste, but she had a proud and unyielding character. What was even more strange was that her physique was different from ordinary people. Unexpectedly, she was not injured by his glacier palm. Ning Xuemal walked out of the door. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. The warmth of the sun shone on her body. She could not help but face the sun and stretch her body. But as she stretched, she paused. The two fan-shaped rows of flower-like youths outside the door were still there, and they were still standing in such a neat and orderly manner. After such a long time, they were still in the same position as when Ning Xuemal went in. It seemed that this venerable emperor was not just a little strict with his subordinates, as expected of a man who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Not only was he old-fashioned and cold like a coffin board, but he was also a man who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Even his subordinates had been trained to behave like this. They were like a bunch of moving coffin boards. Her gaze fell on an ice sculpture not far from the door. His eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't remember seeing any ice sculptures at the entrance when she went in. Moreover, this ice sculpture was too lifelike. Its eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth were all extremely lifelike. Even the clothes it was wearing were no different from those of the palace guards. This guard looks a little familiar. She had seen him by the emperor's side just now. Ning Xuemal looked at his half-open mouth and widened eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this was not an ice sculpture, but a real person? Was he frozen by the demonic wind created by the venerable sovereign? She couldn't help but want to go up and take a look. "Miss, he is sealed in ice. Within 24 hours, he will be unsealed. He cannot be moved." One of the youths stopped her and said in a low voice. That voice was really low. Only Ning Xuemal could hear it. It was obvious that this place needed absolute silence. These youths did not dare to open their mouths and could only use their telepathy skills. As expected, it was the demonic wind created by that old swindler. Who would have thought that the demonic wind would be so powerful that it could turn a person into a block of ice in an instant? Was this the realm of an expert in psychokinesis? It was so mysterious that it made people want to grind their teeth. Chapter 113. She also wanted to reach this height. Then she would subdue this old swindler. She would freeze him, melt him, freeze him, and melt him again. Who asked him to act pretentious and arrogant again? She would step on his back and sing the song of conquest so that he would never be able to turn over again. Unfortunately, her little body had a psychokinesis trash physique. Thinking about it really made people wring their hands. That's right. She remembered that her physique didn't have any psychokinesis in the beginning. Now, she more or less had a bit of it. Did this mean that her physique wasn't completely hopeless? Perhaps if she took good care of it, her aptitude could be improved by another step? Ning Xuemal pondered as she walked outside. Just as she walked past a few palace gates, someone suddenly shouted in front of her, "The emperor has arrived." She raised her head and saw a group of palace servants escorting Lu Hin-ti as he strode toward her. Ning Xuemal cursed in her heart. She had met a lot of people from the imperial family recently, and she had also met the emperor frequently. She could only salute. Lu Hin-ti waved his hand to let her get up. His gaze swept over her body, and he was somewhat surprised. "Didn't I ask you to serve the ancestor inside? Why did you come out? What was there to serve? She was just a block of wood and ice." Okay. Ning Xuemal cursed at her heart, but on the surface, she was still obedient. "Your Majesty, the ancestor asked me to come out." He probably saw that Xuemal's body was weak, so he empathized with Xuemal and let her out. Lu Hin-ti's eyes moved slightly. In fact, every time the ancestor went on an inspection tour, no matter which country he went to, he would have two of the most important people in the palace accompany him. Although it was said that they were to serve him, it was more like they were hostages. Only when the ancestor left would the two people regain their freedom. He didn't expect that Ning Xiuma would come out less than an hour after she went in. The ancestor was cold-hearted and never easily empathized with people, saying that he pitted Ning Xiuma because of her weak body. Anyone who had a little understanding of the ancestor wouldn't believe it. Perhaps the ancestor felt that her status was too low to be used as a hostage, and that Yun Huang alone was enough. Or maybe the Dizun was the one who taught Ning Xiuma Kung Fu in her dream, so he let her go. Lu Hinti had a hard time guessing. He glanced at Ning Xiuma, and his heart skipped a beat. Wherever the venerable sovereigns were, there was a kind of aura that no ordinary person could get close to. Furthermore, this atmosphere was extremely strange. Only young boys and girls were allowed to stay inside for a long time. If one lost their virginity, once they entered the hall, they would feel a bone-chilling coldness. That coldness was bone-chilling. With his cultivation, he was almost frozen to the point of being unable to walk after staying inside for a while. When he came out, he had to surround the stove and shiver for a long time before he recovered. Apart from the people around the ancestor, even if a virgin boy or girl went in, if they didn't have strong skills, they would be frostbitten within an hour. They would need to rest for a while to recover. This girl was clearly a psychokinesis trash. She had been in there for an hour, but she was still alive and kicking. What in the world was going on? Lucian Emperor discovered that this little girl, who had a pair of limpid eyes, had a lot of mysteries surrounding her body. It made him want to keep her by his side and investigate her thoroughly. Xiuma, I wronged you before. Your father used to be my right-hand man. You are a loyal person, so I will really compensate you. What do you want? Lu Hinti's tone was kind and warm. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions, especially when the emperor was solicitous who knew what he wanted. Chapter 114. Ning Xiuma was slightly alarmed. She took a step back and said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Majesty. How about I double the 10,000 taels of gold?" Lu Hinti was speechless. Was money the only thing in this girl's head? She was really just a child. She didn't know what was best. Xiuma, gold is just an inanimate object. If you have a certain status, wouldn't things like gold be easy for you? Lu Hinti guided her patiently. Could it be that the old emperor regretted and wanted to give her another marriage? Give her a prince? No way. She wasn't interested in a prince or anything. She tilted her head and smiled. Xiuma is still young and doesn't have big ambitions. I'm not interested in being an official. Well, if Your Majesty still feels that you owe Xiuma something, you can double the amount of gold. She looked up at the sun in the sky. It was just past noon, and the sun was burning hot above her head. She squinted her eyes and yawned slightly. However, she seemed to have thought of something and covered her mouth with her small hand. She blinked her eyes and said with an embarrassed face, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Xiuma is too sleepy and has been impolite in front of you. Your Majesty won't blame Xiuma for this, right?" Lu Hinti was speechless. In front of so many people, how could he make things difficult for a child because of such a small matter? A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled generously. "Of course not. Since you're sleepy, go back and have a good rest." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiuma will take her leave. Lu Hinti stood there and watched her small back gradually disappear in front of him. She was smart and clever, shrewd and eccentric. She also had good medical skills. Although her body hadn't fully developed, her appearance was that of a beauty. It would be a pity if such a talent fell into the hands of an ordinary family. However, if he let Huang accept her, he would be criticized. She wasn't worthy of his Huang. Therefore, he could only... Little girl, the reward will come soon. It will definitely give you a big surprise, because the news that Ning Xiuma was still alive had not reached Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. When Ning Xiuma swaggered into Marquis Jingyuan's mansion, it caused quite a stir. After the commotion, it was time to celebrate. Marquis Jingyuan's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Even though she had only gone missing for 2 days, it was also an exceptionally torturous 2 days for the servants of the Marquis of Jingyuan's mansion. Those maids who had just been hired to protect the courtyard thought that Ning Xiuma had already died and couldn't see any hope, so they left one after another. When Ning Xiumo returned, other than old Zhong, there were 2 guards, 2 maids, and a kitchen. Ning Xiumo rewarded them for their loyalty in front of everyone without hesitation, and doubled their wages immediately. Ning Xiumo's monthly allowance was already higher than others. Now that she had doubled it, everyone was naturally grateful. Ning Xiumo took the opportunity to set the rules. She only recruited loyal servants, righteous servants, and brave servants. When their master was in trouble, those who left their master would never be recruited. When this rule came out, those who stayed were naturally overjoyed and became even more loyal. As for those who left, when they heard that Ning Xiumo had returned, they were directly rejected by the Marquis, Jing Yuan's mansion. It was difficult for them to take a step into the Marquis's mansion. They regretted it so much that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. After Ning Xiumo returned, she naturally went to see Tom, the chastity-testing beast. Tom's face was like the end of the world. Its only confidant was also dead. It was full of a bored expression. Seeing Ning Xiumo suddenly appear, it almost couldn't believe its own big eyes. With a cry, it banged its head against the iron cage and directly hit its head. Chapter 115. The two of them had a lively conversation. Ning Xiumo briefly told Tom about her experience and what happened in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. She was not afraid that Tom would tell on her. First of all, it was a friend now. Second of all, even if it told others, they would not understand. Tom was frightened and even slapped the cage with its paws when it heard the story. Perverts. They are all perverts. The people of the royal family are not good people, especially the old emperor. He actually treated the daughter of a meritorious official like that. His conscience is really bad. And that princess, she is not a good person either. Ning Xiumo glanced at it. Don't overturn a boat with one pole. In fact, His Highness the Crown Prince is quite good. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to turn things around. Tom opened its big eyes and said, he is indeed not bad. Hey, don't tell me you have feelings for him. You're speaking for him, but he is actually just a pretty boy. Ning Xiumo rolled her eyes and said, you are the one who has feelings for him. I am just speaking the truth. I don't have any feelings for him. Besides, I don't want to stay in this world forever. I have to find a way to go back. Go back. You wish. We are all transmigrated. How can we go back? Tom could not lift its spirits and sighed again. I have had enough of this stupid society. It is backward, ignorant, and unable to communicate. It is not as humane as our society. Ning Xiumo touched its big head and said, don't be sad. Maybe we still have a chance to go back. Don't touch my head. Hey, what did you say? We still have a chance to go back. Its eyes opened wide again. Ning Xiumo nodded and said, I have been reading some books in the Crown Prince's mansion for the past 2 days. I accidentally saw some information about the space-time tunnel. As long as our martial arts practice to a certain level, we can find the space-time tunnel. Maybe we can go back to our time. Tom was shocked. The space-time tunnel should exist. There was such a saying in our time, but no one has ever found it. It seemed to have thought of something and said dejectedly, even if we find it, it is useless. If you really transmigrate back, at least you'll still be a human. But I'm a beast. If I really transmigrate back like this, I'm afraid I'll scare a lot of people. The scientific community will also capture me and use me as a test subject. No matter how it thought about it, its future was bleak. Ning Xiumo glanced at it. Look at you, you're so useless. Have you forgotten that beasts can also cultivate? If a fox can cultivate into a fox spirit and have a human skin, why can't you do the same? In any case, you've already gained sentience, so you should be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. Once you've cultivated into a human form, what are you afraid of? Tom's eyes brightened. For the first time since he had crossed over, he had hope. Well, I'll try to practice too, but I can't read the books of this world. Don't worry about that. I got some books on cultivation from the Crown Prince. I'll translate them for you later. Ning Xiumo promised generously. Since they were both transmigrators, she still had some feelings for this fellow countryman. Tom's eyes lit up even more. Great. Moi. Finally, it said a sentence in Chinese. Ning Xiumo flicked its nose. Moi. Ning Xiumo was very generous. When she returned safely, She immediately ordered a big banquet to be held regardless of seniority. The master and servant reveled. In Chong Kong country, there was no master and servant drinking at the same table. Chapter 116. In Chong Kong country, there was no such thing as a master and servant drinking at the same table. So Ning Xuema's actions undoubtedly made these people very moved. She was straightforward in her work, clear in her rewards and punishments, and had good manners. At such a young age, she had more strength of character than those aristocratic family heads. After a few interactions, everyone respected her and was willing to work under her. After the master and servant banquet, Ning Xuema ordered people to go out and put up a recruitment notice. On it were written the rules and conditions of employment. Because the price she offered was high and there were old servants desperately advertising in front of the notice, in less than 2 hours, more than 10 people came to join her. Ning Xuema sent old Zhong to explain the rules of the Marquis Mansion as usual. After all the new people agreed, she signed the employment contract with them. In less than half a day, the Marquis Mansion was back on the right track and was even more lively than before. After the meeting was over, old Zhong frowned and said, "Young miss, after the monthly salary is given out, we don't have much money left. I'm afraid we won't be able to last much longer." Ning Xuema smiled. "Don't worry, someone will send us money very soon." Old Zhong was flabbergasted. Young miss was all alone here, and that scum of a husband had broken off the engagement. Who would send her money? Before he finished thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of ceremonial music coming from outside, coming from the direction of the Marquis Mansion. A moment later, someone ran in from outside to report, "Young miss, the imperial edict has arrived." Ning Xuema smiled and stood up. "The gold is here. Let's go and receive the edict." Ning Xuema never knew that her peach blossoms would be so luxuriant. It was simply to a terrifying extent, making her want to curse. Everyone said that transmigrated women had many peach blossoms, but wasn't this too much? It had only been a few days since she transmigrated, and she had already attracted 3 big peach blossoms. The 6th prince and the crown prince were fine. In any case, they were young and handsome men. But what was the matter with the old emperor? He actually issued an edict to make her his concubine. And what kind of beast concubine was that? Beast's sister. He was a beast. His whole family were beasts. The one who came to deliver the imperial edict was Eunuch Lu, the head of the imperial household. Not only did he bring the imperial edict, but he also brought countless gifts. They flowed in like water, almost filling up the entire hall. After he finished reading the imperial edict, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum that had just bloomed in the wind. "Congratulations, Your Highness. From now on, Your Highness can be considered to have reached the heavens in a single bound. These are all betrothal gifts from the royal family. They are very impressive. His Majesty sympathizes with Nyang Nyang's difficulties in managing the household alone, so he specially ordered a few palace servants to help Nyang Nyang prepare for the wedding. Nyang Nyang only needs to rest and wait for the wedding in 3 days." Ning Xuema resisted the urge to curse the old emperor and his 8 generations of ancestors. She accepted the imperial edict with a smile and thanked the emperor for his kindness. The old emperor was a lunatic. 2 days ago, he had set a trap for her and wanted to kill her as soon as possible. Now, he had come with great fanfare to ask for her hand in marriage and take her as his concubine. Had his skull been damaged by the venerable sovereign's cold air, or had he been stimulated by something else? Ning Xuema knew that this was not the time for her to explode. She couldn't even show the slightest bit of unhappiness, so she pretended to be pleasantly surprised and happily accepted the imperial edict. She even rewarded Eunuch Lu with an ingot of gold and sent him away happily. After sending Eunuch Lu off, Ning Xuema turned around and looked at the betrothal gifts in the hall. The old emperor was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The gifts were either gold or silver, and there was also a large chest of jewelry. Chapter 117. The old emperor was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The things he sent were either gold or silver, and there was also a large chest of jewelry. There was also a large pile of coral and jadeite ornaments. Ning Xuema made a rough estimate. These things added up to around 30 to 40,000 taels of gold. It was 2 or 3 times more than the 10,000 taels of gold she asked for. It was already considered very generous. However, the old emperor was also very calculative. If she entered the palace as an imperial concubine, she would need to bring enough dowry. She did not have any other relatives in the palace, so the things he gave her would most likely have to be brought back to the palace. As expected of the emperor, he really had a good plan, but to scheme against her, Ning Xuan, Nyang Nyang, these servants will take care of it. Nyang Nyang only needs to be a beautiful bride in 3 days. The 4 palace maids left behind by eunuch Lu came forward, wanting to take care of the gold, silver, and jewelry. Ning Xuema raised her hand and stopped them. She lightly said, "The 4 of you have just arrived and do not understand the rules of my Marquis, Jing Yuan's household. There is no need to trouble you." Uncle Zhong. Old Zhong immediately stepped forward. "This old servant is here. Bring some people to exchange these gold and silver for banknotes. Send the jewelry to the storeroom." "Yes." Old Zhong agreed, and immediately brought some people to carry the chests. The 4 palace maids looked at each other in dismay. The leader stepped forward. "Nyang Nyang, His Majesty ordered us to prepare the dowry for Nyang Nyang Nyang. If she took all the things away, what would they use to prepare the dowry?" Ning Xuema smiled. The dimples on her cheeks were like intoxicating wine. "Then you can go prepare it yourselves. Try to make it look as good as possible and make it as sumptuous as possible." But Nyang Nyang took all these things away. "We servants are unable to prepare them. Did His Majesty say that we must use these betrothal gifts to prepare the dowry?" Ning Xuema asked back. "That is not the case." "Then it is. Since these things were given to me by His Majesty, then I have absolute control over them. I can use them however I want. You have no right to say anything." Ning Xuema's small face became cold. But what about the dowry? Let's make a salad." Ning Xuema's eyes slightly curved. "Whoever gave the order for you to buy the dowry, go find that person for the money. Don't even think about having any ideas about my things." Old Zhong was very efficient. In just a few moments, all the boxes in the hall had been moved out. Although the 4 palace maids knew a little bit of martial arts, it was obviously not enough in front of the guards brought by Old Zhong. Besides, they didn't dare to really take action and snatch it. In their anger, they hurried back to the palace to report. Lu Hinti was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. He first listened to Eunuch Lu's report. Eunuch Lu was very reliable and eloquent. He reported all of Ning Xuema's reactions and words in detail. Lu Hinti nodded slightly. He thought that the little girl would show an unhappy expression. After all, she was now very close to the crown prince, Ji Yanhuang. In her heart, she might even have thoughts of becoming the crown prince's consort. He didn't expect her to agree so readily and like it so much. Of course, even if she didn't agree and didn't like it, she couldn't go against the imperial edict. However, to be able to agree so readily made Lu Hinti look better. At least that little girl is tactful. She knows when to advance and retreat. Or maybe she knows that she is a good-for-nothing and doesn't deserve Huang. So, it's good that she can find a higher branch to marry. For a weak and lonely girl like her to be able to marry into the palace as a consort, she must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes. One had to know that when the daughters of many officials married into the palace, they were only nobles or something like that. It was a few ranks lower than a consort. At least he didn't let her father down. Besides, he wasn't old. He was only 43 years old. Because of his body's magical power, he didn't look old. He looked like he was in his 30s, which was the age when he was full of charm. Perhaps that girl really did have feelings for him. He couldn't help but look at the bronze mirror in front of the imperial table. The bronze mirror reflected a handsome face. His eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were like phoenixes. His nose was like a gallbladder. His lips were square, and there was a slight beard at the side of his lips. It made him look even more handsome and dignified. Chapter 118. His appearance genes were undoubtedly outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given birth to a bunch of handsome sons. Although his appearance wasn't as outstanding as Ji Yanhuang's, he was still considered very handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many beauties in his harem falling for him. Even when he went out incognito, there were still 16 beauties who became lovesick because of him. Therefore, that little girl being able to marry him as his concubine could be considered climbing up the social ladder. Head steward Lu looked at Lu Hin-ti in horror as he looked at himself in the mirror. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what the usually cold and arrogant emperor was thinking. At this moment, the four palace maids returned and told him how Ning Xiuma had put away all the betrothal gifts and didn't let them handle them. Lu Hin-ti laughed in his heart. It seemed that the little girl was afraid of being poor. She didn't have an ordinary passion for gold and silver. It wasn't out of his expectations that she wouldn't let others handle it. She was so greedy, so she definitely wouldn't be willing to throw those things in the Marquis mansion. When she married, she would still bring them over. It was fine as long as she had a plan. With a plan, he could subdue her and make her only serve him in the future. She would bow down and listen to his every word. He thought for a moment, and then allocated some silver to the four palace maids to let them prepare Ning Xiuma's dowry. They wanted to look more glorious. The four palace maids originally thought that he would fly into a rage and punish Ning Xiuma for her crimes. They didn't expect that he would settle the matter peacefully. It seemed that His Majesty really doted on this Miss Ning. She hadn't even married into the palace, and he was already so obedient to her. If she entered the palace, she would definitely be a favored concubine. Then they couldn't offend that little girl even more. The four palace maids were also very good at adapting to the situation. They immediately praised Ning Xiuma's beauty and character in unison. Then they received the imperial edict and went to the palace's treasury to get the silver. There was a set of complicated procedures to withdraw money from the palace. After the four palace maids finished the procedures, it was already 4 hours later. The sun was halfway down, and the curtain of night was about to fall. When the four palace maids returned to the Marquis mansion, they quickly discovered that something was wrong. The main gate of the Marquis mansion was tightly shut and quiet. There wasn't a single sound. They knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came out. It was as if it had become an empty house. After all, they were quite knowledgeable. They knew that something was wrong and immediately sent someone to report to the palace. The palace quickly dispatched a team of imperial guards to forcefully break open the main gate of Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. However, the scene inside shocked everyone. The servants of the Marquis of Jingyuan's mansion were all lying on the floor in disorder. Each and every one of them had a pale complexion and were unconscious. Even old Zhong was lying on the table in the main hall. No matter how he was pushed, he wouldn't wake up, as if he was poisoned. Actually, no one cared about the life and death of the servants. What they cared about was the safety of the master of the Marquis estate. Therefore, these people quickly turned the entire Marquis estate upside down, but they didn't see Ning Xiuma's shadow. The leader of the Imperial Guards did not dare to be negligent. He quickly sent someone to the palace to report to Lu Hin-ti and quickly invited all kinds of doctors in the city. After a period of tossing and turning, Lu Hin-ti arrived. Uncle Zhong and the others were also finally rescued and woke up. They were collectively poisoned. Although the poison was fatal, it was a common poison. The doctors in the city were able to cure it. Coupled with the timely rescue, none of them lost their lives. However, when they were asked about Ning Xiuma's whereabouts, these people were even more at a loss than the emperor. Everyone said that when Miss Ning was lecturing them on how to manage the affairs of the Marquis' estate in the future, they inexplicably heard a faintly discernible sound of music, followed by a faint fragrance of flowers. Before they could react, they fainted. Chapter 119. Lu Hin-ti's face was as gloomy as water. That girl most likely ran away from the marriage. He, the emperor above millions of people, was actually forced to run away from his marriage by a little girl. If this were to spread out, where would he put his face? This was simply too shameful. He was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the continent. That daring girl, did she not know that running away from the imperial family's marriage was a capital offense? After old Zhong finished his confession, he also cried on the ground. "Your Majesty, my family's young miss must have been kidnapped by a strong person. That flower fragrance was probably the poisonous gas released by the strong person." That's why we were poisoned and the young miss was kidnapped. I pity her for being a lonely and helpless girl. I don't know where she's suffering right now. I beg your majesty to send people to find her as soon as possible. I pity the Marquis for having only one daughter. I originally thought that she would receive the Emperor's appreciation and be conferred the title of Imperial Concubine, reaching the heavens in one step. Who would have thought that she would encounter such a thing? He wailed and kowtowed. The officials and Imperial guards who came with the Emperor were all moved. At this time, Lu Hinti could only push the boat along with the current and conclude that Ning Xuema was kidnapped by a strong person. After all, saying that she was kidnapped by a strong person would make the imperial family's face look better. Fortunately, whether she ran away from the marriage or was kidnapped by a strong person, it could be considered as having a deeper stain on her record. The former was disobeying the imperial edict and was punishable by death. The latter was ruining her reputation. Regardless of which explanation it was, she could no longer marry the crown prince, Ji Huang. He also had a good explanation for his son. However, knowing that the other party ran away from the marriage and still couldn't pursue the matter, Lu Hinti felt as if he had eaten a fly and was extremely unhappy. He really wanted to kill everyone in the Marquis mansion as a warning to that girl. But that girl, in order to escape, did not hesitate to use a fatal poison on everyone. It was obvious that she did not care about the life and death of these people. Even if he killed all of them, that little girl wouldn't be sad at all. Instead, it would make him seem too cruel. Besides, if he were to take his anger out on the innocent, it would be easy for the common people to gossip and impeach him. His breath was stuck in his chest, and he didn't know whether to spit it out or not. This was the first time he had tasted such a cowardly feeling that he could only swallow his broken teeth. He took a deep breath and suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He asked about the time when Ning Xuema went missing. Old Zhong, on the other hand, told her everything he knew. He said that Miss Ning was afraid of losing the betrothal gift given by the Emperor, so she only left behind 1,000 taels of silver. The rest of the betrothal gift was exchanged for banknotes and was kept by Miss Ning. Because young Miss was happy to be conferred the title of Imperial Concubine, she gathered everyone together and wanted to celebrate together. Unexpectedly, while young Miss was lecturing them, they were ambushed. It has been more than 2 hours since then. Lu Hinti secretly clenched his fists in his sleeves. 2 hours was more than enough time for that girl to escape the city. His eyes slightly flashed, and he immediately ordered the entire city to be locked down and martial law was imposed. He ordered people to search for Ning Xuema's whereabouts. Naturally, the people outside the city would not be let off. All the roads were searched, orders were issued one after another. The imperial army, the provincial government soldiers, the Yamen's bailiffs, everyone who could be used was sent out. Because Ning Xuema had a large amount of banknotes and other items on her when she went missing, there was a possibility that she was robbed by someone who was jealous. Therefore, everyone who had grievances with the Marquis mansion was searched. Chapter 120. Old Zhong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express his gratitude, but he was silently praying in his heart. Miss, take care. I have already done everything I can. I will do my best to take care of Marquis Jingyuan's residence. We will wait for your safe return. Ning Xuan wore a beggar's outfit and squatted in a corner, looking at the soldiers searching the streets. She didn't even have the strength to curse. What was a mistake in 100 plans? What was a careless mistake? It was referring to the current her. Originally, she had planned everything very well, and it could be said to be flawless. First, she changed all the betrothal gifts into banknotes. She carried some with her and secretly gave some to old Zhong, so that he could still run the Marquis' residence normally after she left. In order not to implicate everyone and to not leak the news, she only told old Zhong about her escape. Although old Zhong didn't agree, he now followed Ning Xuema's lead. Whatever Ning Xuema told him to do, he would do. After the master and servant discussed, they used the excuse of being conferred the title of Imperial Concubine to gather everyone in the hall. Then, old Zhong secretly used poison to poison everyone, to create the illusion that a strong person had come Originally, everything was planned perfectly. She even calculated the old emperor's reaction when he came. She only needed to escape the city and hide in a cave for a few days, and everything would be fine. Then, she could come back and continue her carefree life. But she didn't expect that in a moment of carelessness, when she drugged everyone, she also inhaled some poison powder. Her original body was almost invulnerable to poison because of the constant exposure to poison, but this small body couldn't. It was actually very sensitive to this kind of poison. Although she took the antidote in advance, she still felt dizzy. She forced herself to disguise as a beggar and ran out of the Marquis's residence. However, the poison in her body began to act up. She forced herself to run to a secluded place and sat down in a corner of a small alley. She used her internal energy to force the poison out of her body and unknowingly fainted. She had been unconscious until now. The sky was already dark. Teams of soldiers were searching the streets, causing chaos and chaos. Every city had its dark corners. There were many beggars on the streets, and there were also many who were sleeping by the roadside. Therefore, no one paid any attention to her when she slept on the street. Even when two groups of people passed by her, they didn't notice her. Ning Xuema had secretly sneaked to the city gate to take a look. The inspection at the city gate was extremely strict. Children around the age of 10, regardless of their gender, were the main targets of the inspection. Not only would they verify the appearance of the person in the portrait, they would also let the hounds come forward to sniff the scent. It must be said that the efficiency of the imperial family was quite high. In just a short while, her portraits were plastered all over the city gates. These portraits were quite skillful and looked like oil paintings. They were 70 to 80% similar to her original appearance. And Ning Xuema's disguise technique was not as miraculous as it was said to be. If she were to use a human mask, she could just smear it, pinch it, and fix it. She could even create someone else's appearance. If they didn't look carefully under the light, they could still fool them. However, she didn't have a human skin mask with her now. Tui Dao's face had been discarded because she found it disgusting. Therefore, her current disguise technique was only to darken her small face a little, make her eyes a little smaller, and draw her mouth a little bigger. It was still somewhat similar to her original appearance. Chapter 121. If someone were to scrutinize her face, she would definitely be exposed. Ning Xuema patrolled around the city gate for a while before walking back and sitting down at a place where there were many beggars. She thought that the old emperor must have thought that she had escaped from the city. That was why the soldiers were searching the area outside the city. She was afraid that she would just go through the motions inside the city. It might be safer for her to stay in this group of beggars for a few days. The most dangerous place was the safest place. As a secret agent, she knew this very well. Therefore, she deliberately sat at the corner of a bustling street with a group of beggars. Occasionally, she would even stand up like the other beggars and hold a broken bowl to ask for money from passers-by. In order not to be conspicuous, she almost didn't speak. She was skinny and her face was dirty like a cat's. She looked more like a beggar than a real beggar. Naturally, she wasn't likable. Therefore, the money she asked for was much less than the other beggars. After almost 2 hours, there was only 1 copper coin in her broken bowl. She had always been dedicated to her work. She looked like a dragon or a tiger. Now, she was even more realistic as a beggar than a real beggar. Among the beggars, no one doubted her identity. The world of beggars was actually very competitive. Before the big copper coin in Ning Xuema's broken bowl could warm the bottom of the bowl, a dirty hand reached over and took the copper coin in her bowl. He blew on it and looked at Ning Xuema. "Little girl, are you new here? You should know the rules of this area. You have to pay me for the land. Your Tong Zi will belong to me." Ning Xuema lowered her head and didn't fight for it. She seemed to be very scared and took a step back. "Big brother, take it if you want it. In the future, if I want more, I will give some to you. I just hope that you won't chase me away." Her obedience made the beggar very happy. He squinted his eyes and raised his hand to pat Ning Xuema's head. "Little girl, you are quite good at making trouble. Well, from today onwards, I will take care of you." Probably because it was the first time that he had a younger brother, this beggar was very excited. He showed his yellow front teeth and told Ning Xiuema his begging experience. Although Ning Xiuema really wanted to knock out his yellow teeth one by one, she knew that this was not the time to stir up trouble. Moreover, if she mingled with these beggars, it would be easier for her to conceal herself and evade the search of those soldiers. Ning Xiuema, under the guidance of the beggar brother, managed to get a few more copper coins. She only kept one for herself and gave the rest to Huang Buck. Teeth Huang was even happier and chatted with her even more happily. While Ning Xiuema dealt with him casually, she was also paying attention to the movements of the soldiers who were searching for her. She saw that her uncle and aunt's family, as well as the relatives who had been to her house to ask for money, had all been taken away by the soldiers. Obviously, they had also become suspects in the abduction of Ning Xiuema. Ning Xiuema laughed in her heart. The old emperor had a tacit understanding with her in this play. He had done everything according to her wishes. He deserved to be praised. None of her relatives were easy to deal with. Now that they had been implicated by her, it could be considered that they had paid back the debt of Ning Xiuema, who had died unjustly. Even if these people were innocent, the old emperor would definitely put on an act and let people interrogate them strictly for the sake of his face. He might even find a scapegoat among them. This strict interrogation would only involve torture. The torture instruments in the Ministry of Justice's prison were enough to make those people happy for a few days. Chapter 122. These people often bullied the original Ning Xiuema and often beat and scolded her. That big cousin sister even pushed the 10-year-old Ning Xiuema into the lake in the dead of winter and almost drowned her. Although she was lucky enough to swim to the shore, she also fell seriously ill, which made her body even weaker. These people once made the original Ning Xiuema live in hell, and now it was time for them to pay back their debts. The sky was already dark, and the soldiers on the streets were still searching. These soldiers probably thought that there was a possibility that Ning Xiuema was disguised as a beggar and started to pay attention to the weak beggars who were alone. Ning Xiuema inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Although Buck-Teeth Huang was noisy and had a bad breath, he was a very good shield. The city gate was already closed, and she definitely could not leave the city today. She could only hide in the beggar nest in the city for the night. When she woke up, the sky was slightly bright, and the east was faintly showing the white of the fish belly. At this time, the city gate should be open. She had to go and see if the inspection of the city gate was lax. She stood up from the smelly beggars and was about to slowly go out. Suddenly, a rider galloped from the main street in front of them. A man on the horse shouted, "The officials at the Shenglu are giving out porridge and clothes. Those who are under the age of 13 can get 2 portions. Let's go quickly." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and all the hungry beggars stood up and rushed towards the Sheng restaurant like a swarm of bees. Ning Xiuema's heart moved. She was a smart person and immediately knew that this was a trap. It seemed that the officials did not find anyone in the inns and finally started to think of all the beggars. Gathering all the beggars in one place would naturally make it easier to find them. If she went, she would be recognized very quickly. If she did not go, when all the beggars rushed towards the same direction, she would be even more conspicuous as a beggar. It seemed that the Imperial Guards who were in charge of this search were not completely incompetent. She was slightly distracted, and the yellow teeth who was resting beside her stretched out his hand to pull her. "Little brother, why are you still in a daze? The Sheng restaurant's food is very delicious. You're definitely not 13 years old, right? Let's go and get 2 portions." In front of and behind her, there were soldiers patrolling the streets, paying attention to these beggars. At this time, Ning Xiuema naturally couldn't be left behind, so she could only follow Yellow Teeth and run forward. Along the way, there were more and more beggars. Ning Xiuema was not conspicuous among them. She was thinking of ways to escape. When she passed by the gate of a noble's mansion, she saw a rather luxurious carriage parked there from afar. There were 2 guards standing in front of the carriage. It was obvious that some noble in this mansion was going out. She looked around and saw the lantern hanging from the carriage. There were 2 words on the lantern, Hao Mansion. Ning Xiuema suddenly realized that this place was actually the 6th prince, Ji Yunhao's Hao Palace. Because he had been beaten yesterday, and was demoted to a commoner. The signboard at the entrance of the palace had been taken down and replaced with How Palace. The lanterns of How Palace had also been changed to How Palace lanterns. Could it be that Ji Yunhao wanted to leave the city today? Maybe she could have some ideas on him. Her mind moved quickly. Seeing that she was about to pass by the carriage, she suddenly clutched her stomach. Ouch! My stomach hurts. Big brother, you go first. I'll find a place to relieve myself first. I'll go later. You can help me line up. Chapter 123. Her thoughts moved very quickly. Just as she was about to pass by the carriage, she suddenly clutched her stomach. Ouch! My stomach hurts. Big brother, you go first. I'll go find a place to relieve myself first. I'll go later. You help me line up. She shook off Huang Braid's hand and ran to the dark corner of the wall. Little bastard, you're really a lazy donkey. Hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to get anything. Huang Braid exhorted her from behind. He didn't want to wait for her and ran away on his own. He was an old fox and knew that there was a limit to the amount of porridge distributed by the government. If he was late, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get the soup. They only cared about running forward. They didn't know where a small stone came from, but it hit the leg of the person running in front. That person cried out in pain and fell flat on his face. The people following him couldn't keep their footing and were tripped by him. This caused a chain reaction, and a large number of people fell down with a pa sound. Curses were heard everywhere. The movements of these beggars naturally alerted the two guards who were guarding the carriage. The two of them swept their gazes over there and saw the group of beggars in a sorry state. They couldn't help but laugh and take a few glances at the commotion. What they didn't notice was that a small black shadow took advantage of this fleeting opportunity to drill into the bottom of the carriage and quietly attached itself to the wooden planks of the bottom of the carriage. A moment later, Sixth Prince Ji Yunhao was indeed carried out in a soft and delicate manner. Behind him was a group of crying concubines. After Ji Yunhao got out of the sedan, the group of concubines surrounded him and cried to express their reluctance to part. Ji Yunhao's handsome face was cold, and he didn't pay attention to them. With the help of the two guards, he boarded the carriage. Prince, why do you have to set off so early? Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you don't need to be in such a hurry. The emperor also ordered you to delay it for a few days. A concubine grabbed his robe and cried, Shut up. What did I say? I'm now a commoner. I'm not some prince. Do you want me to commit the crime of disobeying the imperial edict? Ji Yunhao's voice was cold as he reprimanded him. That concubine didn't dare to say anything else. The other concubine said, Master, please calm down. Sister is just worried about Master. Master, don't worry. Master, the emperor will definitely not let Master continue to be wronged like this. After this storm, Master will definitely come back. Master, don't worry. We sisters will definitely take care of the affairs of the residents properly and wait for Master to return. These words were quite sensible. Ji Yunhao's complexion improved a bit. That's more like it, he said indifferently. Let's all go back. He turned around and entered the carriage. No matter how reluctant the concubines were, there was nothing they could do. They stood at the door and watched as the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance. Because Ji Yunhao was exiled, the carriage he rode in was an ordinary luxurious one, not a prince's carriage. He couldn't bring more than 2 servants with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with the royal system. Fortunately, the 2 people who followed him were his most trusted personal guards. Not only were their martial arts first class, they were also very capable. At this moment, the coachman who was pretending to be him was sitting in front. Ji Yunhao sat in the carriage. The injuries on his body were not light. Although the imperial physicians in the palace gave him the best medicine, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. At this moment, he was still in pain. If he moved a little, the pain would penetrate his heart. That girl must have added something to the torture sticks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so painful. Even after he let the imperial physicians examine him, not a single one of them could tell that he had been poisoned. Chapter 124. That wound was obviously several times more painful than a normal stick wound, but the inspection did not reveal anything. Ever since he received that fat beating, he had not slept a wink. It hurts. The severe pain made him unable to sleep at all, and he had endured until now. Drowsiness plus pain made his temper irritable, and Ning Xiuma's face could not help but appear in his mind. Bright eyes, captivating red lips, two dimples when she smiled. Her appearance was obviously so lovable, but her temperament. She was simply a little freak, a little demon. He did not expect that this time he would fall into the hands of a little girl. It really made him gnash his teeth in hatred. If he catches that little demon again, he must do what? Ji Yunhao's mind was suddenly at a loss. He hated that girl to death, but it was difficult for him to forget her. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see her smiling face and innocent little eyes. There had never been a woman who could occupy his heart like this, making him unable to forget her. He was thinking about her so much, probably because he was not reconciled to the fact that he suffered at her hands. When he finds a way to get his revenge, he would probably forget about her. If he catches her, he must first fiercely whip her, and then press her down. He wants her to completely surrender to him, and there will be no one else in her eyes. The speed of the carriage was not slow. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was already approaching the city gate. In the morning, there were many people leaving the city, but the soldiers were still searching very carefully. Not only did they check the inside of the carriage, they also searched the bottom of the carriage where people might be hiding. Ji Yunhao lifted the curtain of the carriage, glanced at the city gate in the distance, then lowered the curtain, sighed, and leaned back on the stool. Where would that girl escape to? Although he had been living in the mansion, but he was still very well informed. He already knew that Ning Xiuma was bestowed a marriage and then went missing before he could finish his thought. He suddenly felt a chill behind him. An ice-cold object was pressed against his neck. If you don't want to die, don't scream. A low voice sounded in his ear. Ji Yunhao's body slightly stiffened. He slowly turned his head around. Reflected in his eyes was a little kitten's face and a pair of lively big eyes. Ning Xiuma, cover me, or I'll kill you. Ning Xiuma's words were very sharp. The knife in her hand moved slightly forward, and a line of blood flowed down Ji Yunhao's neck. She originally wanted to climb under the carriage to sneak out, but she did not expect that the soldiers would not even let go of the bottom of the carriage. They would crawl under the carriage to check. She had no choice but to take the risk and fight for a chance of survival. Ji Yunhao should also be very afraid of death, right? She was confident that she could kill him and bury him with her before he called for the guards. Master, we're about to reach the city gate. Are you doing well inside? Suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside the carriage. Obviously, that person's ears were very sharp. He heard a little noise and became suspicious, so he asked. Ning Xiuma's expression changed slightly. If Ji Yunhao's answer was slightly incorrect, the guards would probably rush in to take a look. I'm fine. You guys can continue to drive the carriage outside. Ji Yunhao suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was steady and calm. Yes. The two guards disguised as coachmen stopped talking and focused on driving the carriage. So tactful? Ning Xiuma suspiciously looked at him, but she still ordered in a low voice. When we reach the city gate, you will reveal your identity in the carriage. You are a prince, so they definitely won't enter the carriage to check on you. Chapter 125. Right now, I'm just a commoner. Right now, the guards at the city gate are the bailiffs of the Supreme Court. They won't listen to anyone and will inevitably lift the curtain to take a look. Ji Yunhao also spoke in a low voice. His finger pointed to a chest at the side. There are manservant clothes over there. You should quickly change into them and pretend to be one of my attendants. You should be able to muddle your way through. He was actually willing to help her. Did this guy change after being beaten with a stick? But this time, she didn't have much time to think. The knife in her hand paused slightly and once again approached his throat. Open your mouth. Ji Yunhao's eyes slightly darkened, but as expected, he obediently opened his mouth. His throat felt cold as something rolled down his throat. It was like a line of ice entering his stomach. Don't play tricks. I gave you the soul-severing pill. If you don't have the antidote, it will take your life in one day. No one will be able to cure it. Ning Xiuma finally withdrew the knife. Ji Yunhao lowered his eyes and sighed. Xiuma, don't worry. I don't want you to be captured more than anyone else. His imperial father would take in concubines once every 3 years. There was no lack of 11 or 12-year-old children among them. He didn't care. Sometimes, in order to curry favor with his father, he would send some beautiful women into the palace. But Ning Xiuama couldn't do it. He couldn't let her enter the imperial harem and become his little stepmother. Ning Xiuama also felt that he probably didn't want her to become his little stepmother. Her eyelashes curved as she said, "I'll believe you for the time being." She opened the chest. Sure enough, there were 2 sets of manservant clothes inside. They were clean and new. Looking at the length, they were actually about the same height as her. Ji Yunhao didn't bring any manservant with him. Why did he bring manservant clothes? This question turned in Ning Xiuma's mind for a moment before she put it aside. They were about to reach the city gate. She didn't have much time left. She was actually wearing a tight-fitting undergarment underneath her beggar's clothes, so she didn't avoid changing her clothes under Ji Yunhao's gaze. She quickly took off her beggar's clothes and changed into the manservant's clothes. Then, she took a wet towel from the side and wiped her small face clean. She then combed her hair into the manservant's hairstyle. Ji Yunhao half sat there looking at her, watching her as if she was performing a magic trick. In the blink of an eye, she had completely changed her attire and appearance. Her ink-black hair covered her forehead, half covering her eyes. She slightly pursed her small lips, looking just like a manservant. She stuffed the Huazi clothes into the box. Ning Xiuama had spent half the night among the beggars, so she was a little smelly. However, this carriage actually had its own fragrance. Not long after Ning Xiuama entered, the smelly smell disappeared, and the carriage was still fragrant and pleasant. Ning Xiuama's gaze shifted as she used her hand to touch the carriage. Aromatic wood. This royal family really knows how to enjoy life. The carriage is actually made of fragrant wood. It must be known that in this continent, a piece of fragrant wood that was 1 square meter was worth thousands of gold taels. In other words, the wood of this carriage was worth tens of thousands of gold taels. This 6th prince was demoted to a commoner, but the carriage he used was also worth so much. Ji Yunhao was half lying on the brocade mattress. Pretend to fan me. At this time, Ning Xiuama naturally didn't want to go against him. Sure enough, she took a fan from the side and gently fanned him. She lowered her eyes and fanned him very professionally. If one ignored the sharp knife she secretly pressed on the left side of his waist, she was no different from a real manservant. I have to call one of them to come in and let them know of your existence. Otherwise, we will be exposed when they check. Ji Yunhao said in a low voice. Chapter 126. What he said was the truth. When the curtains were opened during the inspection, if the 2 guards suddenly saw her, there would definitely be a change. Ning Xiuama's eyes turned, and she readily agreed. Okay. Ji Yunhao was somewhat puzzled as he stared at her. Aren't you afraid that I'll take this opportunity to call them in to deal with you? Ning Xiuama smiled. Your little life is still in my hands. I believe that you won't be so stupid. The knife in her hand was definitely faster than a shout. Moreover, she had also fed him poison which could only be neutralized by her unique antidote. Smart girl. Ji Yunhao secretly sighed. He lightly clapped his hands, and a guard immediately opened the curtains and came in. Master you. When he suddenly saw Ning Xiuama, his expression changed. A light flashed in his palm, and a long sword flashed. He's my Tong heir Junqing. Do you hear me? Ji Yunhao indifferently said, successfully stopping the guard from making trouble. The person who could be his personal guard was naturally very perceptive. He immediately replied, Master, don't worry. Number 2 understands. You can leave. Ji Yunhao waved his hand. Yes. Number 2 bowed his head and left the carriage. Ning Xiuama's eyes slightly flashed. It seemed that this 6th prince was not a complete idiot. He was able to train this kind of shadow guard. He still had some ability. The carriage quickly arrived at the city gate. The guards at the gate came to inquire about the owner of the carriage. During this time, the guards quickly checked the bottom of the carriage to make sure that no one was hiding there. Only then did they withdraw. The 2 guards driving the carriage explained Ji Yunhao's identity. The guards at the gate were very conscientious. They bowed. "We didn't know that this was Sixth Master's carriage. We have offended you." However, the emperor ordered that all carriages that pass by, regardless of whether they are royalty or nobles, must be carefully inspected. "We ask for Sixth Master's forgiveness." His meaning was to open the curtains and let them take a look. After all, this carriage did not indicate that it belonged to the Sixth Prince's residence. It also did not mean that the person inside was the Sixth Prince, Ji Yunhao. Ji Yunhao slowly opened his mouth. "Open the curtains and let them take a look." Because Ji Yunhao often went out of the city, these city guards all recognized him. At this moment, when they heard his voice, they immediately knew that it was indeed him inside. The news that he was punished because of Ning Xiuma in the imperial palace had already spread throughout the city, and these soldiers also knew about it. If it were any other nobles, they would believe that Ning Xiuma could be brought out, but Ji Yunhao, he probably hated that girl to the bone, so he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. As a result, the soldiers guarding the city relaxed. They only glanced into the carriage after the guards opened the curtains as a matter of routine. The interior of the carriage wasn't complicated and could be seen at a glance. Ji Yunhao lazily reclined in the carriage. Beside him, there was only a young servant fanning him. There was nothing wrong with it. All the soldiers thought to themselves, a descendant of the royal family is indeed a descendant of the royal family. Even if he is demoted, he still has the same attitude and enjoys it. I'm afraid that this demotion is just for show. Soon, he will still be the honorable Sixth Prince. These soldiers naturally didn't dare to make things difficult for Ji Yunhao. They hurriedly bowed and said a few words of apology and atonement before finally releasing the carriage. "Where are you going?" The road was filled with tall and lush green trees. The sound of horse hooves was crisp and clear, breaking through the morning fog. They were already 7 or 8 li away from the city. Along the way, they encountered several groups of people searching for them, but they were all easily sent away by Ji Yunhao. Ning Xiuma was unprecedentedly safe by his side. Chapter 127. Ning Xiuma had a feeling that life was like a play to her now, that her mortal enemy had become the person who had helped her escape from danger. She saw that there was a large mountain on the left in front of her, and a hazy silhouette appeared in the misty morning light. However, this carriage was about to turn to the right, in the opposite direction of the large mountain. Ning Xiuma waved her hand towards Ji Yunhao. "Sixth Prince, this time you saved me, so I won't bicker with you about your previous schemes against me. We're even now. The Green Mountain doesn't change. The Green Mountain flows forever. We'll never meet again." She turned around and was about to jump off the carriage. Ji Yunhao raised his hand and pulled on the corner of her clothes. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he said, "How are we even now? I gave you 3 lashes of the whip, and you gave me 80 strokes of the rod. Our previous grievances are even, but this time I saved you. No matter how you look at it, you owe me a favor." Ning Xiuma pulled back her clothes. "You also schemed against me and sent me to prison. If I wasn't quick-witted, I would have died in there. The one who schemed against you and sent you to prison wasn't me, but someone else. You're so smart. Could it be that you can't figure out who the mastermind is?" Ji Yunhao looked at her with a gloomy gaze. "Of course I know who the mastermind is, but you can't escape your contribution in adding fuel to the fire. Besides, you still owe me a life. It's already good enough that I didn't ask for it from you." Ning Xiuma's figure rose and jumped down from the carriage. "When did this prince owe you a life?" Ji Yunhao was puzzled. He couldn't help but lift the curtain and stare at her. "In the iron cage in the plaza." After Ning Xiuma replied with these words, she waved a small bag in her hand. "I'll take your snacks. Just treat it as a small compensation for me." She turned around and ran towards the mountain. "Where are you going?" Ji Yunhao looked at the large mountain and his heart sank. He couldn't help but remind her, that's Heavenly Book Mountain. Magical beasts run amok there. It's not a place you can go. If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can follow this prince. Ning Xiuma did not stop, nor did she look back. Her qigong was excellent, and in a few moments, she was already far away. Now, she and the Sixth Prince could be considered to be friends. She didn't want to have too much interaction with this prince. Moreover, she had long wanted to explore the heavenly book mountain. This was the perfect opportunity. Firstly, she needed to gather some herbs that couldn't be bought on the market, and she needed them urgently. Secondly, this place was dangerous, so she could avoid the pursuit of the emperor's soldiers. It was said that even the imperial guards did not dare to set foot on this mountain. It would be just right for her to go back after 2 or 3 days of collecting herbs here. It wouldn't delay anything. Ji Yunhao looked at her back as it quickly disappeared into the horizon. He felt a sense of loss in his heart. A question flashed through his mind. Although he had let her down in the iron cage in the square, he had not taken her life, right? Why did she say that she still owed her a life? Master, did she poison you just now? Do you know how to detoxify the poison? An imperial guard reminded him. Ji Yunhao finally remembered the pill she gave him. His heart sank. This little girl said that if he didn't take the antidote for a day, he would die. She wouldn't really want to kill him, right? His figure rose, but he suddenly felt something in his sleeve. He reached out and took out a purple-red pill. There were 2 words engraved on the pill: antidote. The imperial guard was not at ease. This pill's composition is unknown. Why don't you go to the town ahead and find a doctor to examine it? Chapter 128. No need. Ji Yunhao raised his hand and placed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it. A warm current flowed down his throat, finally dispelling the cold feeling that the previous pill gave him. He snickered in his heart. Although this little girl was smart, she was still too young and didn't think things through. If she gave him the antidote now, wasn't she afraid that he would immediately send people to capture her, or that he would leak her whereabouts to other soldiers? In the end, this little girl was still too inexperienced. He sat down and began to circulate the antidote. After a while, he felt his entire body heat up. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his entire body was burning up. His mouth was also dry, and there was a bitter taste. What was going on? Was this the normal reaction of the antidote, or he was so hot that he couldn't help but raise his hand to take off his outer robe? He didn't expect that a slip of paper would fall from his outer robe. This slip of paper was placed in a very good position. If he didn't take off his outer robe, this slip of paper wouldn't have fallen out. There was only a short line of words on the slip of paper. This antidote can suppress the poison for 5 days. After 5 days, come to Marquis Jingyuan's estate, and the real antidote will be delivered. Ji Yunhao? This cunning little girl? She was simply a fox reincarnated. Ji Yunhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was both angry and amused. After thinking for a bit, he ordered, "Number 2, follow her and make sure she is safe." Number 2 was somewhat puzzled. This little girl had schemed against His Highness so many times. Shouldn't His Highness hate her to the point of gnashing his teeth? Him not making things worse for her was already giving her face. Why did he still want to protect her? Ji Yunhao saw the doubt in Number 2's eyes and lightly said, "This prince doesn't want her to die. She still hasn't given me the real antidote." This time, Number 2 understood and immediately bowed. "Yes, master." He turned around and chased after Ning Xiuma. You only need to secretly protect her. Unless there is no other choice, don't show yourself. Ji Yunhao instructed again. Understood. Number 2 didn't waste any words. His figure flashed, and he chased after Ning Xiuma. Number 1 looked at Ji Yunhao with a complicated gaze. His Highness seemed to treat this little girl in a special way. He chose this time to leave the house, especially to send this little girl off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared clothes suitable for this little girl in the carriage. Although Ji Yunhao had been demoted, his information network was not the slightest bit blocked. As a prince, and an ambitious one at that, he naturally had a complicated network of connections and information. Everything that happened in the city would be transmitted to Ji Yunhao's ears in a timely manner. The Dali Temple's most famous arresting god led 12 gold medal arresters, riding fast horses and leading hunting dogs. They searched outside the city for an entire night, but they couldn't find even half a corner of Ning Xiuma's clothes. Ji Yunhao guessed that Ning Xiuma should still be in the city. Therefore, he chose to go out at this time and even made the carriage so ostentatious. Are you wondering why I want to help her? Ji Yunhao glanced at his subordinate. This subordinate really doesn't quite understand. Bodyguard number 1 was also straightforward. I don't want her to enter the harem. Regarding this point, bodyguard number 1 understood. This little girl was mischievous. If she entered the harem, she would definitely be an expert in wielding power. Furthermore, she had some friendship with the crown prince, Ji Yanhuang. If there were any unforeseen events in the harem, she would definitely side with Ji Yanhuang, which would not be beneficial to their 6th master. I can't think of a way to get rid of her. Ji Yunhao secretly rolled his eyes. Get rid of her? That's easy for you to say. I almost got rid of by her, okay. Chapter 129. However, if he really wanted to kill her, it was not impossible. Although the little girl was smart and quick-witted, her martial arts were only average and she did not have any backing. If he really wanted to kill her, he had plenty of ways. However, he did not know why he could not bear to do so. Perhaps he was also moved by the thought of taking pity on her. After all, this little girl had superb medical skills. If he could subdue her and use her, it would not be a loss of a good arm. The mountains were extremely high and pierced through the clouds. There were many mountain ranges, and it was a magnificent sight. This mountain had a total of 17 peaks. The outermost peak was the shortest and also the longest. Then, each peak was taller than the previous one. However, the length of the mountain also began to shorten. The tallest peak was the 9th peak. After the 9th peak, the peaks became shorter and shorter. If one looked down from the sky, the entire mountain looked like an open book. It also looked like some kind of array. The mountains were bent and surrounded the 9th peak as if they were worshipping it. Clouds and mist lingered in the middle. The name Heavenly Book Mountain was very appropriate. Heavenly Book Mountain was a sacred mountain. There were many ferocious demonic beasts in the mountain. This was something that every citizen of the Tianci continent knew. Ordinary people did not dare to enter this place. Even warriors with good martial arts did not dare to enter the mountain. At most, they would move around the periphery and gather some rare medicinal herbs. If they could hunt a demonic beast that did not have high attack power, they would be treated as heroes. Of course, this was also an excellent place to cultivate. The disciples of the various sects in the vast sky empire often came here to kill monsters and cultivate. However, they only dared to move around the 3rd peak and below. Only cultivators who had reached the peak of the human stage dared to go deeper. However, they could only go up to the 6th peak and did not dare to go deeper. This was because it was said that the 7th, 8th, and 9th peaks were the gathering place of large demonic beasts. It was said that the demonic beasts that were ferocious and tyrannical. Moreover, they could use psychokinesis to attack. Their attack power was extremely strong. Even cultivators who had just reached the 1st stage of the Earth stage did not dare to face them directly. It was said that the current crown prince had once reached the middle of the 8th peak and hunted a demonic lion. He obtained the crystal from the demonic lion and became famous. The wood crystal that Ning Xiuma used to test her psychokinesis in the palace was this crystal. As for the 9th peak, it was said that the demonic beasts that were not only ferocious but also cunning and fickle. They could change into various shapes, and it was impossible to guard against them. In the entire Tianci continent, only the patriarchs of the 5 great sects had been in there. The others could forget about it. They would only be courting death if they went in. Ning Xiuma was a psychic trash. With her talent, it would be dangerous even if she entered the 1st mountain. Therefore, number 2 thought that Ning Xiuma was just hiding from the pursuers at the periphery of the 1st mountain peak and would not go deep into the mountain recklessly. What the guard didn't expect was that not only did Ning Xiuma quickly cross the 1st mountain, she also quickly crossed the 2nd mountain. He had only followed her for 6 hours, but she had already started to cross the 3rd mountain. The mountains were densely forested, and the Heavenly Book Mountain, in particular, was practically a primeval forest. There were naturally many ferocious beasts in the primeval forest. This bodyguard had followed Ning Xiuma from afar, so he had naturally encountered them several times. What made number 2's jaw drop was that Ning Xiuma's movements were not just a little strange. She would avoid the ferocious beasts if she could, but if she met them on a narrow path, she would run. In the eyes of this bodyguard, Ning Xiuma's movements were not the fastest, but she was the most agile and the most tricky. No matter how aggressive the ferocious beast was, she would always be able to avoid it in the nick of time without a single injury. Chapter 130. No matter how aggressive the ferocious beast was, she would always be able to dodge it in the nick of time without suffering any injuries. She would take a step to the east and a step to the west. It didn't seem like she was using any method, but the beast would always miss her. Moreover, she would never continue fighting. Once she dodged a beast's attack, she would immediately run away. Her running route was also strange. She would suddenly run to the left and right, up and down, making the beasts chasing after her confused and disoriented. In the end, they gave up. Of course, there were also beasts that were more persistent. They would chase after her without letting go. If she could shake them off, she would do so. If she couldn't, she would suddenly turn around to face the enemy. The beasts that chased after her didn't have a good ending. They would be hit by the flying needles in her hand. The needles were obviously poisonous. Once the beasts were hit by the needles, they would immediately fall to the ground and die. She would often pat the beasts' heads and sigh. "Poor child, don't you know that some people can't be eaten? You're so persistent. Aren't you courting death? Originally, I took pity on you because you're a second-class protected animal and wanted to be merciful to you. It's you who didn't know what's good for you." After she finished lamenting, she would pluck a bunch of flowers or grass from the side and stick them in the ears of the beasts as a final sacrifice. Then, she would get up and continue on her way. However, number 2, who was following behind her, was greatly shocked. What kind of monster was this little girl reincarnated from? He was originally very disdainful of Ning Xiuma, who would really look up to a good-for-nothing. When Ji Yunhao sent him to protect her, he was originally somewhat impatient and had some complaints. But now, he was suddenly glad that he had followed her. There were too many strange things about this little girl. He couldn't help but want to explore more. Following behind her wasn't boring at all. This imperial bodyguard was already at the 8th level of the human realm. Naturally, he didn't feel any pressure when traversing the 3 mountains. He was also confident that he could protect this little girl when she was in danger, but if this little girl was avoiding the pursuers, hiding on the 2nd mountain would be enough. Why did she run to the 3rd mountain without looking back? Did she not know the danger? Or did she have a plan? Another 4 hours passed. Number 2 felt that his whole body was going to be unwell. This girl actually managed to pass through the 3rd and 4th mountain peaks without any mishap, and was now heading towards the 5th mountain peak. With number 2's cultivation, he could still barely deal with the beasts on the 4th mountain, but even he wouldn't dare to charge into the 5th mountain. Did this little girl eat the guts of a leopard? Where did she want to go? The mountain forest became denser and denser. The tall trees covered the sky and the sun, preventing the sunlight from penetrating. Under the trees, there were all kinds of shrubs covering all the paths. The branches were intertwined with each other, poisonous and non-poisonous shrubs entwined together. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to walk in it. However, Ning Xiuma was not an ordinary person. She was a special agent who had undergone countless field training. She did not have many things on her, but she could always use the grass and trees around her to make it as easy as walking on flat ground in this primitive forest. For example, when the path in front of her was covered with needle-like thorns, she would take out a long vine that had appeared in her hand at some unknown time. With a shake of her hand, she would throw it towards a big tree in front of her. Then, she would swing the vine forward like a swing and land on the tree. She would then throw the vine towards a big tree in the distance and swing over again. She was even more agile than a monkey, swinging from tree to tree. Number 2 couldn't help but secretly give her a thumbs up. Chapter 131. Not to mention other things, just based on her qigong, she was much stronger than that lady who had 3rd-level psychokinesis. What was even rarer was her reaction speed and adaptability. Even if it was him, he would have to concede defeat. It was such a pity that such a girl had to bear the title of trash. But with her martial arts, she could deal with the beasts from the first 3 peaks who only knew physical attacks. But could she deal with a magical beast from the fifth peak? Their attacks were not only physical attacks, they also had psychokinesis from a distance. The larger and more ferocious the beast, the lesser the number of beasts. This was the case for the beasts on the fifth peak. You couldn't see them easily, but once you encountered them, it would usually be fatal. Like now, Ning Xiaoma was holding onto a vine and was flying on the tree. Just as she was about to land on a tree trunk, just as her toes touched the tree trunk, a green shadow suddenly sprang up from the tree trunk and opened its black mouth to bite Ning Xiaoma's legs. Jasper Centipede. Number two's fingers instantly clenched tightly. Ning Xiaoma had seen all kinds of centipedes, but she had never seen such a huge one. Its body was as thick as a bowl and 10 feet long. Its entire body was dark green, and its head was like a flat dustpan. There were countless claws on both sides of its body, which were like rows of sharp blades, shining with a cold light. There were 2 long feelers at the side of its mouth, which swayed in the wind like a snake, and its 2 front teeth were as sharp as knives. Ning Xiaoma had no doubt that once her body was bitten by this thing, she would definitely be cut in half. This thing was extremely good at camouflage. She didn't know where it was lying in ambush earlier, and it actually took advantage of Ning Xiaoma's lack of support to launch a surprise attack. Ning Xiaoma's reaction was extremely fast. The moment she realized that something was wrong, she suddenly flipped her body upwards, and her feet brushed against the centipede's feelers as she flew over. Her dodge was extremely thrilling, and the tip of her feet almost kicked the centipede's 2 front teeth. She took the opportunity to land on the branch of the tree behind the Jasper Centipede. She hadn't even steadied herself when the Jasper Centipede suddenly let out a sharp shriek. Its large tail swept towards Ning Xiaoma. Damn, this thing's attack speed was actually so fast. Ning Xiaoma flew up again and narrowly avoided the centipede's tail. A cold light flashed in her palm, and she pierced the centipede's body. Her needle was dipped in a strong poison, and even an elephant would be poisoned in an instant. Although this thing was bigger than an ordinary centipede, it was still much smaller than an elephant. As long as the needle was pierced, the centipede's numerous claws would kick. Ding! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Ning Xiaoma's needle pierced the centipede's body. But it was bounced back. The jade green scales on this fellow's body were actually harder than steel. Her stab, which was infused with her inner strength, was completely unable to pierce through it. True, although the Jasper Centipede's body wasn't pierced, it was still shaken by Ning Xiaoma's inner force. All of a sudden, it was enraged. Its body suddenly curled up before shooting outwards. Unexpectedly, it was like an oversized cannonball, smashing towards Ning Xiaoma. The evil wind blew against her face. Ning Xiaoma didn't dare to face it head-on. In a moment of crisis, she used an iron plank bridge. First, she leaned against the tree trunk, then her body fell straight down. Using her legs to hook onto the tree trunk, she finally avoided this guy's cannonball attack. Bang! The Jasper Centipede's huge body crashed into the tree. With a loud crack, the tree that was as thick as a person's arm fell down. Ning Xiaoma's body fell straight down from the tree that was more than 10 feet tall. Chapter 132. Shit, I forgot that this guy is heavy. The green vine in Ning Xiaoma's hand flew out, finally wrapping itself around a nearby tree. With a tug, her body flew out diagonally. Just as she was about to land on the tree again, a burst of scorching hot air suddenly rushed towards her from behind. She hurriedly lowered her body, and a fireball flew over her head. Although it did not hit her head, it hit her vine. The vine snapped, and, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly corroded the end of the vine that Ning Xiaoma was holding. Ning Xiaoma had no choice but to throw the vine away. At this moment, her body was still in the air. Without anything in her hand, she could only fall down. The green jade centipede also leapt, pouncing towards the falling Ning Xiaoma. A pair of soybean-sized red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Little brat. A little brat dares to fight with me? I'll roast you into jerky. Another fireball shot towards Ning Xiaoma. Number 2 sensed something was wrong and was about to act, but unexpectedly Ning Xiaoma who had nothing to rely on, twisted her body in the air and evaded the fireball. At the same time, with a flick of her sleeve, a sparkling long rope flew out. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot up and wrapped around the thick waist of the green jade centipede. With a tug, her body actually flew up again, and the jasper centipede's speed of descent became even faster. Thereupon, puff! The sound of branches breaking rang out one after another. The green jade centipede's huge body smashed into the thorny brambles, knocking down a large area. On the other hand, Ning Shuima's body lightly landed on a tree several zhang away, completely unscathed. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. It's even more wonderful than watching two masters fight. Number 2, who was hiding in the shadows, was entranced by the scene. This little girl is too cool. If he did not remember the 6th prince's instructions, he would have cheered out loud. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose from the ground, and the green jade centipede flew straight up from the brambles. It was probably the first time it was in such a sorry state. The scales all over its body stood up. With a long howl, a pair of wings grew out from its ribs. With a flap of its wings, it pounced straight towards Ning Shuima. Flying centipede. The centipede actually grew wings. Does it have to be so abnormal? The jasper centipede was clearly enraged. It continuously spat out fireballs from its mouth and flew towards Ning Shuima. Number 2's expression changed drastically when he saw the jasper centipede grow a pair of wings. What Ning Shuima had provoked was a flying dragon centipede's centipede. But the flying centipede's centipede was a flying centipede. A flying centipede's centipede. However, the flying dragon centipede was the king of centipedes. Its psychokinesis had already reached the 6th rank. It should be a monster that only existed on the 6th peak. He did not expect to encounter one on the 5th peak. Even he might not be a match for it. I'm afraid this is bad. Before he could finish his thought, Ning Shuima shot towards him like lightning. Number 2, don't just watch. Give me a hand. Number 2 was stunned. Number 2? Who is she calling? Does she have other helpers here? She shouldn't have, right? If there were other masters nearby, he should be able to detect them with his skills. No. Her eyes were clearly looking at him. She was calling him. Number 2's handsome face darkened, but Ning Shuima had already brushed past him. She even brushed aside the leaves that he was hiding behind. Chapter 133. As a result, Number 2's figure was completely exposed to the flying dragon centipede that was pouncing towards him. Damn it! A black light flashed in Number 2's palm, and a black iron sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of the sword, ripples of light appeared, and the fireballs that were chasing after Ning Shuima directly collided with the ripples of light. Number 2 was originally standing on the thick trunk of a large tree, and the huge impact caused his body to sway. However, the trunk under his feet could not withstand the impact, and with a cracking sound, the branches broke and he fell down. Fortunately, his Qinggong was not bad, and with a turn of his body in the air, he jumped onto another large tree. That flying dragon centipede was blocked by him and was instantly enraged. It immediately changed its target and vented all its anger on him. In the blink of an eye, one person and one insect were fighting. This fierce battle caused the nearby trees to suffer, and broken branches and leaves flew everywhere. Fireballs and blue waves danced together. Mixed with the deafening roar of the centipede and the sound of trees breaking, it was exceptionally hair-raising. Number 2 was also distracted by the fierce battle to find Ning Shuima's whereabouts. That little girl had lured a disaster to him, and by now, she had already disappeared without a trace. That girl who burned the bridge after crossing it. This flying dragon centipede was extremely fast, and it was petty. If he slightly offended it, it would definitely not let him go and would not rest until he was dead. Ning Shuima could take the opportunity to escape, but Number 2 could not. He could only grit his teeth and fight with it. After fighting for about half an hour, Number 2's forehead was covered with sweat, and his arms were sore and limp. This flying dragon centipede was really too strong, and its strength was great. Its movements were fast, and its fireballs were fierce. Every direct hit caused number two's arms to go numb, and the bones in his body felt like they were about to be shattered. The blood in his chest was surging, and there were several times where he wanted to vomit blood. On the other hand, that flying dragon centipede did not suffer many injuries. There were only a few places where it was stabbed by his sword, leaving shallow traces of blood. To its huge body, these injuries were obviously just superficial wounds and were not fatal at all. It had not even slowed down its movements at all. Am I going to die here? This place was deserted, so he didn't have to hope for reinforcements at all. Moreover, he was obviously not a match for this monster. If this stalemate continued, then he would be unable to escape death sooner or later. Number two felt despair in his heart. However, as a bodyguard who often rolled on the battlefield of life and death, he had a belief that even if he knew it was a dead end, he would fight until the very last moment. He gritted his teeth and fought hard. Even if he died, he wanted to leave a few more bloody wounds on this guy's body. Just as he was getting dizzy from all the killing, a clear voice suddenly rang out not far away from him. "Lure it over here, Ning Xiuemo." She didn't take the opportunity to run for her life. He actually came back. Number two's heart, which had always been calm, warmed slightly. He was a bodyguard. Since young, he had been taught to serve his master until his death. It was their instinct to protect their master and retreat in the face of danger. Moreover, they had never felt that it was wrong for their master to abandon them and flee alone. Although Ning Xiumo was not his master, she was someone he had been ordered to protect, and she was also the daughter of a marquis. He felt that it was normal for her to run for her life, but her reappearance was out of his expectations. However, with her three-legged cat's martial arts, even if she came back, she would only be sending herself to her death. She would not be able to change the outcome. Chapter 134. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Number two shouted anxiously. Stop talking nonsense. Lure it over. Ning Xiumo's voice rang out again. This time, her voice was much more stern and firm. Number two was slightly stunned. He had seen many girls who liked to throw their weight around, but it was his first time encountering someone like Ning Xiumo. His heart trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to obey. But if he lured the monster to her, wouldn't both of them die? Pa! A sharp sound rang out as a broken limb shot towards the flying dragon centipede's back. While number two was in a daze, Ning Xiumo made her move. Although she didn't hurt the centipede at all, she successfully angered it. It turned its head and saw Ning Xiumo standing on a branch not far away. The branch was very thin. She stood on top of it and waved at her with a smile. Come on, many-legged monster. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The flying dragon centipede roared and rushed over. This reckless girl. Number two also rushed over. Aya. The branch under Ning Xiumo's feet was burned by the flying dragon centipede's fireball. She screamed and fell down. Number two's heart sank. The place where Ning Xiumo fell was a thorny forest that was taller than a person. If she fell in, even if she didn't die, she would be pierced by the thorns as thick as steel needles and become a hedgehog. The flying dragon centipede probably hated her so much that it didn't let her go even after forcing her down the branch. It wanted to burn her again or slap her with its claws. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed down. It was obvious that it wanted to finish her off. Just as Ning Xiumo's body was about to fall into the thorny forest, she threw out a soft rope with lightning speed and wrapped it around the flying dragon centipede's body. It was the same move as before. Ning Xiumo used the momentum to fly up and kick the flying dragon centipede. And so, bang! The flying dragon centipede fell into the thicket once more. Ning Xiumo lightly stood on top of a tree branch not far away. She beamed as she pointed her pinky at the brambles. You fell in the same place twice. An insect will always be an insect. You only have a body, but not a brain. Number two, who had rushed over, was speechless. Not only was this little girl unbelievably clever, her battle experience and reaction speed were actually not inferior to him, a bodyguard who had once rolled around in the Azure battlefield. And there were so many strange and bizarre ideas. Although the flying dragon centipede had fallen into the thicket, He did not dare to be careless. Subconsciously, he stood in front of Ning Xiuma, ready for battle. This kind of brambles would not be able to trap this kind of monster with copper skin and iron armor. It would immediately counterattack. Chirp! The flying dragon centipede suddenly let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body suddenly started to roll around in the thorny undergrowth. What was going on? Number 2 was puzzled. Logically speaking, even if the thorns on the thorny undergrowth pierced into the flying dragon centipede's body, it would at most cause a small flesh wound. It should not be able to fight. However, this was not the only thing that made number 2 even more surprised. The flying dragon centipede started to twitch after rolling around in the thicket for a while. After a while, it straightened its body and stopped moving. Dead. Number 2 was stunned for a moment. He stood up and wanted to go down to check. There's no need to check. It's dead. Chapter 135. There's no need to look. It's already dead. Ning Xiuma opened her mouth. Her small face was slightly pale as she sat on the branch of a large tree. It seemed like those moves just now had consumed quite a bit of her strength. She spoke carelessly, but her tone was very certain. Number 2 was able to become Ji Yunhao's personal bodyguard, so he had some real skills. His mind was also very quick. He immediately understood. These brambles are poisonous. But he recognized these brambles. They were only slightly poisonous. Being pricked by them would cause a burning pain, but it wouldn't be fatal. Could it be that they were actually the flying dragon centipede's nemesis? He was bewildered and subconsciously wanted to go down and take a look. If you don't want to die like it, then you can go down and take a look. Ning Xiuma opened her mouth. Number 2 stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look at her. She was sitting there lazily, her small feet swinging back and forth. She was 3 parts lazy, 6 parts leisurely, and 1 part serious. Was it you who poisoned the brambles? Number 2's guess was pretty close. Ning Xiuma swung a branch in her hand and lightly laughed. If your master was here, would you also ask the same question? Number 2 choked. His master was here, so he naturally wouldn't ask. He cupped his hands. My apologies, this subordinate has overstepped his boundaries. Ning Xiuma tilted her head and looked at him. She suddenly laughed. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. As long as a vicious creature appears, there will always be food that it likes, but there will also be a nemesis. Just now, I tried to look around nearby and found a few juicy plants growing on a hillside. That hillside is where the mole lives. There are many traces of this centipede's activity there, proving that this centipede often forages there. The vegetation there has been destroyed by its large body, leaving only a few plants intact. It's very clear that these plants are its nemesis. So I smeared the juices of these plants on these brambles. Number 2 couldn't help but sigh. You took a bit of a risk. If those plants just happened to not be destroyed and were not its nemesis, then you'd be in trouble if you blindly came back to provoke it. You shouldn't have come back. Wouldn't you be dead if I didn't come back? I will not leave any of my companions behind. She tilted her head and looked at him again. Although you came uninvited, you've been protecting me in the dark all the way. Companions? She actually treated him as a companion? Number 2's heart warmed even more. A person like him was often used by his master as a spear to attack others and a shield to defend for his master. This was the first time he was treated as a comrade by the person he was protecting. Hot blood seemed to surge in his chest. Originally, he had been sent to secretly protect Ning Xiuma, but now, all his grievances had turned into gratitude. A light flickered in his eyes as he once again bowed to Ning Xiuma. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. He vowed to protect Miss Ning with his life, not because of his mission, but because of the kindness she showed him. Miss Ning, where do you plan to go next? Ning Xiuma blinked her eyes and replied with an irrelevant answer. I'm hungry. Number 2 immediately replied. Miss Ning, please wait. This subordinate will go hunting now. It was already afternoon. This place was high above sea level and the forest was dense. Although the sun was still hot outside, the place where Ning Xiuma and number 2 were was very cool. Chapter 136. It had to be said that number 2 was a very qualified bodyguard. He was good at fighting, hunting, and barbecuing. A rabbit and a pheasant were roasted by him until they were bright and fragrant. Ning Shuima's appetite was greatly stimulated and she was drooling. She was really hungry. Number 2 tilted his head and saw her sparkling eyes staring at the pheasant. He didn't know why, but he felt a surge of warmth in his heart, a strong urge to protect her, to cherish her, and to give her the best things in the world rose in his heart. He tore off the roasted drumstick and gave it to her. "You eat first." He secretly used his psychokinesis to warm the drumstick to room temperature. "Thank you." Ning Shuima's eyes curved as she thanked him. She took the drumstick and began to eat. You're welcome." Number 2 was not used to being thanked. "What else do you want to eat? I'll continue to roast for you." "Chicken wings, rabbit legs, and the meat on its back," Ning Shuima casually said. "Good. Just wait. It'll be ready in a while." Number 2 immediately went to roast the rabbit. "You don't want to eat a little?" Ning Shuima raised the drumstick in her hand. "No, it won't be too late for me to eat later. Miss, please enjoy yourself first." Number 2's hands moved quickly. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. His hands paused, and he looked into the depths of the forest. "It smells good. It seems that we're not the only ones on this mountain. There are people from other sects as well." A clear male voice came from the forest. "Let's see who it is." A cold female voice followed. "This person's barbecue skills are not bad. I'm also hungry." "Not bad, not bad. We also hunted some wild game." 4 young men and women walked out from the depths of the forest. There were 2 men and 2 women. They looked to be around 20 years old. The women were wearing white clothes and white skirts. They looked like fairies. The men's white robes fluttered in the wind. Their collars were embroidered with a bird feather pattern. It was obvious that they were from the same sect. They should be disciples of some sect who came here to gain experience. Ning Shuima glanced at them and couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. This white dress was indeed beautiful, but was it really suitable for training in the deep mountains and forests? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the beasts? Aren't you afraid of being stained with dust? He really wanted to be elegant and not care about his life. The figure of the ancestor flashed through her mind. His white robes were like the clouds and the moon. Comparing him to the snow and frost seemed to stain his color. Could these people be the ancestor's disciples? This style of dressing is very similar. That's not right. The robes of the Sun Moon sect's disciples were embroidered with cloud patterns, not bird wings. Number 2, who was roasting meat, frowned slightly when he saw the faces of these people. The 4 people naturally saw the 2 people eating the barbecued meat and were surprised. They didn't expect that the person who could enter the 5th mountain would be a little girl who looked about 10 years old. As for the person barbecuing the meat, Number 2, why are you here? Among the 4 people, the coldest girl recognized Number 2's identity. Number 2 could only cup his hands. "Miss Zhong." "So, it was an acquaintance?" Ning Shuima raised her eyebrows. Number 2 didn't have a name? This Miss Zhong actually called him Number 2. Who is this little girl? Miss Zhong sized up Ning Shuima with her sharp eyes. She couldn't tell who this little girl was. Chapter 137. Who is this little girl? Miss Zhong's sharp eyes scanned Ning Shuima from head to toe. For a moment, she couldn't tell who this little girl was, nor did she see anything special about her. Her tone was condescending. Number 2 was stunned and also looked at Ning Shuima. He didn't know if he should reveal Ning Shuima's identity. Ning Shuima smiled slightly and lazily said, "We're just strangers who met by chance. In the blink of an eye, we'll go our separate ways. Why ask for my name? How dare you? My 8th senior sister is giving you face by asking for your name. How dare you be so unappreciative?" The round-faced girl in white who came with Miss Zhong shouted. What an arrogant girl. She had to answer honestly just because they asked her? What kind of twisted logic was this? Ning Shuima was too lazy to pay attention to her. She turned to Number 2 and urged, "I still want to eat the rabbit leg. Let's roast it ourselves." Miss Zhong and the others were completely ignored. The round-faced girl was obviously someone who often walked sideways. She raised her eyebrows and was about to get angry again when Miss Zhong waved her hand. "Forget it, 9th sister. Why lower yourself to the same level as a child? She turned to number 2 and asked, "Number 2, how is your prince?" "Very good. Thank you for your concern. No need to be so polite. When you go back and see your prince, send my regards to him on Ru Shuang's behalf." "Yes, I'll definitely pass on your message." Zhong Rushuang nodded and said, "Number 2, your roasted game is pretty good. Help us roast it too. 15th brother, give the game in your hands to him to take care of." One of the handsome young men in white nodded his head and placed the meat in his hands in front of number 2. Number 2 was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly, but he still nodded. "Okay." 8th senior sister, who is he? The round-faced girl asked curiously. "He's the 6th prince's personal bodyguard. I've seen him once in the crown prince's residence, so I recognize him," Zhong Rushuang replied. "Oh, so he's a bodyguard." The round-faced girl spoke quickly and showed a trace of disdain. She immediately stopped being polite. "I want to eat fully roasted. I want to eat the one that's covered in mud and then dried and depilate. I want—" The 4 of them each said what they wanted to eat, obviously treating number 2 as a servant. Those who could come here to train were not ordinary people. Their telekinesis was at least a 6th-order master. These people came here. Their white clothes were not stained with much dust, and they did not look embarrassed. Obviously, their martial arts were not low. This Zhong Rushuang had also entered the crown prince's residence. Could it be that she was an acquaintance of Ji and Huang? Ning Xuema was on the run. She felt that she should keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. But these people's attitudes were really annoying. She actually dared to bully her people in front of her. She was the head of the Secret Service in her previous life and was usually very protective of her subordinates. She could scold and beat her subordinates when they did something wrong, but she couldn't tolerate others criticizing them. Right now, she had already subconsciously treated number 2 as her subordinate brother, and this group of people was shouting at him like this. "Don't you have arms and legs? Roast whatever you want to eat yourself." Ning Xuema's face tensed up as she spoke. "What a bold little girl. We're letting him roast meat because we think highly of him. Do you know who we are?" The round-faced girl clearly had a fiery temper and exploded at the slightest provocation. Ning Xuema smirked. "I don't care who you are. I only know that he's not your servant. There's no reason for him to serve you for free. Even if he agreed, you should at least thank him. Don't you have any manners?" Chapter 138. The round-faced girl choked at Zhong Rushuang's question. "He's the 6th prince's bodyguard, and we're the crown prince's junior brothers and sisters," Zhong Rushuang said flatly. "So, we can treat the 6th prince's bodyguard as a servant. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Ning Xuema's eyes flashed. They were actually Ji Yinhuang's juniors? Then they were also from the Sun Moon sect? Why didn't they wear the same clothes? "Miss Ning, they're disciples of the Bright Reverend School. Their psychokinesis is above the 8th rank of the human realm. We can't afford to offend them. Bear with it." Number 2 suddenly transmitted his voice to Ning Xuema. "Bright Reverend School?" Ning Xuema quickly searched her mind for the origins of this school. Suddenly, a legend floated into her mind. According to the legend, 300 years ago, the ancestor had made an exception and accepted a female disciple named Yi Qingwan. Later, for unknown reasons, she was expelled from the school and refused to acknowledge it. That female disciple was also a strong person, so she founded the Bright Reverence School. Bright Reverence actually meant worshipping the sun and moon, implying that she was from the Sun-Moon sect. These people claimed to be Ji Yunhuang's juniors. Could it be that they were the direct disciples of the Bright Reverence School's founder, Yi Qingwan? If Yi Qingwan was still alive, she would be over 300 years old. Her disciples, on the other hand, were very young. "Miss Ning, don't be fooled by their appearance. They are actually over 70 years old. It's just that they have a technique to retain their youthful looks." Number 2 continued to transmit his voice to her. They were actually so old. Psychokinesis was really a mysterious thing. Ning Xuema once again yearned for psychokinesis. Which girl didn't want to retain their youthful looks? Even Ning Xuema was no exception. Only when your psychokinesis breaks through the 1st rank of the Earth realm can you truly retain your youthful looks. They haven't broken through the Earth realm yet. The reason why they can retain their youthful looks is because their master has a special technique to retain their youthful looks. He also taught it to them. Number 2 continued to explain. Ning Xiuma nodded. She felt that she had gained a lot of knowledge. What are you two whispering about? The round-faced girl's face was full of suspicion. There. Isn't that a flying dragon centipede? A white-robed youth suddenly pointed at the thorny thicket and shouted. Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the other 3 immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. Zhong Rushuang's eyes lit up. Her usually cold and arrogant face also showed surprise. As expected, we can complete the task that Master gave us. So the long howl we heard just now was indeed from it. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Fortunately, you came here to take a look. This thing has always grown on the 6th summit. Who would have thought that it would actually be found on the 5th summit? We're lucky. That's right. There must be a 6th grade fire crystal in its body. Let's take it back and complete the mission. The 4 of them spoke one after another and actually treated the flying dragon centipede as their possession. I'll go get the crystal. A white-robed youth volunteered. Just as he was about to fly up, Ning Xiuma successfully stopped him with a sentence. This centipede was killed by us. Did you ask for our permission to take it? Zhong Rushuang glanced at Ning Xiuma, and then her gaze fell on number 2. Number 2, your martial arts have improved. You can actually hunt the flying dragon centipede alone. It was obvious that she didn't take Ning Xiuma seriously. She also didn't expect that Ning Xiuma would take the lead in killing the flying dragon centipede. She changed the topic again. This flying dragon centipede is something that my master needs. Get to us. I'll definitely explain it to your master later. Chapter 139. Number 2 glanced at Ning Xiuma and saw that she was looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. His courage was boosted. My apologies, forgive me for not being able to comply. This thing was Ning Xiuma's prey, so he had to protect it for her. Although the flying dragon centipede was a monster of the 6th peak, there were very few of them. Even if they wandered around the 6th peak for half a month, they might not be able to find one. Moreover, the fire crystal inside its body was extremely pure, comparable to an 8th grade crystal. It had a price, but no market. Even if they wanted to buy it, there was nowhere to buy it. If Ning Xiuma could offer this crystal to the imperial court, perhaps the emperor would pardon her for running away from the marriage and give her other rewards. Zhong Rushuang's pretty face sank. You've got guts, daring to refuse me? In this world, not many people dared to refuse the request of a direct descendant of the Bright Reverend sect. Even the disciples of the Sun Moon sect would give them some face, but this little guard in front of her actually dared to say no. My apologies. The fire crystal inside this flying dragon centipede is something that our master wants. Without his personal agreement, forgive me for not being able to comply. Please forgive me, Fairy Zhong. Everyone's skills are profound, and you're all dragons and phoenixes among men. Relying on your own strength, you should be able to hunt the flying dragon centipede and report back. Number 2 had no choice but to use Ji Yunhao's name. He couldn't mention Ning Xiuma, lest he bring a fatal disaster upon her. Ning Xiuma glanced at number 2. Although this guard had a baby face, he was a serious person. She didn't think that he would be able to say something so logical and not offend anyone. Zhong Rushuang paused, her eyes flashing with a hint of sternness, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly. All right, since it's something that the 6th prince wants, we'll go hunt it ourselves. Let's go. Senior sister. The round-faced girl couldn't help but call out, clearly not wanting to give up. Let's go. Zhong Rushuang only said one sentence. The other 3 people's faces were filled with anger, but they couldn't disobey. They glared angrily at Ning Xiuma and number 2, then stood up to leave. Brothers and sisters, please wait. Ning Xiuma stood up. Zhong Rushuang turned around and glanced at her. What else do you want? Ning Xiuma had an apologetic look on her face. We're very sorry that we can't give you the flying dragon centipede crystal. How about you let us grill a few more game for you as an apology? Her voice was sweet, her eyes were clear, and she called out to them intimately. This made these people who were close to 70 years old but still maintained a youthful appearance feel very comfortable. Moreover, they were really hungry, and they were too lazy to roast anything themselves. More importantly, it was difficult to roast it with such perfect color, aroma, and taste. Little girl, you're quite sensible. All right, we'll eat your meal to make you feel at ease. Zhong Rushuang and the other three sat down. Number 2 was grumbling in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to roast meat for these people, but he had finally managed to get rid of these fiends. Now that Ning Xiaoma had asked them to stay, he didn't know what unforeseen events would happen if they stayed. The little girl knew their identities. Was she afraid of offending them? So she used this as a gesture of goodwill? He couldn't guess Ning Xiaoma's thoughts, so he could only go and clean up the game. Ning Xiaoma ran over and rolled up her sleeves. I'll help you with it. It'll be faster, too. Don't let these brothers and sisters starve. Number 2 didn't want her to interfere. He was about to refuse and ask her to go and rest first. However, Ning Xiaoma smiled at him and winked. Number 2 didn't know what she was up to, so he just let her be. Chapter 140. Zhong Rushuang and the others didn't suspect anything else. They were only a little afraid of the ancestors' children. They didn't care about the other children. What's more, this child spoke so clearly that she was a little girl. Since she was with number 2, it was obvious that she wasn't one of the ancestors' children. What else did they have to be afraid of? One of the youths in white even joked with them. Number 2, this little girl isn't your little wife, is she? Her little face is quite handsome, and her little hands are quite skillful. Number 2 stiffened and subconsciously wanted to refute. Ning Xiaoma turned around and glared at that person, whispering, "No way." She denied it, but her little face turned red. This was simply a disguised admission. The few people looked at each other and laughed in their hearts. This little girl was still too inexperienced. Zhong Rushuang had been a little suspicious and guarded against her. But at this moment, that little bit of vigilance disappeared. The game was roasted very quickly. Just as the few people had expected, it looked, smelled, and tasted good. It whetted their appetite. The round-faced girl was anxious and grabbed a roasted rabbit to start eating. Wait! Zhong Rushuang stopped her. Out of nowhere, she took out a silver needle and pricked the rabbit's body. She then pulled it out to take a look. The silver needle was as bright as before. Only then was she relieved and handed it to the round-faced girl. She was obviously very suspicious. She tested all the game that was passed to them with her silver needle one by one. Only after confirming that it wasn't poisonous did she feel relieved to eat it. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It only took a moment for the few wild animals to be reduced to a pile of bones. Zhong Rushuang stood up. Thank you for the game. We should go. She signaled to the others with her eyes. The others also stood up and hastily bid farewell to Ning Xiaoma and number 2 before walking into the dense forest in the distance. Ning Xiaoma was still waving enthusiastically at them from behind. Brothers and sisters, take care. I hope you get what you want soon. When did this little girl become so eager to curry favor? Number 2 couldn't help but look at her again, only to find that she was rapidly writing on the ground. Be careful of their sneak attack. Retreat to the brambles. Number 2 was stunned, and it was at this moment that an unforeseen event occurred. For streaks of golden light, accompanied by 4 silhouettes, flew towards Ning Xiaoma and Xiao Luo. Like a thunderbolt or a lightning bolt, it struck the vital points of Ning Xiaoma and Xiao Taiying. Obviously, it was a fatal move right from the start. It didn't give them any chance to survive. Fortunately, with Ning Xiaoma's warning, the 2 of them were prepared. The 2 of them quickly retreated, as if they were in a panic, and directly jumped into the thorny undergrowth. Zhong Rushuang also did not expect that the 4 people's joint attack would not work. When she raised her head to look, she saw Ning Xiaoma and number 2 standing on top of the thorny undergrowth, looking at them. The little girl seemed to be quite angry. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Why do you want to kill us?" Since her purpose had already been exposed, Zhong Rushuang decided not to hide it any longer. Because you must die. The crystal pillar in the flying dragon centipede's body was theirs. However, they didn't want to become enemies with the imperial family of Chong Kong country, so they chose to silence them to prevent future trouble. The round-faced girl sneered and added, "Originally, we wanted to give you a quick death because you helped us roast meat. We didn't expect you to be so tactless. Don't blame us for being merciless. If you know what's good for you, then you too should stop your pointless struggle. Obediently accept your death." The young man in white also smiled proudly.